All right, we are on the record in case number 2025-00257, electronic application of Kentucky Power Company for general adjustment of rates and approval of tariffs and riders and approval of certain regulatory and accounting treatments. My name is Angie Hatton. I'm Chair of the Kentucky Public Service Commission. Joining me today are Commissioners Mary Pat Regan and Andrew Wood. If you have a cellular telephone with you, please turn it off or turn it on silent at this time. The hearing today is for the purpose of taking evidence in this matter. At this time, let's have entry of appearance of counsel, and I'll request also that each counsel identify their witnesses.
Sure.
For the applicant.
Good morning, Your Honor. Katie Glass. Also appearing with me is Ken Gish and Harley Havens from Stites and Harbison. We represent Kentucky Power Company. Also appearing pro hac vice, in-house counsel at AEP is Mike Schuler, Michael J. Schuler. And our witnesses today, we do have a long list, but I'll go through them. Cynthia Wiseman, Tanner Wolfram, Catherine Walsh, David Hodgson, Michelle Ross, Robert Jesse, Stevie Coburn, Jacqueline Cost, Nicole Kuhn, Franz Messner, Brian Saborik, Andrew Carlin, Clinton Stutler, Michael Spaeth, Timothy Lyons, Adrian McKenzie, John Spanos, John Wolfram, and J.D. John D. Cullen.
And we'll take up order of witnesses and when you can call them and all that stuff a little later.
Thank you.
Thank you. And for the Attorney General and KIUC.
Mike West for the Attorney General. Tolan Lacey is with me here as well. And our witnesses will be available. Lane Collin, Leo Wellborn, and Randy Futrell will arrive later today. And Rick Bodino will be available virtually.
Okay. For KIUC.
Good morning, Your Honors. Mike Kurtz, Jody Kyler-Cohn for KIUC.
Good morning. And for Casilla.
Good morning. David Spinard for Casilla. Randy Strobel's not here this morning, but he's also the case. Our witness is Justin R. Barnes.
Okay. Thank you. And for joint interveners.
Morning, Your Honor. Byron Gary on behalf of the Joint Interveners, Kentuckians for the Commonwealth, Kentucky Solar Energy Society, Appalachian Citizens Law Center, and Mountain Association. And our witness, Roger Colton, is available. He's on Teams right now.
Order of questioning, unless we have a request to do otherwise, would be after direct by applicant, Attorney General, KIUC, Joint Interveners, Casilla, SWVA, and then Commission staff. Is that okay with everyone? And then the Commissioners, of course. All right, let's do the public comment portion, and then we'll get back to the settlement. I see at least one person who is here intending to provide public comment, and is there anyone else here who came for the purpose of public comment this morning? If not, I don't need to give very many instructions because I believe you're pretty familiar, ma'am. We've seen it every time. If you'll come forward, there'll just be a 7-minute time limit this morning. Identify yourself for the record, and then we'll begin the timer.
My name is Suzanne Barker Griffith. I'm from Ashland, Kentucky, and this is the fourth and final time I've addressed the commission. In this case, driving a total of 16 hours to get in my 20-some minutes. You have said you have read and each submitted statement. I thank you for that, and I have as well. The hardships in the personal lives and finances of ratepayers are well documented. The harm is well to the glue that holds Eastern Kentucky together. The small and mid-sized businesses, school systems, cities, county governments, churches, and nonprofits have been well expressed. And I would advise you to go back and listen specifically to what Gwen Johnson had to say. If anybody was the hand and hearts of Jesus in Eastern Kentucky, I can assure you that is Gwen Johnson. Overall, the harm to residential ratepayers has been well defined by Roger Colton's testimony, which I read and highlighted with great interest. By now, after listening to all the in-person public comments and reading the submitted comments, you must know that ratepayers cannot take another big hit to their power bills. And I understand there's been a joint motion to approve the settlement agreement with Kentucky Power Company, Kentucky Industrial Utilities, and Solar Energy. I'm asking you to reject this. I think it's very concerning who did not sign off on this agreement, and that would be the Attorney General and those who best represent ratepayers. I find a section of Tanner Wolfren's testimony especially concerning. It said, did all the parties of the proceeding participate in the negotiations that led to the execution of the settlement? And the answer was no. Following the December 15th, 25th virtual settlement conference, the Attorney General ceased participating in negotiations. Well, that's who represents me as the Attorney General, and I'm really concerned about that. When representatives of government agencies by law who represent consumers cease participating in settlement negotiations, I don't see how this settlement is in consumers' best interest. In yesterday's response to Kentucky Power's motion to recess by the AG's office, the following statement was made. To be clear, the AG did not participate in settlement discussions in this matter. While invited to in the initial settlement meeting, the Attorney General declined to participate in those discussions, viewing settlement as inappropriate, and I did too. I'm asking the Kentucky PSC to reject the current settlement due to a lack of residential consumer interveners as signatories and Kentucky's elected Attorney General ceasing to participate in negotiations, leaving consumers without government representation. If there is a settlement, and I want you all to listen really close to this, I would like to see the Kentucky Attorney General's signature on it, as well as the other entities who best represent residential ratepayers. I'm also here to talk about solutions and a path forward. The equation of population loss plus industry loss equals ever-rising electric bills is in no way fair, just, or reasonable. The truth is, Kentucky Power's own high rates run off ratepayers. The decommissioning of Big Sandy 2 reduced population and industrial sales, and high industrial rates are not conducive in attracting industry to the area. A better way must be found. The Kentucky Power's constant rate hikes citing loss in population and industry that far outpace normal inflation and unfairly burden eastern Kentucky families. In Ashland and Hazard, I talked about the One East plan and left you with a copy both times. It is needed, and if translated into Kentucky law, could be part of the final order. Senator Scott Madden is going to co-sponsor, and it looks very promising. In addition, I left you with the legislative priorities by the Kentucky Cabinet of Economic Development, which outlines a section just on rural and eastern Kentucky, some of which could become a reality this session. Please do not be in a rush to settle this case or make a final order. Obviously, a lot of information has been presented, and more to come. And the state legislature is making moves that would improve economic development in Kentucky Power Service Region, and ultimately, economic development is needed to address high electrical rates in eastern Kentucky. Be cognizant of the fact as well that the failing Mitchell Cooling Tower will be coming due soon on ratepayers' bills. Kentucky Power really needs to address the issue with their ratepayers. Make no mistake about it, I want Kentucky Power to have the money they say they need. It just needs to be through the hard work of attracting jobs, business, and industries to eastern Kentucky, not off the backs of those struggling to live and work in the service area. I made the following statement in my October 2nd, 2025 submitted comment to the PSC, and this was under steps I would like to see in the future. A meeting involving the following to discuss expectations and needs of eastern Kentucky, needs of Kentucky Power, along with Kentucky Power better understanding the needs of customers. And this is who all we need there at this meeting. Representatives from every city and county fiscal court in Kentucky, in the service area. Representatives from the Kentucky PSC, representatives from the Kentucky Cabinet for Economic Development, every state elected official in the service region, representatives from the governor's office, and of course, people from Kentucky Power. And the topic needs to be economic development. And I get it, Kentucky Power has lost around 1/3 of its industrial sales over the past 15 years. I feel that. I feel that deep. We lost AK in my county. I feel that real deep. And Eastern Kentucky has lost so much more. Change must happen. And I want you all to listen really, really good to this part, really good. In other words, the Eastern Kentucky power players need to know the economic development and industrial targets that must be met to help stabilize rates. This is something I do not believe has ever been presented by Kentucky Power employees to the entities mentioned. I am hoping the PSC will put this or something similar in the final order. Guys, we have to know what we're shooting for to get there, and that's really not been explained by Kentucky Power to the whole entity. After all, as I previously spoke about, on February 12, 2025, Kentucky Power President and Chief Operating Officer Cynthia Wiseman testified before the Kentucky Senate Natural Resource and Energy Committee stating, Kentucky Power priorities include stabilizing and lowering customer rates. And I think, can I finish?
Yeah.
I think a plan should match that priority. That's my priority too. The service region needs a strategic plan with ongoing meetings and backing in a focus on execution with the Kentucky Cabinet for Economic Development involved. In conclusion, as quoted from the press release in rate case number 00159, in making its decision, the Commission found the proposal's impact on residential customers to be excessive and disturbing, in part as evidenced by comments in the case indicating customers cannot afford further rate increases. I thank you for your due diligence in listening to ratepayers in that case, in the current case, and implore you to do all you can to ensure rates stay as low as possible. And thank you for your public service to the good of the people of Kentucky. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I have these for you. I always have in my folder.
Sure, you can just hand them to staff, maybe. Would you mind? Thank you. Is anyone else here today for the purpose of giving public comment? I don't see anyone. I would remind anyone watching that instructions for giving public comments are still on our website at psc.ky.gov, and written comments may always be submitted by sending us an email to psc.comment@ky.gov. If you do so, be sure and include case number 2025-00010 somewhere in that correspondence.
Your Honor, I think you may have misspoken on the case number 2025, or 2024-00257. 2025-00257.
The wrong number is on my script. Thank you so much. Correction, for anyone hopefully still watching, 2025-00257. Thanks very much. Mark it out every time it's wrong. Okay. Could I ask that everyone who participated in settlement negotiations and is a signator on the settlement negotiations, please stand and raise your right hand. Is that everyone? Anybody see anybody missing? Okay. For all of you, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the statements you're about to give are true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
And if you are going to answer differently than everyone else, wave your hand or something so that I can see you, since we're all testifying at once. You may lower your hand. Were you aware of and did you have an opportunity to participate in all the negotiations that resulted in the settlement agreement?
Yes.
Did you voluntarily sign the settlement agreement, and do you fully support each and every provision contained therein?
Yes.
Are there any provisions in the settlement agreement that you do not understand, object to, or take issue with?
No.
Was any consideration of any kind offered, or were you were any promises made other than what is expressly set forth in the settlement agreement to induce you to negotiate and sign the settlement agreement?
No.
Are you aware of any reason why the commission should not adopt and approve the settlement agreement in its entirety?
No.
Okay, you may be seated, thank you. All right. We did have some outstanding motions. First, there was a motion to deviate from hearing notice. Publication in 4 of 20 newspapers was delayed due to holiday schedules. The regulations require notice to be published by January 6th. Instead, notice was filed on January 8th or 9th for these newspapers, and even though Kentucky Power had requested publication before January 6th. So I'll grant that motion. I didn't see any objections.
Thank you.
Motion to recess the hearing to allow additional time for us to review the settlement. No parties asked for that, and commission staff didn't feel like that we necessarily needed. Well, you offered it to other parties for additional time, and no one else wanted to take you up on that, and commission staff was okay with going ahead today. I think, you should have been notified, right? All the parties got notice that we
Yes, Your
would go
Honor.
ahead today. Yeah, so the motion's denied. And we'll
Understood.
go
Thank
ahead
you.
And begin testimony today. Motion to amend the witness list to add Catherine Walsh, who provided testimony regarding the settlement, will be granted. I didn't see any objections to that.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I will note for the record, in that amended witness list, we did inadvertently leave off one of our witnesses that should be on there, Franz Messner.
Oh.
So apologies, he didn't make it from the original list to the amended list, and rather than making another filing late last night, we decided to notify the commission this morning.
Any objections to including Mr. Messner?
Thank you.
And then the joint motion to accept the settlement, obviously that will be dealt with in our final order. Several confidentiality motions are outstanding, those will be dealt with. Any other motions? Then we'll proceed with presentation of evidence, and counsel, you may call your first witness.
Thank you. Kentucky Power calls Cynthia Wiseman. She'll be presented by Mr. Gish.
Good morning, Ms. Wilson. Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat. Thank you. Counsel.
Good morning, Ms. Wiseman. Can you please state your full name and job title for the record?
Yes, it's Cynthia G. Wiseman. I work for Kentucky Power, President and COO.
And can you, and COO is Chief Operating Officer?
Correct.
And can you please state your business address?
It's 1645 Winchester Avenue, Ashland, Kentucky, 41101.
And did you file direct testimony in this case?
I did.
And did you file testimony in support of the settlement agreement?
I did.
And do you have any corrections or updates to either of your testimonies?
I do not.
Okay, and if I were to ask you the same questions that are in your testimonies today, would you give the same responses?
Yes.
Madam Chairperson, the witness is available for cross-examination.
Okay. Attorney General's office?
How you doing, Ms. Marble?
Good morning.
Are you familiar with case number 2021-370, electronic investigation of the service rates and facilities, Kentucky Power Company?
Generally, yes.
Okay. Can you describe that case?
It was an investigative case that was opened that had a number of items in it. I think it came around the time of the sale process, but I'm not recalling what all the specifics were.
Okay. If I could read an excerpt from the order of 9/15/2021 at page 6. It says, based on the foregoing, the commission finds that this investigation is necessary for the commission to satisfy its regulatory obligations, including but not limited to ensuring fair, adequate, efficient, and reasonable service and rates that are fair, just, and reasonable, given the current situation almost exclusively by AEP's management. The commission is concerned about the future of Kentucky Power as a utility, and about the customers it serves in eastern Kentucky. Does that sound right, subject to check?
Yes.
Madam Chairperson, if the Attorney General is going to ask questions about a case that's not this case and is 4 years old, I would ask that the Attorney General provide copies of the documents to the witness.
Okay.
I think
don't have a
that's reasonable
copy.
if you have-
I will say I've only got one more question in this line, so it's not going to be terribly substantive.
We'll note for the record that this is not relevant to the rate case at hand, so.
Well, I believe it is relevant if the question of whether people are receiving adequate service, if they're being asked if the commission's being asked to approve reasonable rates, whether service is adequate is relevant to whether those are
We
reasonable.
don't have a jury. We're already familiar.
Understood. And just to note, again, that despite not, that case is still open.
Well, that answers my next question. That case is still open.
It is.
And the most recent action was in the summer of 2024. There was a hearing set that was continued by the commission, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Were you present at the Ashland public comment meeting in this case?
You mean last week?
Yeah.
Yes, I was.
Did you hear the statements of the individual who alleged that employees and or contractors were using company equipment and fuel for personal use?
I did hear, I heard one employee make that reference.
Okay.
I wasn't able to substantiate who that employee was as a contractor. The story was a little bit confusing because she referenced West Virginia. She also referenced the county in our territory. She talked about being an office manager at one of our facilities, and I don't know when we would have ever had a contractor in our facilities as an office manager.
Yeah. That pretty much, answers my question. Did you investigate? I guess that's my question.
Well, I didn't investigate that particular person because I don't know, I didn't catch her name. And if she was a contractor, I wouldn't have any information on her to investigate. I mean, I will say that I usually attend those hearings to listen and learn. And if there are customers who give their name, excuse me, and there are opportunities for us to help them, that's one of the main reasons we have a group of people there. And in our Pikeville hearing, we had, as an example, we had 2 people who talked about reliability issues, and we were able to get their name, and our customer service team who was at that meeting followed up with them to help resolve their concerns.
Another commenter from that meeting that I wanted to highlight, I believe his name was Jeff Stovall, and this is at approximately an hour and 40 minutes into the hearing. He talked about the importance of process diagramming, which is the phrase he used. I tend to think of it more as process improvement. What steps has Kentucky Power taken to increase efficiency and decrease costs in its operation and maintenance of its generation and distribution facilities?
Yeah, we've actually, we had a lot of changes over the past year and a half, probably, in 2024, we had a number of retirements that gave us an opportunity to look at our whole organization and also do some additional hiring in the leadership. I had a new VP of Reg and Finance. He's since left the company, and then also a VP of Operations. And so it gave us the opportunity to look at our team. We used to operate with 3 districts in our small footprint, and we consolidated those districts, have 1 district manager now. All of them are working much better, sharing resources, sharing more, tools and equipment and those types of things. I mean, that's one example. Typically, in our head count, we are working that's where a lot of our dollars lie. We're trying to be very conservative with that, not add to the head count, keep our O&M flat, as we've tried to do over the past several years. We also have acquired different operations from the Service Corps, so we have more direct management over the Service Corps budget, which only is great because now I have visibility into exactly what decisions are being made and how we're operating. So in the past year or so, we have generation has come under the plant manager. Big Sandy reports directly to me. We have safety under us, and fleet, stores, and some other economic development. And I think we'll continue to do that as as a corporation, AEP is very interested in continuing to look at that. And so there are efficiencies there that we've gained. And another example of that is we had a need, we don't automatically backfill positions. If there are vacancies that become available, we look across the organization and very strategically at what we can do and where the help is needed. And sometimes we don't need to backfill a position because technology changes. There are different, as we continue to evolve our operations to improve reliability or whatever, we might want to make some adjustments. And so one example of that is that we had, our distribution, Witness Ross will talk about her team later, but she is the largest group of distribution employees. And so, but we had a need at the Big Sandy plant, who has a very small team of a couple dozen employees. And we needed to fill a position there. And so we took the distribution vacancy, transferred it to generation. Had generation not been under the Kentucky Power umbrella, we would not have been able to do that. They would have filled that out of their budget and generation, and we would have kept our position. So there are things like that. I mean, those are small examples, but those are the types of things that we're continuing to do. We also, you mentioned process improvement, but we have introduced a continuous improvement process where we have teams of people who are looking at ways to improve processes as we move along. We also have a customer group that we've, time to time, customers will come to us and say, why do you do this or why do you do that? So we have internal to Just Kentucky, we formed a group just to look at those issues that come about. One example that we tackled this year that has been a problem for us for many years, or a problem for me, I've tried to get it fixed really since I started with the company, and finally we were able to do it this year, is that like our billing cycles, sometimes like the December billing cycle, or it's actually, it occurs in January. It's what takes place in December. They're longer in January, which is also when we see a high bill spike. And so the reason that is because of the holidays and the way our system was working. So it took us a full year, really the credit goes to Amy Elliott and her team, took a full year, us and Appalachian Power working together, but we were able to get that billing cycle. So customers were seeing in January like a 34-day bill instead of a 30-day, which you would expect in most other months. So we were able to get that changed and spread that out. So when the shoulder months are, the usage is down, to smooth out that bill. So those are a few examples, but it is top of mind for us to continue to find ways to curb our costs and improve our processes. And I mean, we've made a lot of strides just since the past year and a half. I will say too that with a new CEO and a new executive team, he's changed the processes too. I report directly to him, so I have access to him, and that has helped tremendously on how our company plans to move forward.
I have a question about Mr. Newcomb's testimony. You adopted a portion of that, correct?
I did, yes.
If you have access to that,
I do.
if you could turn to page 8 of this direct, just tell me when you're there.
Yep, I'm there.
And do you see a figure JDN1?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us what that figure represents?
It's the ROE trend over the past, from 2018 to 25,
Okay.
and authorized versus earned.
Okay. And that's quarterly back to 2018, is that correct?
Yes.
And just in layman's terms, could I represent this, correct me if I'm wrong, as an illustration of whether Kentucky Power's been profitable?
Sure, yes.
Okay. Is there any time in any one of those quarters back to 2018 when Kentucky Power wasn't profitable?
We certainly have never earned our authorized ROE. Our ROE has, as you can see, has fluctuated greatly.
Has that return always been a positive number?
Overall, like the ROE.
Since 2018?
Have we been above zero?
Yes.
Yes.
And when was the last time that the ROE was not above zero?
I don't recall a time.
Shifting gears again, is it your understanding, and I'm not asking for a legal conclusion, but is it your understanding that the primary criteria the commission is going to consider here is whether the rates proposed are fair, just, and reasonable?
Yes.
And from the utilities perspective, can you tell us what fair, just, and reasonable means?
Well, for Kentucky Power, it is really trying to find the balance of what, I mean, we are keenly aware of what's going on in our territory, and we took a lot of care in preparing this case and knowing what's going on with the circumstances. And so fair, just, and reasonable for us is finding that balance of way that we can continue to serve our customers, make capital investments in infrastructure, and balance that with what the rate impact would be.
In a typical rate case, is it your understanding that fair, just, and reasonable oftentimes boils down to a utilities costs plus a reasonable return?
Yes, I think so.
And were you, I asked if you were at the meeting at Ashland, were you at the meeting at Pikeville and Hazard as well?
I was at the one in Hazard. I was not able to be at the one in Pikeville. But we had a team of people who were there.
If you were at the one at Hazard, are you familiar with Representative Chris Fugit?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember at the Hazard meeting when he said, when you talk about fair, just, and reasonable, fair to who? Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
So, when the company determined the rates it was going to propose, how did it go about ensuring that the rates were fair, just, and reasonable, not only to the utility, but to the ratepayers?
When we started preparing this case, when we first started talking about the case, I mean, my number one directive to my Kentucky team was, specifically to Witness Wolfram, who has carried the weight on this, is that we have to do everything we can to lower the ask, knowing again that we have a different territory, that we serve a different territory than anybody else in Kentucky. And so we, that's where it started, and we mitigated the ask before we even filed it. We worked to reduce it as far as we could, and then certainly through the settlement agreement, we were able to find other creative solutions to mitigate it further.
Can you talk about some of those ways you mitigated the ask?
The initial or in the settlement? Either?
Initial as modified by the settlement.
Okay. Well, I mean, first, I was the ROE. Certainly, that our advisor recommended anywhere between a 10 and 11%. We came in at 10. We have mitigated that down in the settlement further. The use of the deferred tax liabilities that are new, and that came about in the settlement agreement. We use those. That was a model that we learned about, I think, not until about August after we had filed, or around the time we were filed. We were familiar with it, but had not really vetted it. That Florida Power and Light used a version of those. So we, researched it, or our team did, and, applied that as a way to further mitigate in the settlement agreement.
Okay. So I'm going to break that down into two subjects. You talked about the ROE, and you talked about the tax issue.
Yes.
Let me take the tax issue first. Is it a fair assessment of that to say you're taking money that the ratepayers would have benefited from down the road, and you're speeding that up to offset rates in the next couple of years?
Yes, that's appropriate.
Okay. So,
Characterization.
in our parlance, it's pay me now, pay me later. Is that kind of how that's looked at?
I mean, that's one way of putting it.
Okay. And then the ROE, you said your expert suggested an ROE of between 10 and 11, and you all initially asked for 10. What did you settle at?
9.8.
Okay. Do you think if your expert said a reasonable ROE was between 10 and 11, and you agreed to accept an ROE 9.8, do you see that as a significant concession?
I think it is a one piece of the mitigation plan, yes.
After you heard the comments at the public meetings you attended, and I assume you went back and watched the one in Pikeville as well, most likely. Did you go back and watch the one from Pikeville?
I did watch, I think I watched all of it, I'm not sure, but, we also had people there who provided a summary, and so, yeah, I mean, I'm pretty familiar with what.
So after you've heard everything that was said at those comment meetings, do you still believe that the proposal and the settlement is fair, just, and reasonable?
I do actually, and so, again, I attend those public hearings, we all do, to listen and learn and hear. I mean, again, we know our customer base, and we know, we see this kind of feedback on a regular basis because we survey our customers, we talk with them, we meet with them. So there weren't a lot of surprises there, except that there were a few surprises, and that was, an area that I've decided that we're going to have to do a better job on, and that's educating people on how a regulated utility works. I mean, I heard a lot of, quite frankly, misinformation, and I was really listening for that customer voice of, of ways that we can help. And what I'm afraid of is that people are not always reading past the headline. They're not reading the story of some of the proposals that we put in the case. But then beyond that, beyond the typical customer, I heard, it really concerned me in Hazard when we were having, quite frankly, elected officials stand up and say that economic development would not come to our area because of our rates, and I don't believe that to be true at all. Our rates are still very competitive, especially in the industrial class, and I've been intimately involved with economic development since I started in Kentucky, and I can't think of a single time that we've lost a customer or a prospect due to rates. That as long as the rates were reasonable requests. So what let me finish, I'm sorry. When I said I think we have a lot of work to do, I think it would behoove, one, it would be better if we could all work together a little closely and collaboratively, and because we need help, and Eastern Kentucky needs the help. But I think it will have to be a priority of ours and Kentucky Power to start some type of communications campaign or something to straighten out some of the facts that we've heard over the past few months. I, for one, am very encouraged about the economic development prospects that we have on the horizon. But I need, as Mrs. Griffith said in her testimony earlier, we need all the players at the table.
And just in closing, I guess, is it your position that the company has left no stone unturned in trying to cut costs and do more with the revenue you already have?
I do believe that's true. We have, again, from the day we started talking about this case, we were going in to try to find ways to mitigate it. And I will say that in every decision we are making at Kentucky Power, that comes up. We are the customer's top of mind, and that is not just something that I require. That is coming from my boss as well. And we are constantly looking for ways that we can do better by the customer and save money. But it takes money to run the business, and we are, in a situation. I'm hoping that we can see, we have a pretty good strategy, we got a lot of activity, but I'm hoping that we can see better days ahead.
That's all I have.
And for KIUC?
No questions, Your Honor.
Joint interveners.
Thank you, Your Honor. I do have a few questions. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you, Ms. Marsden?
I'm fine, thanks, how are you?
Since you're the first, I'll introduce myself too. I'm Byron Gary. I represent the joint interveners who, in this case, are Appalachian Citizens Law Center, Kentuckians for the Commonwealth, Kentucky Solar Energy Society, and Mountain Association. I believe you're familiar with at least a couple of those organizations, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You're employed by Kentucky Power Company, not AEP directly, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and you're specifically the president and chief operating officer, right?
That's correct,
Okay, and I think you're the only officer of the company?
yes,
Okay. And Kentucky Power is headquartered in Ashland, Kentucky, right?
that's correct,
But it's a wholly owned subsidiary of AEP.
yes.
Okay. And what does it mean to be a wholly owned subsidiary of AEP?
Well, it means that AEP is our parent company, and, they provide some services and capital funding to us, but we are, as a IOU in Kentucky, we also operate rather independently.
Okay. But in short, it means they're the only equity holder in Kentucky Power Company, right?
Right.
Okay. So they're the sole shareholder?
Correct,
Okay. And you report directly to the CEO of AEP
I do.
now? But that wasn't the case before, I guess recently you mentioned a reorganization.
It's been well, it wasn't long after he came, and I believe he came in August of '24.
Okay. So since August of 2024, you have reported to the CEO?
Give or take a month or so, I can't remember.
Around
exactly.
there.
Yes.
Okay. And who did you report to prior to that?
There was a vice president of utilities, reported to her, who reported to the CEO.
Okay. And that VP of utilities would have been at AEP as well, right?
Correct.
Okay.
And that position was eliminated.
Okay. So now you are in charge of all of the day-to-day operations for Kentucky Power, including things like quality of service, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And as part of that reorganization, you also gained some new responsibilities?
Yes.
Okay. Those now include direct control of the generating plant and operations, I think you mentioned during the Attorney General's questioning?
Yes.
Okay.
Generation, safety, workplace services, which is our building maintenance groups,
Okay.
fleet, our storerooms.
Previously, those weren't under you.
That's right. They were
Okay.
service corps operations.
Okay, so AEP Service Corps, AEPSC oversaw those functions previously.
Right.
Okay. And distribution and transmission now directly under you?
Transmission is not under me, distribution is.
Who oversees transmission for the company?
Well, my counterpart would be Doug Cannon. He's fairly new to the company, but we also have like Michelle Ross, who's over distribution operations. She has a counterpart who's more regionally located. We also have a team of other transmission employees situated in our territory.
Okay, and those don't report to you?
They do not.
Okay, those report directly to AEP then?
Yes.
For the Service Corps?
Yes.
Okay. And they, presumably, you said region, they operate beyond just Kentucky Power's territory then?
Yeah, yes, I mean, it's not uncommon for those types of central organizations who are situated in our territory to also support, like Appalachian Power in West Virginia. Like, we have a team in Pike County, and I believe, I'm not completely positive, but I believe they travel over to West Virginia because it's close, and so they're purposefully situated.
Okay. You mentioned somebody named Doug Cannon. Who's that?
He's the president of AEP Transmission.
Okay. And those folks would ultimately report up to him?
Yes.
Okay. Also, in your purview, you oversee community involvement and economic development?
Yes.
Okay. And prior to your time as president and COO, when were you promoted to that position?
I was put in an interim position around December of '22 or January of '23, I'm not sure which, and then made permanent in April of 2023.
Okay. Prior to that, you were VP External Affairs and Customer Services, right?
That's correct.
Also for Kentucky Power, not AEP,
Yes.
right? Okay. But before joining Kentucky Power, you did work for Appalachian Power, right?
That's right.
And that's just commonly called App Power, right?
APCO.
APCO, okay, in
Yes.
case I slip into abbreviations, just
Yeah,
making
no,
sure I get it right.
That's right. It's APCO, and I was in West Virginia.
Okay. And you worked for them in communications, external affairs, and as a lobbyist.
Yes.
Okay. And before coming to AEP in 2008, you spent most of your career in public relations and customer outreach?
That's correct.
Okay. So you don't have a background in finance or accounting?
I do not.
Okay.
I have a
and
great team.
You have a team?
I have a great team that supports me, yes.
Mostly from the Service Corps, right? For the finance and accounting?
No, actually, I mean, I have two folks on the finance team in Kentucky Power, and then I normally would have a vice president of regulatory and finance. That position's vacant currently.
Was that Mr. Newcomb?
Yes.
Okay.
But yes, we do have a central core of finance folks at AEP. You know, there are certain functions that benefit from having the central organization in place, just from cost savings and economies of scale. I mean, I don't always need a full tax department in Kentucky. That would be very costly, but having that team in Columbus when and if we need them is proven to be the most efficient.
Okay. And the folks who have testified in this case on finance and accounting, other than Mr. Newcomb, who's no longer with the company, those are mostly AEP Service Corps.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay.
Except that I think Witness Wolfram can provide some financial information as well.
Okay. So if I have questions about finance and accounting, probably Mr. Wolfram or somebody from the Service Corps.
Yep, and that would be Tanner Wolfram. There are
Tanner,
two Wolframs
yes.
in this case, so I'll clarify
Wolfram
that.
with two Fs, right?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Not that common a name to have two in one case.
Well, we said the same thing, so.
And you don't have a background in engineering either.
I do not.
Okay. You spoke for a little while with Mr. West about affordability and the focus of AEP and Kentucky Power on affordability, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you stated throughout your testimony that affordability is a concern of Kentucky Power, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it's important for a number of reasons, I assume.
Yes, and I don't know that I necessarily said the word affordability, but I will accept that that was the meaning of what I said, yes.
Okay. Well, maybe, do you have your direct testimony up there with you?
I do. Yeah,
Just,
yes.
just so I know, what all do you have up there with you? If
I
refer
have
to
my
something?
direct testimony, I have a portion of Jeffrey's testimony, Jeffrey Newcomb's testimony, I have my settlement testimony, and I have the discovery that was submitted to me, my staff, and joint interveners, and I have Mr. Tanner Wolfram's testimony, and I think I only have his settlement testimony.
Okay. As to the discovery pieces, you just have the pieces that you responded to?
That's correct.
Okay. And just to be clear, I think Mr. Gish asked you about your direct and your settlement testimony. I assume your testimony in response to those discovery requests is unchanged as well?
Yes.
Okay. If I note anything that needs correction, let me know. I do have a couple of questions about some of that later on, so I just wanted to be clear. If you could refer to your direct at page 5, just so we can be, you've already agreed, and I appreciate that affordability is important, but you state that Kentucky Power's and AEP's shared strategic vision, I think that's starting at line 21, is improving customers' lives with reliable, affordable power, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I may have cut you off. You started to explain you didn't think you've used the word affordability, but you agree that it is important for a number of reasons?
Yes.
Okay. Could you explain some of the reasons it's important?
Sure. So, I mean, affordability is very important to us in Kentucky. In fact, it is in all of our entire Appalachian region. It has been for a number of years, but also what we're seeing now is that it's becoming a topic across the country as our other operating companies are experiencing, as well as other utilities. And then, that's because the price of energy and everything else has gone up, interest rates and the price of groceries and everything else. And so it goes back to what I was saying to Mr. West, that we are keenly aware of what's going on in our territory and continually trying to find ways to balance what we need to operate our company and provide power to folks, and while also balancing that impact in rates.
When you say what's going on in our territory, you're referring to some of the financial hardships?
And the whole economic story, really. It's not just electricity. I mean, we have a low labor participation rate. We have higher unemployment than other parts of the state. Another reason why we so desperately need more economic development in our area. Just the housing is an issue that, some of your clients and we work together on that, but we have, we're seeing these high usage numbers come in with our customers, which is partially why we propose the rate design that Witness Spaeth can talk about. And, just overall economics from the terrain that we serve. It's a difficult terrain to serve. Customers live far apart on our circuits. It's very rural. So there are a lot of things that go into affordability, in my opinion.
Yeah. There are a few themes that I've seen come up a few times that I'm going to touch on in just a minute, but a couple you just mentioned. Low labor participation rates, high unemployment, along with that low income.
Yes, thank you. I meant to say low income. Yes, you're right. We're below, the income level is below the average.
Yeah, and you mentioned housing stock, specifically poor quality of housing stock.
Yes.
A lot of older homes, a lot of poorly insulated homes, something that's you've heard a lot about.
Older homes, modular homes, electric heated, poor heating systems. I mean, the majority of a customer's bill is likely going to be their heating or cooling system. Again, that's something that we're always trying to educate customers on, that, they need to have the resources to make those fixes as well.
Thank you. One of the other issues that affordability is, so those are all sort of, affordability for its own sake. It's important for ratepayers to be able to afford their bills, right?
Yes.
But aside from that, it's important for the purpose of economic development, you mentioned as well, correct?
Affordability is
Yes.
important. I'm sorry. Yes. I mean, that is the key to all of this. If we want to change Eastern Kentucky, we are going to need to attract industry back to the region, and with that, that brings jobs for people, for residential customers. It brings subsidiary businesses, downstream operations, perhaps in some cases. It also brings load to the power company, which has a positive effect on rates overall.
And higher rates presumably make it harder to attract that economic development.
Well, as I said already, I disagree with those statements that are being made because I think our industrial rates are still very competitive. And we have, we have a lot of skin in the game in economic development. We are at the table with prospects. And it's typically not the rate, the electric rate, that is the challenge. It can be something about site readiness or just available sites. I mean, we are challenged in eastern Kentucky because of our mountains. It could be other infrastructure like water and sewer or highways. I mean, there are a number of factors that make it a little more challenging in eastern Kentucky to attract economic development. But I will not let that stop us from trying because, I mean, I hear people say, well, we'll never get. And I think that it's so unfortunate that people say that because we need everybody working together, our state legislators, the people in this room, the county judge executives, the nonprofit organizations, to work together on economic development. And I heard, I was having a little bit of trouble hearing Mrs. Griffith's idea, but that's actually an idea that we've discussed before, have these forums, like, we do talk to all of these people, but maybe it does need to be, in eastern Kentucky. I mean, that doesn't solve everything, that brings everybody together in a room, but certainly those types of collaborative ways of working would be really important right now.
Yeah, I heard Ms. Griffith on that as well, and that's something I wanted to return to. But back on economic development specifically, so we've already covered Mr. Newcomb's no longer with the company. He was the VP Regulatory and Finance, right?
That's right.
Okay. And he had just started with the company back in August of '24.
Yes.
Correct? Okay, so he wasn't with the company all that long.
No, just over a year.
Okay. His background was in business admin and accounting, specifically had an MBA and various financial analysis positions previously, correct?
I think so.
Okay.
I don't recall exactly.
Subject to check.
Yeah.
But you adopted certain pieces of his testimony?
Yes, one
Okay.
piece, yes.
So I think you said you have that up there with you. If you could refer to page 14 of his testimony at lines 3 to 4. Let me know when you're there.
Well, to be honest, I actually don't have page 14 because mine ended, and I think somehow mine ends at 13.
Okay.
I got a small portion of 14.
Can I provide Ms. Wiseman with a copy? Thank you.
Thank you. And do you have the notice of adoption of testimony with you, by chance?
I do not.
I just want to verify, because it states that you adopted page 7, line 18 through page 14, line 6. Since you don't have page 14, I just want to verify that is, okay, you do still adopt through line 6 of that as your testimony?
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to make sure that I didn't need to direct it to somebody else. Starting at line 3, Mr. Newcomb, and now you state that reliable and affordable power is crucial for economic activity in the service territory, correct?
That's correct.
So all things being equal, and with the caveat that you dispute the competitiveness of Kentucky Power's rates, affordability is crucial for economic development, correct?
Yes, I think any customer's looking for a rate that they would consider affordable. Yes.
Okay. I want to talk about some of the measures, and I think you discussed some of these with Mr. West, so I'll try not to be redundant. But quickly, I wanted to cover the overall increase. In your direct testimony, you expressed the need as the current rates are deficient and do not allow Kentucky Power the opportunity to earn the reasonable return, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you identify where in that?
Yes, direct at page 12, starting at line 16.
Thank you.
That was a direct quote, I think, from
Yeah,
the direct. And back to Mr. Newcomb's testimony, he explained some of the reasons in the section that you adopted, specifically starting at page 9, line 3. Sorry, I'm jumping back and forth.
That's okay.
Take all the time you need there.
I'm there.
Okay, so the two reasons he expressed for the deficiency of current rates were the loss of significant non-residential customers, correct?
Yes.
And the regulatory lag on increases to non-rider eligible rate base and increases to non-rider eligible operating and interest expense between base rate case.
Yes.
That's a mouthful. Okay, so I think number one is easy enough to understand. Could you explain number two to me a little bit there? What is meant by the regulatory lag on increases to non-rider eligible rate base?
The regulatory, so, you know, on our, overall, we have a fair amount of regulatory lag. Actually, I know this isn't testimony that I adopted, but you'll probably get a better answer from witness Wolfram on this piece. But, you know, part of our challenge is the amount of lag that we have.
Okay. Fair to say, though, the primary driver of the rate increase here isn't any additional environmental expenses that you're asking to incorporate in this case, correct?
Environmental expenses?
Yes.
I'm not sure, I'm not aware.
Not aware of any environmental expenses that are being added here.
I don't think so, but I would probably refer you to witness Tanner Wolfram to just confirm.
Okay. But the commission did recently approve additional environmental expenses in case 2025-175, right? Regarding Mitchell.
That's correct.
Okay. And the average increase from those would have been, I think, on the order of $2 per month for the average residential bill?
That's correct.
Okay. And that had to do with compliance steps necessary for the 2020 ELG rule,
I
correct?
believe that's correct, yes.
Okay. 2020 ELG rules would have been not the most recent ones, but the ones adopted during the previous Trump administration, I think, correct?
I'll take your word for it, but
Okay.
yes. Hard to keep up with.
Yeah. Needless to say, there are other expenses that may be required at Mitchell to comply with that newer ELG rule.
I guess that's a possibility, yes.
Okay, but not something that's been incorporated here,
I don't
to your
believe
knowledge.
so.
Okay. Overall, the application, so not with the settlement, but the application originally sought a $95.6 million increase. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
Okay. That was roughly 14.62, well, not roughly, precisely 14.62%.
Yes.
Okay. And along with Mr. Newcomb and Mr. Wolfram, when allocating who paid that increase, you all decided that each class should be limited to no greater than a 15% increase, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And under the application, the increase for residential would be 14.9%?
I believe that's correct, yes.
Okay. And in your settlement testimony, specifically at the bottom of page 2, you state that the settlement limits first-year increase to less than half that, correct?
Give me 1 second.
Yeah.
Oh, can you just ask the question again?
Yes, at the bottom of page 2, you state that the settlement limits first-year increase to less than half that, less than 50%, I think.
Yes.
Okay. And that's based on the overall residential allocation, which would be about 7% increase in year 1, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And the settlement itself was attached to Mr. Wolfram's testimony, so feel free to let me know if I'd better ask him about any of it. But I assume you've reviewed the settlement itself, correct?
I have.
Okay. In the settlement, it states that the average residential customer, the increase in the first year would be 8.2%.
Yes.
Okay.
I do recall seeing that, but I do think you're right. I think I wasn't directly involved in the settlement discussions. I was advised along the way, so I would recommend that witness Tanner Wolfram and witness Walsh would better serve you
Okay.
in these discussions.
Okay, I won't get into the differences there too much. I am a little curious that apparent potential discrepancy, but just generally in year two, that goes up to 9.1%. And I didn't see in there, and let me know, maybe I should ask Mr. Wolfram or Ms. Walsh, that 8.2% for the year one, I didn't see an equivalent for year two or subsequent, what an average residential customer would pay. Do you know if that's been calculated?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
So for year one,
Right.
in the body of the settlement, it states that the average residential customer who uses 1,210 kilowatt hours a month would see an 8.2% increase. I didn't see that calculation for year two or subsequently. Do you know if that's been calculated or provided?
I do not know. I would,
Okay.
again, refer you to witness Wolfram or witness Walsh.
Okay. You're the first one up there, so you get a lot of questions that I know you might just have to tell me somebody else might be better to answer. But finally, after those first 2 years, it's an 11.9% increase, and that's across the board for all classes, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Everybody sees the same increase. All right. So after summarizing the increase, just to make sure I have that right, returning to the measures to mitigate that increase, and starting with your direct, you mentioned a few, and you discussed with Mr. West, so I won't ask you to answer all about them, but you discussed personnel decisions, especially with retirements and the reorganization, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You also mentioned with him management of O&M expenses, and you talked about that a little bit, so I won't repeat that. But the other measure you mentioned specifically at page 6, starting at line 14, was implementing the new AMI, the advanced metering infrastructure, correct?
Page 6, line 14 of which testimony?
I'm sorry, your direct testimony. Thank
Yes.
you. Okay. And then at your direct testimony at page 11, starting at line 7, you described some near-term opportunities and some longer-term opportunities to advance your commitment to customers. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Among the near-term opportunities, you mentioned flex pay, residential energy block, increasing percentage of fixed costs, reversing some of the historical shift of costs from non-residential to residential, AMI again, and then the demand-side management measures approved last year in 2024-115.
That's correct.
Okay. I wanted to discuss some of those just a little bit, specifically the Flex Pay program, just really quickly. This is the program where customers prepay for their use of energy, in short, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
They have the option to do that.
The option, yes, thank you. It's a voluntary
It is a
program.
voluntary program. It's another tool that we can offer customers as a result of being able to install AMI.
Okay. And I can ask Ms. Coburn more about this. I think she's the one who
She is the
talked
witness.
about
Mhm.
AMI.
Yes.
Okay. But AMI hasn't rolled out yet.
No, it hasn't. We will start that this year. You know, it was just approved in the past year. We've been finishing up some of the logistics in the contract, and there's communication infrastructure that has to be installed. But we will start rolling out meter installations later this year.
You don't
Okay.
have any AMI currently.
We do not.
Do you know when you plan to install the first AMI meters, roughly?
It'll be more toward the later part of this year.
Okay. And do you know how long it'll take to provide AMI to all of your customers?
It will take up to 4 years.
Okay.
Yeah, 3 or 4 years.
And just to be clear, so FlexPay is not available until AMI is installed at somebody's,
Yes, it's not, you know, we just, from technology, we can't offer it.
yeah. And the rates for FlexPay or prepay are the same as the traditional pay
Yes.
customers? Okay.
It's, you know, it's a way of giving, and certainly Witness Coburn can speak to this better, but it's a way of giving customers an opportunity if, if there's if they would have a disconnect notice, or if it's just the way they manage their household budget, that they can pay, a little bit at a time on their, we often, because we offer a lot of tools like this too to help customers, like payment arrangements and payment extensions. And when we have conversations with those customers, they often say, well, I just need until Thursday or Friday, and then I can pay. And so this way, this gives customers an opportunity to pay in small increments, and, avoid any other, they don't have to take from the rest of their budget to pay their power bill, as one example.
They have to pay before using the energy though, correct?
Yeah, but I think it's like, very automatic, and, you could do daily, right? You could go in and pay towards your power bill on a daily basis.
You can make small payments on the traditional pay right now,
You
correct?
could, yes,
Okay.
sure.
You mentioned one of the causes of the deficiency in ROE was regulatory lag or lag in general, correct? Would prepayments be of benefit to the company by reducing that lag in payment as well?
I can't answer that. I don't know that we've analyzed that. Again, I foresee these as being really small, single customer pay, mostly residential customers that would prepay small increments. It's a bill that's already due, perhaps. So I don't know the answer to that.
Well, to be clear, it's not a bill that's already due. They're paying in advance for their power, right?
Right, but I'm just saying they perhaps have received a bill. I don't know. There could be a variety of certain circumstances there.
Okay. Wanted to move on to some of the other mitigation measures, the near-term things we discussed specifically. You mentioned the residential energy block here. That means the declining block, the lower energy charge after the first 600 kilowatt hours. Is that what was being referred to?
Yes.
Okay. So that means higher rates for the first 600 kilowatt hours, I think specifically, as proposed still, 15.75 cents per kilowatt hour, correct?
Yes.
And then after that, it would be, prior to the settlement, 12.606 cents, correct?
I believe that's correct. Yes.
Okay, subject to check. Before getting into the effect of this, the overall effect of the application was that 14.62%, but lower usage customers could potentially see a higher percent increase based on that.
In the customer charge? No, I'm sorry.
Based on the customer charge and the declining block rate, if they're using lower than the average amount, they could potentially see a higher bill increase, correct?
Could you repeat that?
Based on the combination of the increased customer charge compared to the current customer charge, as well as the higher rate up front for those first 600 kilowatt hours, lower usage customers could potentially see a greater increase than some of the higher usage customers, correct?
I'm not really following. I don't know for sure. The mechanics of this were designed by a witness, Spaeth, and he knows it inside and out, and probably be the better witness to walk you through the various details
Okay.
of this and the fixed cost, the whole
Okay.
rate design piece.
Fair to say it would be hard to say just by looking at the rate design how much a customer's bill will increase under this proposal. You can't say off the top of your head whether somebody using less energy will see a higher percent increase, right?
Again, witness Spaeth might have that analysis. I don't have that in front of me. I will say that when this idea came about, it was to really benefit our high usage customers, which, as we've talked about, are the ones that, we're seeing people who live in very small homes that have very high usage. And it is a way to, and that's what I said earlier, I wish people would read beyond the headline of the impact of the rate percentage and see some of the programs like the list you're going through, because I do think that it will be very beneficial to some of our lower income customers who have high usage. And that is the intent behind this, is to find ways to help them. But for the mechanics of it, I think there are others who worked on it much more closely than I did.
Okay. Well, maybe just a quick example from the settlement then. The settlement uses the same mechanic with slightly different rates, correct? It has
Yes.
that declining energy block
That's
still.
correct.
Okay. In the settlement, it states that that average user, we already agreed, at 1,210 kilowatt hours would see an 8.2% increase. Just after that, it states that a residential customer with monthly usage of 2,500
Can you
kilowatt
point-
hours.
Can you identify where it is?
Sure.
Exactly you're reading from?
This is actually in Mr. Wolfram's settlement testimony at page 6. But if you don't have that with you, just are you familiar, a higher usage customer would, you just stated, see a lower percent increase, correct?
Your Honor, the witness already said that there are other people who could better testify to the specifics of how the rate mechanics work. And in fact, he's reading from somebody else's testimony here. So I would ask that, I mean, this is a better question.
She
for
can
Ms.
answer
Wolfram.
if she knows, and if she doesn't, it
The
can.
witness also just stated she knows that this was aimed at decreasing prices for higher usage customers, correct?
That's correct.
Yes.
Okay. And are you familiar that a customer using 2,500 kilowatt hours would only see a 4% increase?
I will take your word for it. Yes, I see it here in Mr. Wolfram's testimony.
Okay. Fair to say it's hard to determine on its face exactly who is going to see the greater percent increase. You have to ask, you said I should ask Mr. Spaeth about that, correct?
Yes.
So it's something you couldn't tell me off the top of your head.
Who is going to, I'm sorry,
Could an average customer figure out, based on this settlement, how much their bill is going to increase percentage-wise?
probably, they probably could.
You couldn't tell me just
I
now.
mean, I think it depends again on their usage.
Okay,
I mean, it depends on their bill and their usage, and I mean, I don't know if the customer could figure that out or not.
okay, fair enough. You also mentioned in those near-term mitigating measures, the increase in the percentage of bills being fixed costs, correct?
Can you repeat that?
You mentioned in those near-term opportunities to mitigate the impacts, the increase in the fixed costs as an opportunity to mitigate, correct?
Yeah. Are we back to my direct testimony now?
Yeah,
Okay.
and that was,
Page 11.
yes, page 11, those bullet points. The next one after that energy
Yes.
block was increasing percentage of fixed costs. Okay. And similar to the declining block, it also means those with lower usage have less opportunity to decrease their bill by using less, correct? If more of that is fixed?
I mean, I'll take your word for it, but again, witness Spaeth would be the best witness to answer your questions on the various ins and outs of this rate design.
Okay. The next thing you mentioned was reversing some of the historical shift of costs from non-residential to residential. Can you describe what you mean there?
That was just smoothing out some of the previous subsidies that we've had.
Subsidies from residential to other classes?
Shifts from non-residential to residential customers.
Okay. So smoothing some of that out, in other words, reversing some of the subsidy from non-residential to residential?
Oh, I think I'm saying that wrong. The smoothing out comes in the opposite way.
Okay,
Again, and witness Wolfram can certainly answer these questions.
okay. In the application, you capped the residential increase to 15%, correct?
Yes,
For residential specifically. But for all classes, nobody saw an increase over 15%.
that's correct.
In fact, I think IGS, or Industrial General Service, was the only class that saw a 15% increase, correct? Do you recall?
I'm sorry, I think you just, you confused me on your line of questioning, because I thought you said all saw a 15% increase.
All were capped at a 15%
capped at
increase, correct?
15%, yeah.
Do you recall, some of the other classes saw lower increases than 15%, right?
I will take your word for that, yes, but again, witness Wolfram can
Okay.
straighten you out on that.
Okay. And all classes in the settlement see that 11.9% increase after the deferred tax liability offset, correct?
Again, I would refer you to witness Wolfram on that.
Okay. You also mentioned AMI, and we talked about that just a minute ago, but specifically in this context, you mentioned reducing operational expenses incurred with the current meters, correct?
In, where do you see that? I'm sorry?
I believe that is part of your testimony at page 11. If not, forgive me.
Well, and what I'm seeing is implementing AMI to provide customers greater visibility into their usage, and
Okay.
I state the case order. But witness Coburn, witness Ross could both talk to you about AMI implementation and how that changes the operations of our business.
Okay. Fair to say you haven't seen any decrease in operations expense due to AMI yet, since it hasn't been rolled out, right?
AMI has not been installed yet.
Okay.
Correct. We just received the order in the past few months.
Okay. And then last you mentioned the DSM from the previous program, correct? That was approved last year?
Yes.
And the company has filed an update to that, correct, recently?
I believe that's correct,
That's
yes.
still pending. So I won't go into the merits of that case, but just some of the facts from that. So far, the HEIP, the residential program, has only seen about 53 energy audit requests. Does that sound familiar? Are you familiar with how that rollout has gone?
I do not know specific numbers, and that could have increased since then. We have rolled out some additional marketing. But overall, yes, I think we're having a little difficulty getting customers to engage, which is
Okay.
not a surprise.
Okay. And that's below the targets anyway from that previously approved case so
I mean, it
far.
could be at this point, but I think, we're just getting started in it, in my opinion. So I'm hopeful that we will be able to increase those numbers and engage more customers.
And you said you've rolled out some additional marketing.
Yes, I think it was part of all of the plan, but just, I know in the past couple of months, there have been some additional promotional emails and so forth that have gone out to encourage customers to participate.
Okay. Pause for just a minute. All right. Switching gears from those mitigating measures, you also mentioned in your direct testimony listening sessions that occurred, I think, last year, correct? Prior to the filing of this case?
We started them in the past year. Yes.
Okay. And that's specifically, you mentioned those at page 7, if you need to refer to your testimony for any reason, starting at line 6. And then we inquired about, the joint interveners inquired about those listening sessions, and you responded in joint interveners 1-3.
Yes,
Do you have that
I do.
response out there with you? Okay.
Yes.
I think those were invite-only sessions, is that right? They weren't open to the public?
Right.
Okay. There were several ideas in response to, so JI 13E asked about some of the ideas that the company heard at those listening sessions, correct? And I don't think there are any surprises but some of the themes that I saw in there included things that we've talked about already. So weatherization and housing stock,
Yes,
something that came up a number of times.
yes.
Another was education, transparency, and understanding rate structures. And I think that's something you've mentioned too, wanting to do better outreach to read beyond the headlines, you've said several times.
Yes, I mean, and what I said too was what I've heard from the recent public hearing sessions getting ready for this case, is that there's a lot of, I mean, regulated utilities are complicated businesses. I think everybody knows that, and it's difficult to understand. And but I believe that we have to do a better job. Kentucky Power, really, all utilities probably could do a better job on explaining how our business operates. The need for transparency was a theme that continued to come up. We're pretty transparent business. I mean, we, all of our books are examined through this case and highly regulated by this commission and others. So there's some work there to do, certainly. And then, yes, I mean, we heard from all of the community sessions that the need to communicate more, communicate better, do more explaining and understanding. And so that's an area that we're going to focus on. It takes time and resources to pull that together, and then we have to find ways to get customers to really listen and engage with that information. That has been a challenge for us in the past.
Yeah. One of the things you mentioned there was the examination in this case, correct? And your books are open and transparent. Ms. Griffith notwithstanding, it's probably kind of hard for the average citizen to dig through a filing such as
Absolutely.
this, though, correct?
It's hard for the average operating company president at times.
So what steps has the company taken to sort of continue those listening sessions to date? Do you have plans for further sessions?
Oh, yes, absolutely. So years ago, not years ago, but in 2018, 2019, I think, we had similar groups established, and we called them community advisory panels, and we tend to call them that now too. And I think another utility in Kentucky has them as well. And so they were, we put those together, and this time to bring stakeholders who represent customers. A lot of nonprofits were involved. We invited Mountain Association as one, community action agencies, different nonprofits, Habitat for Humanity, United Way, some of those groups, and some business representation to some local chambers. And, we just put together a list of people that we knew in the communities that we thought would be honest with us and candid with us. And so we brought them together. We're having 3 of them in 3 different locations in our territory. And so we've done 2 rounds of those. We started it last summer. We had another round later this past year. So that's a total of 6 meetings. And then in December, we did, because of the holidays and all the other activities, instead of pulling these people together, because they're being very generous with their time, we did a virtual session, invited all of the members that are here to mainly talk about securitization legislation, to brief them on where we were with that. And we will continue those. We have continued to ask, we've continued to revise the invitation list. So as we think of other people, or if certain folks are choosing not to engage or unable to engage, they may send a representative. So it's typically a small group, kind of like a informal focus group without having to pay them to participate. So they're proving to be pretty valuable. And you will hear me say over and over again that we need more partnerships in Eastern Kentucky to change the overall dynamic. And that's part of this. Some of this, we're learning about their clients and people that they represent who are our customers. And we will, continue to try to do this and and have, bring up different topics. Like, we previewed the base rate case with them. The first one, we simply focused on communications, which is why we got a lot of that feedback on how can we do better? What are the areas, that people are not hearing about?
So a couple things there. You mentioned a number of different groups that were involved or have been invited. Just to make sure, one interest area I didn't hear mentioned, but want to make sure, I think has been invited housing advocates like HDA, Homes. I'm not sure if FAHE has been invited to those.
I'm not sure if they have. We have, that's a good idea. It's not,
Yeah.
that I can say that we will continue to probably revise the list and add more people to it as we see how the interest goes. I mean, that's what happened in the last time that we did this in 2019, whenever it was, that the interest was starting to wane on people. They were giving us a lot of their time. And so once we had run these for a few years and had gone through a lot of topics, the attendance was starting to fall off. And then the pandemic hit, which we were so we tried for a while to do some virtual communications and some electronic communications, and then it fizzled. So we've been wanting to restart them in some form or fashion for a while now, and we were finally able to do that this past year.
Okay.
But the housing organizations, yes, they've been included. Scott McReynolds and Seth Holmes, or Seth Long from Holmes is on both, and they have attended at least. I don't know if they attended both in Hazard. I can see them, but I don't remember if they were there. I think the Appalachian Service Project folks maybe, but they were invited because we do support them through our foundation. We've been quite involved in the Governor's High Ground Initiative, and so, as have they. And so not only are we giving foundation dollars, but we're also volunteering with some of those organizations when we can. We've tried to align ourselves very closely with these housing organizations.
And I heard you say you plan to continue those meetings. Is the company willing to commit to some sort of regular schedule for those meetings now that there seems to be interest again?
I think we have a regular schedule. I think we've decided on 3 or 4 times a year. I'm just not sure what we've decided and where the next one, to be honest, is landing on my calendar. But my Vice President of External Affairs and Customer Service is in charge of those. But yes, we do commit to continuing them.
Who is the VP of External Affairs?
Amy
Is that
Elliott.
Amy? Okay.
Mhm.
Sorry, Miss Elliott.
Miss Elliott.
Is the company willing to contemplate maybe sending out an agenda in advance so that folks can know what's to be discussed and come prepared?
Sure. I am presuming that we do, but I don't know if you know something I don't, but typically we prepare agendas for meetings, so I think we, most likely provided advanced materials this is an opportunity for us to learn, for the company to learn, not as much for us to educate the community. We want to hear their ideas and what we can do. And so, yes, we're completely open to that kind of communication.
And to that end, if those groups had, say, experts that they wanted to bring to have you hear from, you'd be willing to entertain that as well?
Of course, yes, and some of them have sent representatives if they weren't able to attend. The University of Pikeville is sending a representative. There have been a couple, I think someone from one of the banks has sent a representative a couple times, so sure.
Okay, that's promising. I'm interested to see what comes of that.
Yep.
Shifting just a little bit back to AEP, you stated earlier you report directly to the CEO of AEP?
I do.
Okay. And as a wholly owned subsidiary, all of your equity investment comes directly from AEP. I assume some of the debt may not come directly from AEP, or is all of your debt lending directly from AEP as well?
I'm not sure about that. I would
Okay.
recommend you talk to Witness Mesner about that.
Okay. You're probably somewhat familiar with AEP's operations as a whole.
Yes.
Okay. Like to show you a document really quickly. Pull it up for everybody to see. Oh, that was quick. You guys are on it. Does this look familiar to you at all? Are you familiar with this document?
Yes.
Okay, could you describe what this is?
It looks like a press release announcing third quarter earnings
Okay.
for AEP.
And I assume since you report directly to the CEO, you're responsible for reporting, say, Kentucky Power's contribution to profits, your return to AEP for inclusion in things like this?
Yes, but the Kentucky Power has not paid a dividend to the parent in some years.
Okay. Overall, though, this one was a press release for the third quarter of this past year. AEP earned a overall profit of $972 million, though, correct?
Yes, that's what it says.
In that quarter. And it looks like that's similar to the same in the third quarter of last year. Correct?
That does look correct, yes.
Okay. And just because there's some abbreviations here, that first line says 2025 GAAP earnings of $972 million. GAAP, that stands for generally accepted accounting principles. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure I have that. And that earnings would be profits, not like gross revenue, correct?
I believe that's correct, yes.
Okay. And then the next paragraph mentions an investment plan that AEP has over the next 5 years, planning to spend $72 billion in capital expenses, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that's based on a long-term growth of 7 to 9% for AEP as a whole, correct?
That is what it says, yes.
Okay. Is Kentucky Power expecting significant growth over the next 5 years?
I'm not sure about significant growth, but I do expect that we will see some growth in our region, mostly due to all the data center activity that is going on around the country in the next 5 years. I mean, that could be.
Expect to see 7 to 9% growth in
For
Kentucky Power?
No, I
Okay.
don't think so.
And part of that investment is in AEP's transmission system, that $72 billion, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Specifically, let's see, scrolling down to page 2.
Before you start, give the witness an opportunity to read this.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
This is a long document, I believe, correct?
This is about a 10-page document.
Yeah.
The witness stated she was familiar with at least. But yeah, I can slow down. I'm not trying to skip over too much here.
Do you have a printed copy of it?
I don't have a printed copy. I apologize. My printing facilities at my office are not great.
If the witness needs time to look at it, I was going to take a break after this questioning.
I'm glad to, yeah, and I'm almost done with all of my questioning. I can share it by email, and if any corrections if this doesn't appear to
Well,
be
we
a
can
true
make it right now.
copy.
I'd prefer to not have the hearing continue for weeks on end after the case, right? If he has a question about a document, if we can provide a document to the witness, that's fine. But I mean,
If she can't answer the questions and would like some time, I was going to offer a break.
I appreciate that.
Um,
But if you're capable of answering these questions based on a quick review of this detailed document, that's.
Yeah, I'm not able to read it that quickly. I haven't looked at it in quite a long time. But, we can,
Well, just one more question, and if you can't answer, that's fine. So AEP's peak demand is growing to 65 gigawatts, it states, from a current peak of 37. And of that 72 billion, the company is investing 30 billion in transmission assets, correct?
that's what it says, yes.
Okay. And you already stated, transmission is not, even within Kentucky Power's territory, overseen by you, correct?
I mean, it's not, but we work collaboratively and we do have projects in our territory.
Okay. Do you know how these new transmission costs will be allocated among the AEP operating companies?
I mean, I can't say specifically of this cost that you mentioned, but we do have, projects in our territory that we will start to see over, some are pending, some will be coming before the commission, over the next few years. So I don't know what that dollar breakdown is at the top.
Okay. But Kentucky Power pays a portion of AEP's overall transmission expenses, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So some portion, even of the projects not in Kentucky Power's territory, may be paid by Kentucky Power.
That's correct.
Okay. That's all I had about that. And like I said, I'll be happy to email that as soon as we hit a break here. Just one more moment. I think I have just one or two more brief questions for you. Let me double check, sorry. Back to the settlement really quickly. Most of my questions have been about the application, but to be fair, the settlement is somewhat lower than the application, correct?
I'd say that it's significantly lower, yes.
Okay. Well, down from 15% for residential to 11.9% prior to that deferred tax liability offset, right?
Well, it would be more around 7 to 7.8% for residentials in the first year, including the DTL.
Okay. But absent that DTL, it's closer to that 11.9, 12%?
I think that's correct, yes.
Okay. And I think you stated it was your position that there are provisions in the settlement that the commission could not dictate absent the settlement, correct?
I'm not sure what you're referring to, but I would also refer you to witness Wolfram to walk you through the mechanics of that.
Okay, well, at your settlement testimony at page 3, lines 15 to 16, you state that the deferred tax liabilities would not be otherwise achievable outside the settlement process.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, that's
Okay.
correct. That's part of the settlement discussion.
Okay. What is your basis for asserting that those DTLs could not be approvable by the commission outside of the settlement?
They weren't part of the case. They weren't part of the original case.
Okay, because they weren't part of the original application, even if they were brought up by evidence within the case, it's the company's position they couldn't be approved by the commission?
I mean, that's my understanding. I'm not an attorney. I think that requires a
Yes.
little more. And also, witness Wolfram would probably be a better witness
Okay.
for that.
Sorry, that sounded like I was calling for legal opinion. It is the company's position that that would not be approvable absent.
I believe it's.
It's still a legal question, though.
It's her assertion. If I can't ask questions about her assertion or settlement testimony, then I'd ask that that portion be struck.
Would you restate your question?
Is it the company's position that the DTLs would not otherwise be achievable outside the settlement process?
I mean, that's my understanding.
Okay. Are there any other provisions in the settlement that could not otherwise be granted by the commission?
I'm not aware of any, but again, witness Wolfram could confirm.
Okay. And I think you discussed this with Mr. West briefly, but I want to be clear that the deferred tax liabilities are reductions that would be provided in later years absent this provision, correct?
Can you repeat that for text?
Absent the DTL provisions in this settlement, those deferred tax liabilities are benefits, reductions in revenue that would be provided over a longer period of time, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so this is just front-ending reductions that would be seen anyway.
That's correct.
Okay, and as part of that front-ending, the company is also seeking a return on those DTLs, correct?
That would be correct.
Okay.
And I think the beauty of this arrangement, quite frankly, is to, this gives immediate relief. These are short-term relief for customers while we continue to work on longer-term solutions such as economic development and other creative. I mean, we admit that we are being very creative with some of these rate designs and some of these ideas, but we have to be because of the circumstances that we are in with our territory.
No further questions, just scanning to make sure. Thank you very much.
Okay, so let's take a 15-minute break, and then we'll come back with any questions by Cassia. All right, 15 minutes. record now. In case number 2025-257, Kentucky Power. And we were about to offer the opportunity for a cross-exam by Cassia.
Yes, good morning, Your Honor, no questions.
Okay, thank you. SWVA.
Hello, Your Honor. My name is Alex Gonzalez with Banian Corporate Attorneys representing SWVA. We have no questions.
Okay, staff.
Yes, we do have some questions. You'd indicated earlier that you reported directly to the AEP CEO. Does the AEP CEO hold any formal position with Kentucky Power?
We have individual boards, and so yes, he's considered the chair of the board,
And he is not the CEO of Kentucky Power, because my understanding was the last CEO of AEP was also the CEO of Kentucky Power. Was that correct? Or is that incorrect?
can you repeat the
Was
last?
the previous CEO of AEP that's also the CEO of Kentucky Power?
No, the operating company titles have been president and COO for a while,
Okay.
yeah.
So the current CEO of AEP doesn't hold any position other than chairman of the board?
Right, but he is on the Kentucky Power, a governing board too. So he participates on that, as do I, as do others.
The Kentucky Power Governing Board, is that the
I don't know if
board?
that's exactly what it's called, but it's we have its own advisory board. So,
Is that like the board, like the corporate board? or-
yeah, it's a corporate.
Okay, so you're on the board, the CEO of AEP, and who else is on the board?
There is a list of people, other executives at AEP, and then also including Amy Elliott, our Vice President of External Affairs and Customer Service.
How many other people from AEP? You said a list.
I don't recall the total. count.
Approximately,
Probably 10 or so, I think, yeah.
and does that board have the legal authority to act on behalf of Kentucky Power in the same way that a board of a non-fully owned subsidiary would act?
Well, AEP is our parent company, so that's a legal question, but I think the answer would be yes. I'm not exactly sure of that, but, the people who are on that, including my boss, we do work closely with that. The decision-making lies with me and my team at Kentucky Power, more so than ever with our new CEO. He very much wants us to be operating our companies and, running our companies with, the best decisions. Of course, we use a lot of people to seek advice from and guidance from at all levels in the corporation.
And that's kind of what I was actually, the question that I was getting at is, who holds like the ultimate authority to make decisions? I guess if you had a separate corporation, you'd have the CEO appointed by the board, with the CEO making decisions and, being held accountable to the board in some way.
I do feel accountable to the board, obviously, because AEP has a board of directors also, but as far as making the decisions, I am the one who is ultimately responsible for making decisions for Kentucky Power.
And do you have are there any kind of, are there established controls, policies, or procedures that govern the decisions that you're able to make without consulting the board or without consulting the CEO versus decisions that you're able to make, on your own?
It's typically more that we make the decisions and inform of those. We don't really, could have a lot of answers, but, if I want to install AMI meters, that would be Kentucky Power's idea. That would be up to us to figure out how to make that happen. And then, we do, for like capital dollars, we do rely on the parent company for that. So we'd have to get that authorization from them.
I was going to ask about that in a second, but I guess I was more asking about, is there a specific established policy that governs
Probably.
the decisions
I'm not
you're able to
sure. Yeah, I'm sure there is I'm sure there is something.
Do you know what that is?
I mean, not off the top of my head, I do not.
I guess I guess I was wondering then, how do you know what decisions like that you can make on your own? I mean, obviously you wouldn't go out and sign a contract for like $1 billion generation facility, I'm assuming. Is that correct?
$1 billion generation facility, would I sign a contract on my own? I would most certainly consult others on that and get advice, and certainly my boss would be informed of those decisions. I mean, he's pretty engaged in our, even in our day-to-day actions. He's probably more so than any CEO I've seen in my history here. So certainly, I mean, the decision would be whether it's a good decision for us to make or not. He will tell me, it's your business to run, it's your customers, you need to make the decisions on what's best for the business and what's best for our customers. And so, again, it's more of informing AEP on what our plans are and, seek their help in accomplishing it.
And I understand it, I guess, and I'm just trying to understand a little better, like how you know what actions you can take independently versus what actions you would need specific approval from the CEO or the board. How do you know where an action that you want to take falls within that spectrum?
Well, I mean, I don't think there's any one particular threshold or project, but certainly, we have a strategic plan at Kentucky Power that's built out over the course of the year and starting to work, on a longer-term plan too. We're always refreshing that, and so, again, it's about informing and consulting with not just my boss, but other members of the executive leadership team. I don't know how to specifically answer your question if there's not a one document or a form or a policy that I can think of. I mean, there are policies that exist, obviously, but it's really more that we run our companies and inform and seek, obviously for capital investments and so forth like that, we have to get approval for.
I guess, just as some examples, just some specific decisions, just to better understand, how the decision-making is made at Kentucky Power. You mentioned a strategic plan. What is that?
It's our business plan that we use to set our goals for the year and how we will execute on those and how they will be measured. And they cover, a lot of different topics from safety, customer satisfaction, reliability metrics, other, environmental, professional development is included. I mean, those are sections in our business plan.
And who prepares the strategic plan?
I did with my team at Kentucky.
Okay. And do you utilize people from the services companies to prepare that, or is that something that you all prepare?
No, we did that solely on our own.
Okay.
Yes.
And do you do that every year?
Yes, especially going forward. This was this type of business plan that we have in place now was something new that our CEO brought, and each operating company has its own, and probably each business unit, like the transmission group and others, have it as well. But and then we actually do present it to the AEP board after it's finalized. But it was 100% our own creation, and we did the work on it.
And I guess he started in 2024, so this is a new thing, but the intent is that that's going to happen every year.
Absolutely, yes.
And what time of year does that strategic plan get submitted?
They were, for this year, we, it was more toward the fourth quarter, I believe. I'm not sure when we finished it. We worked on it for, a good couple of months. And we continue to, I'm not sure that it's a business plan that will really ever be finished. we continue to revise it and, you know, make adjustments as we need to. It's just a working document for us to go by. You know, it's,
And when you submit it, is there any kind of approval process for that plan?
no, not necessarily an approval process. No, it's just feedback. You know, like, well, you might want to think about this, or, you know, so-and-so utility is doing this. You might, you know, those types of, it's just advice and guidance.
And how does that advice come? Like, or I guess, who do you submit that to?
In this case, I mean, I met one-on-one with Bill Furman, my boss, the CEO, and I don't recall exactly who else was in the room at the time. We have a lot of, you know, we meet weekly with him virtually. His direct reports do, so we're constantly talking about our business plans. But to say when we presented, it was sometime in the fourth quarter, I think. You know, but it's, you know, it's a constant point of conversation.
So you
For all
present
of
it in the
us.
fourth quarter, you meet with him weekly and discuss it. Do you discuss each week?
Well, yeah, I mean, we don't discuss specifically just the business plan. It's just a weekly update call that we have with Mr. Furman, and to inform him and the others on the call, my peers at the other operating companies. I mean, we share ideas and learn from each other what we're doing. Yeah, so that's weekly, and then, of course, I mean, he's involved in other times too. He's been in Kentucky quite a bit. He's got more trips scheduled. I think I have had him about 6 or 7 times in Kentucky in the past year. So, very engaged, very interested in trying to help help us. And in fact, he's in D.C. this week, talking to some folks about securitization legislation for Kentucky Power.
And what, in DC or in Frankfurt?
He's in DC because it's a coal meeting, and there's some Kentucky folks there.
Is there any other planning document that you prepare or that Kentucky Power prepares to send to AEP to kind of indicate that this is our plan for this year or for this period of time?
So we have the business plan, then we also have the scorecard that I think witness Carlin speaks of. That is really tied to our business plan, but that's just more of a metrics-driven, keep us focused on that. It really covers the same areas of the business plan.
What kind of stuff is included in the business plan?
So it covers multiple, we have these core principles that we're following, and so, for example, like safety is one of the core principles, safe and secure employees and public, and so there are, there's, in that particular piece of it, there would be ideas for communicating and training our employees on various safety issues, and that sort of thing. And then we measure it against our incident rate that we have. We also measure against preventable vehicle accidents. I mean, safety's very important in the business that we do. I mean, so that's one example, but as I mentioned earlier, there's safety, there's customer satisfaction. We are a participant in J.D. Power, and so that's what I was saying earlier, that we survey our customers, so we see those kinds of results and get information from customers who participate in the survey around customer satisfaction. And then there's reliability metrics, and then some financial metrics, of course, and then environmental violations, if we have notice of violations in Kentucky Power. So all of those categories, and probably I'm leaving some out, but we have a plan around those on what we want to do for the year. For instance, under customer satisfaction, the community listening sessions that Mr. Gary and I talked about, would be included as one of those actionable items that we are doing.
What about, would the business plan include anything indicating, this is our expected capital budget for this year, and these are the types of projects we want to work on, and this is why, and, this is our, proposed operations and maintenance budget for this year, and, we're doing a percentage increase here, decrease here, and this is why.
I don't know how deep it goes per your question, but it does have some of that information in it, yes, on what we plan to do from, our capital budget and, for the year. So, yes, like under regulatory, we have a section there that it would talk about, future filings that we plan to pursue, or same with legislative, legislation that we plan to pursue, that sort of thing.
How does Kentucky Power's capital budget get set each year?
We have, so in the past, we have, we've called it the IRC, which is Investment Review Committee, and we prepare our projects that we need, that we would like to have. Some of them can be projects, some of them's ongoing maintenance for plants and so forth too. And then that gets, we present that, Kentucky Power presents that to some of my boss would be most likely included in that, the CFO of AEP and others are involved, and then they make decisions based on, capital allocation,
Okay, so
based on our recommendations.
you said that that's something you all used to do. Do you all still do the IRC?
We do. The reason I hesitated is because I'm not sure if there, so we have a lot of new people at AEP, and they're making some adjustments and changes. So the IRC is a long time practice at AEP, is something that we've done for as long as I can remember. So I'm not sure if it will be, I just haven't heard about this year's. They're usually in the summer. But I just haven't heard anything about it, so.
So just talking about the past, assuming that this is still going to occur.
Yeah.
You would submit the IRC in the summer. It would have your proposed projects and capital budgets. It would go to the CEO, the CFO. Who else would it go to?
We have our assistant control, I can't think of her official title, but she's the controller for AEP. My team would be participating in it. My team submits, we gather the information. So take Big Sandy plant, for instance, if the team there needed to, a few years ago, we had to replace some ductwork. And so ductwork at a power plant is really big and can be expensive. And so that would have been that type of project, a maintenance project, or a new build and generation would be something that would go into the IRC to discuss. AMI would have been something. So we make those decisions based on what we know we need to operate the business, and with always what I said earlier about trying to keep that balance in mind about what customers can afford, and so that's how the process works. We very much have say in what we want or need.
I understand that. I guess I'm just trying to understand specifically what the process is.
Yeah.
It would, and you said, mentioned bigger projects and stuff, but it would include your full capital budget for the year, is that right?
Yeah, it would.
And is it then approved at some point, or
Yes.
how is that?
They would let us know, what, and then we would go back and forth and figure out how we could, if we make it work. I would say that the asks are always bigger than the pot, and because that's coming from all of AEP, so, sometimes there's some give and take, and then you have to also consider about, what the possibility of it being recovered, or the timing of it, and is it right for customers right now? There's a lot of things that go into considering that before we even get to the presentation piece.
And I understand that there'll be back and forth, and maybe you get 100%, maybe you get 50%.
Right.
You know, but could you move forward with any capital spending until that's approved under the way it used to work?
It's typically approved for like several years out, and then we just refresh it every year. Like AMI has been, approved for the upcoming years. I would not probably, without, I would discuss with my boss about, if there's significant capital spend, but sure, some capital spend we would do
Yeah.
on our own.
But if it's a material capital spend, you wouldn't feel comfortable doing it unless it was approved through that
I
IRC process.
would most certainly speak with the CEO.
Kind of the same thing like when Kentucky Power needs financing to fund a capital project. I know you would get your equity capital, I guess, from AEP, but as far as debt, what's the decision like as to, whether or not to use equity capital versus debt to fund a project? And then how, the terms of the debt that you would be looking for?
Yeah, I'm not really sure about that. That was mentioned earlier. But witness Wolfram or witness Mesner may be better to answer those questions.
Okay, so, but you wouldn't be involved in determining the type of capital that would be used to fund a particular project?
We have been involved in that to a little bit, in investor presentations and so forth, but, not, I'm just not sure.
And is it AEP that makes the decision as to what type of capital will ultimately be used to fund a project?
I'm sorry, could you repeat?
Does AEP or people at AEP make the decision as to what type of capital would be used to fund a project?
What kind of capital?
Yeah, are we gonna use equity, are we gonna get debt, how are we gonna raise, are we gonna use short-term debt, are we gonna do a bond?
That
Offering.
certainly would be, not completely, again, that would be in consultation, Kentucky Power and the AEP team, I work closely with Witness Messner on those types of things.
Who at Kentucky Power would be involved in that?
Well, I would typically say our Vice President of Reg and Finance, but that position is vacant right now. So in the interim, it would, be Witness Wolfram and me, and then, of course, Witness Messner, who's at AEP. He's not Kentucky Power.
Do you recall being involved in any discussions of that nature regarding what to do with debt or what to do with funds that have been received?
Yes.
What was the context of that?
We have talked about different scenarios off and on, especially when we were going through the securitization process on how that would work. I wasn't directly involved in that, but certainly I think Witness Wolfram was, Tanner Wolfram.
With respect to new generation, I know Kentucky Power files an IRP with the commission pursuant to the regulation, but does Kentucky Power do any kind of resource adequacy planning on its own on an annual or semi-annual basis?
Yes, in conjunction with our AEP team, we are continually reviewing our resource adequacy. We have, I think, as we've said, the IRP process is, especially in this time, is not as helpful or informative to the commission, and but we are, because it's a long projection of and the way things have changed. But we have, we review that on a regular basis.
What's the process that Kentucky Power uses to do resource adequacy planning? Wait, I guess first off, is it annually that you all do this?
I mean, I don't know about, so, I don't know if it's annually, it's, you know, when we have, certainly when we're preparing an RFP, but we're continually looking at our operations, so I don't know what, there's a certain time frame for a process. You know, we have a pretty good strategy in place, I think, going forward on what we want to do on our generation side, and so that's required a lot of planning over the past couple years. But I don't know that there is like a specific, if there is, then I'm just not recalling it. Again, Witness Wolfram might be able to help that out a little bit.
Okay. Well, I guess
And certainly, I'm sorry, Witness Jesse is a generation witness in this case, so he may be able to.
so it sounds, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
That's okay.
So it sounds like maybe, to your knowledge, it's not maybe an annual type of planning, it's more like ad hoc. If you think you might need some sort of generation, then
Well, no, we
You'll
don't
look
really,
at it.
we don't really operate ad hoc. So, I mean, we're a little more strategic than that, but, it's just, you know, as we can know long-term, I mean, these are long-term projects, so it's not that every year we're revisiting and changing it. Once we set our strategy for our generation, I mean, that usually, takes us out for at least a few years.
But I guess, are you setting, if it takes you out a few years, you know, and then a year passes, if you were gonna plan for another few years, you need to keep kind of updating it.
Yeah,
But it
sure,
sounded
of
like
course.
there wasn't kind of that ongoing
Well, I mean, there's an
process.
ongoing discussion, but I don't know that it follows any specific process. I mean, it's based on what our needs are, and, you know, if we decide that we're going to extend the life of the Big Sandy plant, you know, for instance, that it can be extended out, then that is, that's 295 megawatts that we will have in our, you know, in our portfolio. So, I mean, it's,
So, when there's I guess, putting aside exactly how the process functions, when, you know, the AEP services team, I assume, is involved in resource planning to a significant extent. Is that accurate?
that's correct, yes.
And what do they, when they've conducted resource planning or resource adequacy planning and determined, you know, this is the steps we recommend, how is that presented to you?
I mean, through a conversation or a meeting, or we have, you know, certainly if we're going to issue an RFP for, there's a process for that, obviously, or for generation resources. I mean, that usually, you know, the RFP that we file here is the, you know, basis for that. Although, you know, sometimes that can change quickly, as we know. So, I mean, that's just, I mean, it's a collaborative effort that we work with these teams on. And, you know, there are advantages to having the AEP parent offer some of these services, because I don't need a resource planning team every day, all day long. So it's less expensive for me to have these resources in Columbus or wherever they may sit than have that team of people sitting in Kentucky Power. Plus, they are the real experts on that.
And I understand that, you know,
Okay.
economies of scale, but as far as, you know, once they complete the work and then present it to you, and then are you the person that then makes the decision on which generation resource to move forward with?
Yes, absolutely. And you know, and I do that with my team, and I certainly take their advice and their guidance, but if they come to us and say that you all need to just go all wind, because that's what the economics say, I mean, they're not going to do that, but that would be, you know, those kinds of things that we know what will work in our territory, and we know what's best for our customers. We know what we can do from just the financial standpoint. So those types of considerations are usually what drives the decision.
And so it's presented to you, then you would you then incorporate that into your IRC to then get approval from?
Most likely, yes. I mean, that would be the part of the process, yes.
Or is there a separate process when you're talking about something as large as like a generation resource that goes through a different AEP process?
I mean, there can be decisions made outside of the IRC process, but especially with our new CEO, but I mean, he wants to move fast and he wants to get things done and improve reliability, and so sometimes he may make some decisions about, when and how we're spending capital dollars outside of the IRC cycle. And he's only been with us for about a year and a half, so we've been through one IRC presentation with him, I think.
There was mention in the testimony, and I don't know if it was yours or not, but it was about a plan to potentially file a CPCN for a 450 megawatt combustion turbine unit. Are you familiar with that testimony?
Can you identify the testimony?
I'm not sure whose testimony it is. I'm familiar with the project, and I know we participated in an informal conference with the commission and informed of those plans many months ago.
I just to better understand the decision-making, I guess, because I know it's hard to deal in hypotheticals and how things, came to you and decisions were made, but just with respect to this particular unit, how was the need for that unit conveyed to you, or that this was the option that was appropriate to move forward with?
It started with the IRP process, and from that IRP process, we ran an RFP, and we were not getting good results from it. And once we did further analysis, it was clear to us that building our own generation was the best option for customers, rather than trying to continue to purchase off the market or any other option. So that's how we came to the decision to do that. And
But was it, were there options and were there different scenarios and different resource options that were presented to you for a decision, or was it presented to you as we found this is the most economic and we're seeking your approval for that?
I'm loath to interrupt the commission staff, but no case has been filed and no decision has been made. The testimony in Mr. Wolfram's testimony, I think you're on page 38, talking about the intending to submit an application. All of these questions will be addressed in that case. But I just
An application for what?
for the intends to submit an application for a CPCN.
So you just filed the notice of intent, you haven't filed the actual case?
We haven't filed anything.
January 5th.
That was for the Mitchell's cooling tower replacement.
Oh, that's what I thought you said.
No, I said the question about the new generation resource that Mr. Bellamy is asking
Okay.
about, that case has not been
Okay.
filed and has not been, the decisions haven't been made and the analysis is not complete. So I think, we want to talk hypothetically about how such a decision would be made, but no decision has actually been made yet. And then once the decision is made, we'll come to the commission and present all the evidence, and that at this point, that is still in.
I guess
the best way to describe it is still in process.
Yeah, and I understand, and if that's the answer, then I guess I'm just trying to understand the decision-making process more generally, which obviously that's hard to do in a vacuum, but when you're talking about a specific decision, then it's, easier to understand.
Understood.
Yeah. If she can answer the questions,
I mean-
fine, and if she can't, then we'll move on.
I think I'm repeating myself at this point, but the decision-making process lies within Kentucky Power. I have the ultimate authority there, work with my team very closely. We determine what is needed for our customers and the company, and then, of course, we receive support from AEP on running analyses and running the RFPs or what, if we're talking about a generation topic. In some cases, in some cases, we make sole decisions at Kentucky Power. We don't always have to consult with the parent company. And then, because I wouldn't do otherwise, big decisions like that, especially have financial needs, would be vetted with our CFO, our CEO, and any others that might apply to whatever the topic of the project is.
Can I maybe just clarify? So is it fair to say that AEP does not direct you at the beginning of the year to do this?
That is
It's not top
absolutely
down?
true.
Is that,
Yes.
is that true?
That is absolutely true.
Does that help? Okay.
With respect to fuel purchasing, is that handled by the AEP Services Company, or is that handled in-house at Kentucky Power?
It is in conjunction with, we have, like Witness Stutler would be your person to talk about that with, but it's, he's an AEP Service Corps employee, but we certainly work closely with him.
Does he present to you, quarterly or monthly, like this is the fuel procurement practice we're intending to follow and seek your approval for that, or does he kind of just indicate this is what we've done?
There's never a time when they just indicate this is what we've done. We're always informed, consulted, we get to make the ultimate decision. But yes, we meet regularly, and, not necessarily with Witness Stutler, but that team, and I don't know, I think it's about quarterly. I'm not sure exactly. But again, Witness Stutler could tell you more about that process.
And I'm not necessarily, I was more asking about, your involvement in it, but, do you get kind of reports on performance of the fuel procurement process?
Yes, I do see those. I would say that typically that would go to our VP of Reg and Finance, which is vacant right now, but, Witness Wolfram, we have other financial people in our company who would review those as well.
With respect to dispatch decisions for units, I know you indicated with the change that, you're responsible for Kentucky Power's generation, which I think would be Big Sandy, but Mitchell, I guess, sort of falls under Wheeling, at least as far as direct. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But as far as dispatch decisions of units and, when to bid them into PJM, are those decisions that are made at the services level or at the Kentucky Power level?
Again, I think it's the same process. We have central services, but our plant managers inform. Witness Jesse would be the better witness to answer those questions.
Are you familiar, or are you aware of an allegation by the West Virginia Public Advocate related to AEP's fuel procurement in West Virginia? Specifically, the AEP purchased too much fuel for generating facilities in West Virginia, including the Mitchell generating facility, and then was required to burn the fuel when it was uneconomic to do so in order to avoid contract penalties.
I'm vaguely aware of seeing news articles, but I'm not qualified to really speak to that. Again, you may get some information from Witness Jesse on that.
And again, I didn't want to get into the substance of it, but for instance, when you became aware of it with respect to the news articles, is that something that you then took to AEP to investigate, what was going on with the fuel procurement practices, to determine if what they were doing was reasonable on behalf of Kentucky Power?
I don't recall personally being involved in those kinds of discussions. I'm sure that somebody from the Kentucky team was. It could have been Witness Wolfram, it could have been former employee Newcomb. But certainly, I'm sure that Appalachian Power spearheaded those discussions.
You think that someone did it, but you don't know for sure, I guess.
I mean, I don't know for sure, but feel pretty positive.
Would you agree the significant expense in the test year for Kentucky Power is the transmission expense paid by Kentucky Power to its AEP transmission affiliate? Is that correct?
Significant, I'm not sure, but yes, I know we have transmission expenses.
I mean, it's in excess of $100 million, I think. Does that
Sounds right.
okay? Annually?
I'll take your word for it.
Okay. I guess, are you generally familiar with previous concerns expressed by the commission regarding the allocation of certain costs incurred in other states to Kentucky Power customers through the transmission rates?
Yes.
Have you ever advocated on behalf of Kentucky Power customers for changes to the allocation methodology used by AEP transmission
Madam
affiliates?
Chairman, again, I'm loath to interrupt, but this is subject to an active dispute at the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission between the Commission, Attorney General, and AEP. And so, to the extent that we're talking about an active case, I think we would want to be careful about that.
You're just asking if she's advocated on behalf
Yes,
of Power?
yes.
Let's not get into too much detail about that active.
That's the only question that I
Can
have.
you repeat the question?
Have you ever advocated on behalf of Kentucky Power customers for changes to the allocation methodology used by the AEP transmission affiliate?
I mean, I've been part of discussions to say that I've abdicated. I don't think that's correct. Our position is otherwise, that, again, this is an open case, so I'm a little uncomfortable answering these questions at this level when it's an open federal case.
Just one point of clarification. The entity that Kentucky Power pays rates to is a separate corporation that is also a subsidiary of AEP. Is that correct?
Yes, I would think so.
Okay.
I will say that we have a lot of transmission projects in the works in Kentucky. I think that's a good thing for us. I think that will be helpful in the future.
There's some questions about, and I just want to talk changing subjects, procurement and contractor oversight. I know the Attorney General kind of brought that up too, and it come up in some of the public comments. Does Kentucky Power, I guess first off, are there contractors that are managed directly by Kentucky Power and then also contractors that are managed directly by the services company? The AEP services company?
Yeah, I mean, the major contractors that Kentucky Power manages are, round operations, tree trimming, and other distribution operations. We would manage those contracts through the help of AEP procurement, I guess would be the best way to put that.
Okay, so I guess that's what, I figured there was somewhat of a difference, but so even the local contracts are kind of managed through AEP procurement, is that accurate?
What do you mean by
Well, let
manage?
me distinguish that. I assume you have contractors that are kind of working locally on,
Yes.
with your distribution employees.
Yes, that's right.
And then the service company probably has contractors, they're performing an accounting function, then they have an accounting contractor who's performing auditing on their behalf. And is also working for AEP or for Kentucky Power.
Yeah, that would be correct.
And I was more wanting to talk about just to be clear, the contractors that are kind of working more directly for Kentucky Power and how those contractors are managed. managed.
You like manage day-to-day or
Both
manage
day-to-day
by
and
the contract?
I guess the day-to-day and then the payment of invoices and things like that as
So
well.
the payment of invoices is done locally at Kentucky Power or at each operating company. The contract, I mean, I actually witnessed Ross would probably be better one. She's had way more experience than I have on contractors, especially and she uses the majority of them in Kentucky Power. But then the management of them on a day-to-day basis, like take for instance, we use Elliott a lot and for help with distribution, but they work side by side with our Kentucky Power team. They don't sit in our offices. They don't have office space there, but they work side by side in the field with our teams.
So as far as day-to-day, your team is kind of directing them locally.
And we process and review timesheets, invoices, those types of things are done locally as well. The contract piece of it, we have, certainly have input in that too, but our procurement team, which is still a centralized group, would, most likely lead those efforts.
I just wanted to ask about just cost allocation more generally. Are the costs of AEP Services Company allocated to Kentucky Power pursuant to a cost allocation manual?
Can you repeat the question?
Or
Hear that
the
in.
cost of are the costs of AEP Services Company allocated to Kentucky Power pursuant to a cost allocation manual?
They are allocated across all of our operating companies, yes.
Is that pursuant to a cost allocation manual, or if you don't know, that's fine.
I'm not sure.
Okay. Whether it's a manual or not, I guess, are you ever involved in discussions regarding how those costs should be allocated?
Yes, I am involved in those discussions.
How do those discussions work? That's what my question was about.
Typically, when we're working on our budgets and those kinds of conversations, I mean, I do that along with my team at Kentucky. I have two financial people, then of course the VP, who would be the most involved in that. But those works much like the process that I've described in other areas too. I mean, the cost allocation is pretty set, but usually our conversations are around more on how can we continue to reduce those costs.
And I guess I know reducing costs, but I meant, how are you going to divide the costs? Is that something
It's
between the AEP affiliates? I
yeah,
guess?
it's divided among the companies, and I believe it's based on customer count or some other criteria.
But are you aware of discussions like, oh, we're going to change how this is allocated and use this methodology instead of this methodology?
I'm not aware of those discussions.
Okay. Okay. Can you just, these might have been for another witness at some point. Can you explain how Kentucky Power's process in attracting economic development? I know you kind of answered this a little bit.
The process for how we are attracting economic development?
Yeah.
So I have one employee who is dedicated to economic development now, and she's been in the field for a long time. Of course, I have training in that area, as well as another, our Vice President of External Affairs and Customer Service. the process is that, you mean, are you talking about like with prospects in the community? Or,
With prospects in the community and attracting, new large customers.
oh, sure, yeah. So, in the community, I mean, we're sit on the various boards that are involved in economic development. I mean, like, most of them at least. We also have a working relationship with our judge executives who have a keen interest in economic development. We also work closely with Secretary Knoll and his cabinet team on, they send us prospects. We also sometimes get them through AEP. When we're usually at the table in the very early days, along with, perhaps it could be a property owner, or it could be a judge executive, or someone from the cabinet. Recently, we've started trying to work more closely with KPC, just because we both need economic development in our region, in the eastern part of the EKPC territory. So we have a regular conversation with, I don't, but our economic development manager has a regular conversation with that team. And so as prospects come through, Amanda Clark, she's our economic development manager. She maintains that list of prospects in a software program. And then I would say like large load, like data centers, we're treating those a little differently, just because they're like nothing we've ever seen before. And so, we passed the large load tariff that gives customer protections at the beginning of last year. But then the process from there is that we really want to have that LOA in place, letter of agreement in place with the prospect before we will even start undertaking other studies like infrastructure needs that they may have or that sort of thing. And so usually the process for, we try to maintain a couple dozen prospects in our portfolio at all times. And that's what we've been seeing lately. We've added about 16 megawatts of new load over the past year and coming online this year, and it equated to about 500 jobs. Now, certainly we were partners in those. There are other organizations that should take credit for that, but we like to be at the table. So our KPEG program is very beneficial in that. Like if there's an incentive package that the cabinet has that they can offer, KPEG program that is, partially ratepayer funded, we are able to use that as a support too. So the process is that. I mean, it can be lengthy. Usually, when you're working with economic development, we've found that prospects are looking at multiple sites, could be around the country, and they are very deliberate and take their time in making decisions. That's why economic development tends to be a really long process.
Where is the new load and the 500 new jobs?
One of them is a company, I might not be able to quote all of them, but one of them is a company called Modern Metals. They did a relocation and expansion from
So
elsewhere.
that's several projects.
Pardon?
Combined.
Yes, it's
several
combined
to make 500
projects, sorry, yes. Those are like a lot of combined projects.
I thought I would
yeah.
have heard about
Yeah.
500 new jobs.
So,
Thank you. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, you're fine.
Council.
Thank you. You were asked earlier about the deferred tax liability, the use of the deferred tax liabilities in the settlement. It's kind of moving those forward, savings that potentially would have been incurred later, kind of moving those forward now to, benefit customers in the short term. And there's also some deferrals, I think, in the settlement. Is there any concern from like an economic development perspective? Because, if you had a new large customer, it could take several years, I assume, to bring them on board. That kind of, or do you think they would consider that when determining whether to come on board, that you're kind of using these savings now and these things are going to hit in a few years, would that be something that would potentially negatively affect economic development 3 or 4 or 5 years from now?
I do not believe so, especially with these large load prospects. I mean, they are looking for power and, pretty willing to pay for now, at least. And so I don't think that's something that would be that, at that level would be significant to them in making decisions about, I mean, we're talking customers who are looking for a gigawatt of power, so it's a lot of money. Yeah, but I mean, that's just my opinion.
I'm almost done here. Was looking at the chart in Mr. Newcomb's testimony, and if someone else is a better witness for this, you can let me know. But again, at page 8, figure JDN1, which is the chart showing the earned rate of return.
Yes.
In sorry, I have to pull this up myself. There were some deferrals, you know, the case 2023-159, those rates went into effect around January of 2024, is that correct?
The previous base case?
Yes. Is that correct? I'm sorry.
Pardon?
Is that correct? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. And you see that blip on the chart in January, or approximately January of 2024, it moves up a bit.
Right.
But it did move up to the earned rate of return. Do you know if the earned rate of return in this chart, well, actually, there was a deferral that was part of the settlement with respect to the net operating loss carry forwards in that 2023-159 case. Are you familiar with that?
I mean, just vaguely, not really. I think, you could try witness Wolfram on that, or,
And I wasn't really even going to ask about the details. Are you familiar that occurred? That there was an amount that Kentucky Power contended needed to be in rate base. It was put into a deferral, and the return on
right.
that
Yes.
was deferred.
Until we could get the private letter ruling from the
Yes.
IRS. Yes.
When you calculated the earned rate of return in this chart, or when that was calculated for this chart, did the return on that deferral amount, was that included in the expenses such that it would reduce the earned rate of return? And if it's a better witness for this, you can tell me.
Yeah, I do not know that answer. And I would, apologies to witness Wolfram, but I would start with him to see if he could help you with that.
I think we can ask him, and then we'll do
And then
just a
he'll direct you,
post-hearing,
right.
I think. And I kind of there was a similar question about, there was an amount that the commission excluded with respect to transmission costs that was excluded beginning in January 2024, and then after an appeal and an order from the court was then put back in, I think in 2025. I wasn't sure if that was reflected, and I think I'll just ask that as a post-hearing if that's reflected in that chart. The rates that include that additional amount.
Oh, yeah, I see what you're asking, but that goes over to that May of 25. I do not know.
We'll do it as a post-hearing, it's
Okay.
fine. I didn't think you would know off.
Yeah.
But thank you. That's all the questions I have. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Commissioner Wood?
Sure. Let's see. If the commission were to deny or materially reduce your request for a rate increase, would Kentucky Power still be able to provide safe and reliable service in the territory?
We would not.
And that's, would be due to what factors?
We would need the funds for operation. I mean, that, and the settlement agreement, so as I've said before, we came into this case knowing that we had to come in as small as we could, and that was the directive that I gave when we started discussing it. So we mitigated it before we got here, before we filed. And then the settlement further reduced it with some of the creative applications that are in the settlement agreement. And, that to us is a bare bones agreement. And we would, it would be difficult for us to continue to move forward. And that would be unfortunate because we have an obligation to serve our customers and they deserve to have reliable power. We need to be able to operate our business.
Can you tell me specifically what you'd be unable to do, though, without the rate increase?
Without any rate increase? I mean, we would probably have to come back in for another base rate case immediately if that would be the case, and ask for reconsideration. But it would be pretty detrimental to the company. I mean, I don't know specifically. We've not obviously analyzed that, what we would have to do, but we would have to take some pretty drastic measures. It would certainly jeopardize the service.
Eastern Kentucky certainly has some challenges in terms of decreasing population and decreasing load. How does Kentucky Power see the load forecast going forward in Eastern Kentucky?
So I see it in two ways. I see like the short-term forecast does continue to show some decline in load, but I do think overall we have, unless there would be some surprise out there, because we work with our customers, especially these larger load industrial customers, to kind of understand their business and their strategy going forward. And so, most of the mining load has already dropped off. Of course, AK Steel was a big hit to the region a few years ago. There have been, others like Bellefonte Hospital was another one. But But with that, I also am very optimistic, despite like some of the comments that we heard by elected officials at public hearings about economic development. And I do also think that, large load data centers with knowing what's occurring in our other operating companies, what's occurring in other parts of Kentucky, I mean, it's a matter of when, not if, for us that we will start to be planning for data center load. And those has the potential to be game changers. They're not big for jobs, but they certainly have an opportunity to increase our load and lower our overall our rates, over time. That's a long game. Anything in economic development is a long game, right? Sometimes it takes years to do. And Eastern Kentucky as a whole got a fairly late start in that area. I'm not sure why, but it's, we've not really been super active in that area for, probably not even 10 years. One East Kentucky was one of the first groups that formed, and Kentucky Power was a big part in forming that organization, and we still continue to be a big part of it. And, they're the ones who, really kind of taken the lead in the southern part of our territory. And then we have really the two judge executives in the north who are working very hard. SOAR obviously plays a role. The cabinet plays a role. There's a handful of us. But what it's really going to take, and Ms. Griffith and her comments about the legislation that One East Kentucky is proposing, that's important, and we obviously support that legislation. And it's going to take more people working together to really invoke any kind of change in the region instead of fighting with each other, quite frankly.
So how do you see the load forecast for your territory going in the next 5 years, let's say?
I believe we have enough activity in the economic development space right now that we will continue to see some incremental load, as we did, as I mentioned, the 16 megawatts in the past year. But I also believe that within the next 5 years, sooner than that, we will, you know, I can't say for sure, but I suspect there will be a data center load, maybe not coming online in 5 years. It usually takes them, they ramp up, you know, they're very slow to ramp up over year 1 through 5 or 6. And so that's what our experience has been with the other operating companies. So, you know, I'm going to continue to be very optimistic about the economic development possibilities at Eastern Kentucky. And
Does Kentucky Power have the capacity to provide for a large load like a data center right now?
it would, for just about anybody that's going to serve a data center, now is having to either, you know, construct additional generation or find some other resource. And so that would be something that we would have to require to, that we would have to do, I mean.
Do you know what the lead time is now for new generation, for construction of new generation for that type of a load?
Not specifically, but there is a lead time, and it can get lengthy. I mean, that's the another benefit of the parent company is that they are, you know, working on making turbine reservations and getting prepared. There are other alternatives for large load customers. They can do temporary PPA. Some are doing that. I mean, AEP has done, you know, I don't pretend to know a lot about the technology, but they've done fuel cell technology for some of the data centers in Ohio and other parts of the country. So there are other options that we could do as a bridge. But certainly, yes, it would require us to likely build new generation. Not certainly, but that would be one of the options.
Has Kentucky Power reduced fixed costs or staffing levels in response to the declining market the last few years?
Our costs have generally stayed flat on O&M, and our head count, we have, I think that has been pretty flat, as I mentioned. Trying to think what our head count would have been like 10 years ago. I don't know that number right off the top of my head, but we have been really careful about that because, you know, O&M, labor obviously is a big driver of O&M expenses. And so we have like repurposed positions, for lack of a better word. If we have a vacancy, as I described earlier, if we have a vacancy in distribution, now that generation reports under me, we can move that position to generation, save money that way. We collapsed our districts, did some you know, work there on that. But, you know, we have all the intentions to keep our headcount flat and our operating expenses and find ways to continue to reduce them, quite frankly.
Has Kentucky Power's return on equity achieved the level that's been allowed by the Public Service Commission in any of the last 5 years?
It has not.
Has executive compensation been adjusted to reflect the financial performance or affordability of Kentucky Power?
Has executive compensation?
Well, I guess, is management compensation affected when the company fails to earn its authorized return on equity?
Not specifically, but Witness Carlin would be the better one to ask about how that is structured.
We've been told, and I guess what we've heard lately is that Kentucky Power service territory has experienced population decline over the last decade. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Is overall energy sales volume declining or flat after normalizing for weather events?
Our sales have declined along with the population decline. And in fact, the sales is probably more so than the population, just because of the amount of industrial customers that have left the area.
Does the company expect residential and small commercial customer counts to increase, decrease, or remain flat over the next 5 years?
Again, with the short-term economic forecasting that we've done, there's a projection that it declines slightly, but I feel like, based on what I've seen over the years, that we sometimes outpace that forecast. So while I think there could be some additional decline, I'm hoping that it has at least leveled out.
I understand we're laying a lot at your feet, being the first witness today for
Okay.
beginning of a four-day hearing. Yet here we are. And so I'll just say that me personally, I'm concerned about a rate spiral, in which the population continues to decrease, and it lays, those fixed costs at the feet of, those who either choose to remain or have to remain in eastern Kentucky. Is there any plan or any talk about how to prevent this further spiraling of rates for those who remain?
Yeah, I think actually the rate design that we've proposed in this case with the block energy rate and the fixed cost changes that Witness Spaeth could outline in detail for you. And it's, it is a little bit complicated to understand, but I think it's very beneficial to our customers, and he would be the best witness to describe that. And then, so not only that, but then also securitization legislation is another important piece of that. We had the one round of it, but we're pursuing it again in this session. Again, that's where areas that we need support for that. That is, that's not a Band-Aid for customers. That is an actual rate fix. And so I think that's beneficial. And then we've talked about economic development. That's there are only so many ways to grow your territory. I can't go out and just recruit people or take parts of other territories. So economic development is the best option, the best tool that we have to grow the region. And then we will just continue to work with customers very closely. We have a lot of programs out there and as we've talked about a lot this morning, about educating around usage and the new DSM energy efficiency programs that we have. We work closely with customers to help them avoid disconnection with payment arrangements and payment assistance, and we of course have our own program. So, I think that what is in the settlement agreement is a really good solution especially for the near term, while we continue to work on some of these bigger items like economic development. But I share your concerns, and we worry about it all the time too.
It seems like data centers are almost going to where the energy is, where the capacity is. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, they tend to, and this is what I've just learned and been told, they tend to follow transmission infrastructure.
Is Kentucky Power set up, are they an attractive candidate for data centers in those regards?
We are, because we're fortunate to have the 765 line that runs through our territory, so that is very attractive to economic development prospects, especially large load centers.
And what I took from your comments was that there's only so much economic development as a company you can do, that maybe that might be better for governmental entities to engage in.
Yeah.
Yet if Kentucky Power has the capacity and has the transmission available to data centers, it would seem to be entirely appropriate for Kentucky Power to recruit data centers. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Or large load customers, maybe I should say that.
Yes, I agree with that. And we work, I don't know that we've worked with any one data center prospect on our own yet. Usually there are multiple people involved in that, including the cabinet and maybe the local judge executive, or in some case the property owner. But, typically the electric company is always at the table because prospects are interested in our capacity to serve and rates and so forth.
Very well, that's all I have.
Did you want a break or you want me to go? You okay to keep going?
I am.
Okay. Just a couple questions to follow up on Commissioner Wood's statement. So this is the third increase that Kentucky Power has come in since 2020. 2021, 15.46% request, 2023, 18%. About that?
Yep.
And your testimony today is that if we don't grant this, or we modify a settlement, that you cannot meet your service obligation.
I think it would be very difficult for us to, if a rate increase is not granted, it would be very difficult for us to continue operations at the level. I mean, I don't know what exactly those changes would be, but it would be detrimental to the company, and it would have a huge impact on customers as well.
For this rate increase that you've requested, can you talk to me about the process and the impetus and how it flows through the decision tree?
Sure. So as we're evaluating our financial situation, our operations, I mean, we make the decisions based on how we're performing, obviously, and those discussions start in Kentucky with, I can remember when that conversation started with Witness Wolfram and then employee Newcomb, and that's where I've said several times that the first thing out of my mouth was, this has to be as low as possible. We need to do everything we can. We are fully aware of the situation that we are in and the situation that our customers are in, and that's why I think throughout these proposals and even with the settlement agreement, I mean, I've used the word creative a couple times. I will say, we have a different territory, so we are having to do things differently. And there aren't very many other utilities that are out there who come in with a mitigated case. And so that's what we did before we got here. We found ways to reduce the ask. And this is not easy. It's not easy for us to come in and ask for a rate increase, but it's necessary. And I think through the testimony and this hearing, and with the settlement agreement, I think we've come to a good compromise on how to accomplish both, how to continue to invest in infrastructure and provide reliable power, because even though customers may struggle to pay their bills or they're low income or whatever you want to classify them as, they still deserve to have reliable power. We have a very difficult territory to serve with the terrain and other obstacles that we have, and so we need the settlement agreement so that we can continue to do that, and I think it strikes a good balance in customer rates.
The topography has never changed. I mean, it's always been difficult.
Yeah.
What makes it so much more difficult that these increases have to be, keep being made?
Well, I agree that topography has never changed, and I heard some public comments around that, but, we're heavily forested. We invest a lot in vegetation management. We have customers, our population, they're very spread apart. We are obligated to serve them no matter where they live. Mm-hmm. And so, it's not that anything has changed. It's just the price of everything has gotten more expensive from, that's everything, interest rates and infrastructure costs and so forth. So, we've always encountered the terrain and the topography and the trees and, the vegetation management cycle that Witness Ross may talk about later is a proof that what we're doing is working, because the trees inside the right-of-way, the vegetation, she's seeing a 90% improvement in reliability. And even though our reliability, we don't really get a tremendous amount of complaints, our reliability numbers are not as good as we would like them to be. They need to be, we do have regular outages. I'm sure Chair Hatton can attest to that, living in the territory.
So, based on your discussion with Mr. Bellamy, if you went with your strategic plan and you said to AEP, we cannot have a rate increase, would that be your decision and that would stand, or would they override you?
It would stand. I mean, that was, those are the types of conversations that we've had. I mean, when we go in, we try to stay out as long as we can. We'll continue to do that. We will continue to try to find ways to, be able to stay out, to offset, to continue to improve our financials. Like I told Commissioner Wood about reducing our O&M expenses, and, all the things that we can do to avoid that. But, as again, this settlement agreement is pretty bare bones and is what we need to continue to operate at the level that we're not gold plating our system by any means. We're, literally keeping the lights on.
But why should customers have to, be required to fund something that's not going to be available down the line?
Like such as?
Well, I'm just saying, why should customers be required to fund the Kentucky Power investments when they're not going to be, the benefits aren't going to be fully realized?
I'm not really sure what you mean. I mean, the investments that we are making, like AMI and vegetation management and some of those things are real live benefits that customers will start seeing and have been seeing over, this year and over the next few years.
And with the AMI investment, are you concerned about connectivity between the AMI and getting it in, since the transmission is bad up there for cell phone service and wireless?
No, we are not concerned, and that is, we're one of the last AEP companies to install AMI metering, so it's not really a new technology. And as we have, as AMI has been around, the infrastructure that is needed has improved as well. And so Witness Ross could talk to you much more about this, but there are, especially that it has a little bit to do with why we are installing in the sequence that we're installing, because like down in our hazard area where there may be more challenges with connectivity, there are things called repeaters, and this is where I get out of my lane quickly, that Witness Ross could talk about, that we can put on, and in fact, you may know more about this actually from your background, but those are things that we can do. So we have solved all of that. That would have been in the front end of the analysis before we got to even a filing.
Okay. And just one last question on allocation of capital.
Mm-hmm.
Does AEP allocate the capital and the request based on which affiliate is more profitable?
Yes, they do actually. I mean, you can think about it in the way of, I mean, they realize they can't only do that, they have to allocate capital for us to continue operations, obviously. But certainly that would be something that would be taken into consideration. I mean, it's just like anything else. If you're going to invest your money in a company that's earning around 4% or one that's earning 8 or 9 or 10%, who are you going to invest your money with? Mm-hmm. But again, I would not say that, that AEP has, I think they're being very supportive of us right now, especially knowing that we have needs to do, and that, like future generation would be one of those areas that would get us out of, more purchase power agreements or volatility to rates or something like that. So, but certainly, yes, you need a healthy you need a healthy utility to attract low interest capital, I mean, investments, and that's something that, of course, our investors pay close attention to. Get a lot of questions about Kentucky Power and its financial health. And, yep, so.
And does your testimony address whether shareholders should bear any of this expense?
I don't know if my testimony addresses that, but, you know, our shareholders do any of the foundation dollars that we give. I mean, that's not recovered in rates, that's shareholder dollars. So, you know, I don't, other than that, I think that's in my testimony about how we use foundation dollars.
Okay, thanks.
I think mine will take a little while, so let's take our lunch break.
Okay.
And also, I had someone who missed public comments by 5 minutes and drove a long way. No, actually, after the witness. I don't want to interrupt the witness, but if you're able to stay, I will let you have your 7 minutes afterward. Because I think I saw you walk in at like 9:35, and we had finished up around 9:30. But if you can stay till after this witness is complete, then I'll allow you to do a public comment. But let's go ahead and take an hour for lunch, and then I'll come back and do mine, and we'll see about redirect and recalls. Thank you. In case number 2025-00257, Kentucky Power case, and we're continuing with questioning of Ms. Wiseman. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Hope you got something to eat. Okay, so I share a lot of your frustrations with people who only read headlines. And maybe, even though it's extremely complicated stuff, we could get to the bottom of a few of the questions that we hear on repeat at public comment hearings. I think I testified at 6 of them when I was a state legislator, and every one of them then, and I believe every one of them since I've been a commissioner, which is almost 3 years, people are concerned about the fact that your parent company's shareholders are making record profits, while we increase rates for Kentucky Power customers. I know that it's designed so that shareholders would get dividends paid up from Kentucky Power. Is there any mechanism, any way, that they could ever pay their profits from the other profitable affiliates back down to Kentucky Power when it needs money?
I'm just not enough familiar with how that would work. That would definitely not be a decision that I would make. I think that would have to be an AEP board level decision, and that would involve our, investor team. I just don't know.
Do you hear that at every meeting that you attend as well?
I do hear the connection being made about AEP's profits versus the continual rate increases that we're asking. Yes, and it's very, very concerning. It's very frustrating because it's a long and complicated story to try to tell and explain. And like I said, we've obviously not done a very good job of that. I'm still a little unsure exactly how we go about doing that to get people to engage. I have, excuse me, I have some ideas on that. But yeah, it goes back to, what we've talked about here earlier, that AEP is our shareholder, Kentucky Power's shareholder, and they're going to invest their capital in a financially healthy company. And it's critically important that we are operating in a financially healthier way than we are currently. So that's, that is part of, the basis of this rate case. And it's just, and as we've talked about many times today, that, there aren't too many solutions. We can continue to do what we're doing. I think we've done really well with optimizing our expenses and our O&M and trying to maintain all of that flat and be very conservative in every decision that we make at Kentucky Power. We talk about the customer and what that impact would be. And, I think that's part of it. But then, as we've said, economic development is really the best tool that we have to change the dynamic in Eastern Kentucky.
So I was hoping we could get that answered for folks so that, at least for the couple of members of the public who came today and any who might be watching, about whether or not that is something that is within the realm of possibility. That these wealthy shareholders who, one of the public commenters just said that they want us to hear them say, let them eat cake. They don't care. They're wealthy shareholders at the parent corporation, and they're making record profits. Meanwhile, folks are really struggling in Kentucky Power territory. So if you can, and if you can, I understand, explain how, if there's any way that could be possible.
Yeah, again, I don't know. I don't know what that would involve, and it would not likely be my decision to make in this case, considering we do have a parent company that provides a lot of value. They provide a lot of support to us. We do make decisions, but not at that level. That, again, would be an AEP board or, even beyond that level, from investor conversations.
They're not a charitable organization.
They are not.
They're a
Right.
for-profit corporation,
Right.
and they invest in
Yeah, we're a
companies that can
business.
show them a profit.
Right. Yes.
But it's never been looked at as an alternative?
I do not know. I mean, it would be outside of the structure of the way companies operate, for-profit companies that have investors and shareholders would operate. And so I do not know if it's ever been looked at.
Okay.
I've not been part of those discussions.
So, I believe you testified earlier that for the last 4 or 5 years, Kentucky Power has not paid a dividend to its shareholders,
Yes, that's correct.
and you're currently authorized at a 9.75 ROE,
That's correct.
but you earned last year something like 3.92.
Yeah, right around the 4% range.
I know there are witnesses who will testify who can give me more details about that, but can you generally tell me why Kentucky Power is unable to earn the 9.75 ROE that's authorized?
A big part of that is that we're just seeing no growth in our territory. So if we, if we are able to attract new load and new customers to our territory, we're just not a growing region. And so our, there's nothing there to bring in that revenue. And so we are, faced with those kinds of challenges in our territory, again, until we can realize some economic development wins.
Assuming we authorize the 9.8 that the settlement is asking for, can you earn it?
I'm not sure on this, sitting here on this stand. I think that will be determined. Certainly, I think it would get us close to it, and, that's beneficial too, because the better off we are financially, it gives us the opportunity to, if we're continuing to earn and meeting our financial requirements or metrics, then we, there's likely fewer rate cases that we come in for.
Another recurring theme at public comment hearings, and one that I have really struggled with wrapping my head around, is the fact that the average bill for your average residential customer, average usage, is about $190.
Right.
Every hearing we go to, people say that can't be the average bill. I don't know anyone who has a bill that low. And for it to be the average, it would have to be, there'd have to be a lot of bills that are lower than that.
Right.
Now, that average bill, the $190 or so, is just a little bit higher than other utilities in the area, and looks very comparable, really. But it doesn't include any riders, is that correct?
The average bill, I think that would be all-inclusive.
It's the whole bill?
Witness Wolfram
Okay.
to help me out with that one. But I think that $192 that we say is the average bill is a total bill.
Total bill, not usage, okay. Does it include, does your residential rate include things like barns or things where people don't really live?
We have different tariffs, but, there are some hunting cabins and so forth, but I'm not sure what specific tariff they are on. There's a variety of different tariffs that we have. What I hear, and really Witness Spaeth, when he gets to the stand, I'm hoping he has the opportunity to outline his rate design proposal, because, we've looked at that too, hearing that people are saying, well, my bill is $600 and I live, in a small residence and I leave just a light on. And so there's something wrong there. And if I could get to every customer, to talk to them about and examine that, and we have done a lot of data analysis of who are those high usage customers. And that's what a Witness Spaeth can share about, the number of, I think, and this was a conversation that we were just informally having yesterday, so subject to check. He, mentioned that there are about 3,000 customers who are using over 4,000 kilowatt hours. And to me, there's something really wrong there. Nobody should be using that much electricity. And so, when I drive through our territory, I see some of it. And even driving over here yesterday, I saw on the hill, and I don't know if it was even my territory, but I saw a trailer, a fairly large trailer, on cinder blocks on the side of a hill, had no underpinning, nothing underneath it. And so they're heating the ground, with that. And so then we also see, because heating and cooling is such a big part of a customer's bill, I mean, we know too, they'll say, well, I'm only living in one room and keeping a space heater on. Well, that's not efficient use of energy. Space heaters typically are not good sources of heat. They're expensive. So there's just so much of that, so much education that we, we've got to find a way in and honestly, hopeful that the energy efficiency programs that you all approved, I mean, that does give us literally an entrance into their homes from a DSM where we can do the audit, energy audit and so forth. And then, so I'm hoping that those will start to make a difference and we'll get more engagement. And there's a lot that we can do. Part of what I was saying about correcting some of the information that we've heard is that we need to be able to get these messages through to people, but instead we're fighting and fighting down the misinformation that we're hearing and some of the other comments. And so that's why I really push working with people and partnerships and collaboration so that we can start to get those messages out to people. I mean, I've jokingly said for years that we, I hope this doesn't show up in the order, my team will kill me, but we could almost go door to door with our customer base. And, we've thought about that, like carving out neighborhoods and trying to go to them to, to offer our information and expertise. I mean, there's ways to reach customers. We've just struggled in the past to engage them.
Yeah, have 162,000 customers.
Yeah, we're a small company, really.
The smallest of the affiliates from AEP, right?
By far, yes.
So organizational changes have been made.
Yes. Both at Kentucky and AEP.
And since Kentucky Power is the smallest and is not necessarily making a profit, not paying dividends, and also has the highest prices, I believe, of all the affiliates at AEP.
No, I don't believe that's true. I think there's at least one other operating company that's higher than us.
Which one would that be?
That would be Appalachian Power.
Okay, in West Virginia. That is true.
Well, they serve West Virginia, Virginia, and Tennessee, and I'm not sure how their rates flesh
You're right.
out.
I did recently look at their rates, and they are higher. Tell me a practical effect of the reorg, like something that you can do now that you couldn't do before.
From the AEP level, more so? One of the best ones for me is that I can call the CEO right now, or I could text him and get a response.
And that wasn't true a year and a half ago?
No, we didn't have that kind of relationship with the CEO of the company, nor did we have that relationship with the CFO of the company. I mean, I'm in Columbus a lot more than I used to be to have meetings. They're here more than they ever used to be. I mean, it's refreshing, and it's created more work for all of us.
So you were asked earlier about transmission allocation. I don't want to ask any more about that, but can you have a say in Kentucky's share of the percentage of the CEO's salary?
Do I have a say in that? I do not. The board sets that.
Set by formula?
I would assume so, yes. Actually, Witness Carlin could probably walk you through that.
So you're someone who actually hears the community's concerns
Every
and
day.
can advocate to AEP on their behalf now?
Yes, and we do. And, and as I mentioned earlier, my boss has been in the territory and has met with legislators and other officials and has heard those same concerns. And certainly he hears it from me. And he knows anyway. I mean, it's not hard to hide from that, so.
He's made a few trips down here too.
He has, yes, he's made multiple trips, and he'll be back in March, and will be in Pikeville, and he was in Hazard, and we took him out on a line crew, and we showed him all the kudzu that's growing around and the narrow roads that we traverse and the challenges that we have, and he watched a couple jobs and met with the team, and he's pretty willing to meet with anybody, anytime.
And you had those community listening sessions that you mentioned. And I know you're still analyzing what you learned, but can you tell us an actionable step that came out of those meetings?
Yeah, so, yes, one of them that they recommended is that they said, I'm trying to think, I think it was the Hazard group, that said we need to find ways to meet customers where they are. You know, we've tried things in the past that didn't work so well. We've had customer workshops where we'll invite them in and have stations set up, and we advertise it and do what we can, and we don't have attendance, but meeting customers where they are. So what they meant by that was, you know, going out to where people are. If they're at the community action agencies, getting assistance. So we're trying that a little bit more, like showing up on certain days when LIHEAP kicks off or something like that. We've done other things like participating in local fairs and festivals so that we can be there to talk to customers as they come up to us. And so we'll continue to try to do more of that in our outreach efforts, find ways to get to our customers. I mean, there's a lot of things that we could try again. I think, we'll most likely do that. There's done more public speaking this year. We've stepped that up in our, the civic clubs and groups like that, of course. And then our volunteerism. So, we're just trying to find ways to be more connected, not just to the communities, but to our actual customer base.
Following up on a couple more things from public comment hearings, there were at least a couple of allegations of contractors abusing their relationship with Kentucky Power and having poor oversight. Do you have a procedure for investigating these allegations, or if they weren't specific enough to investigate these, what's your procedure in general for overseeing these contractors?
Yes, so our contractors are obligated to some of the same requirements that our employees are, like safety rules. So it's likely that some of those would be, if those were true, that what we were hearing, especially in Ashland, it seemed to be a theme of that in Ashland. Those would be investigated. Of course, to be completely candid and transparent, when I contacted our Human Resources Department the next day about some of what I heard, try to validate, where was this coming from, and so I did get some results from that. Two of the employees, they had worked, I don't remember what they said, for the company or for AEP, but they had never worked for Kentucky Power. I was able to verify that. The one person who talked about the contract relationship, I wasn't able to really follow her. She referenced West Virginia once. So, the process is if there's a concern, usually safety gets involved, human resources, we have an ethics department, legal would be involved. So there's always a process for those types of things. We take any news of that very seriously. And for the record, we've never had a yacht. So that was mentioned at Ashland, and so we have.
That was the first time I'd heard of it.
Yeah, that was the first one for me too, but we.
Does AEP have a yacht?
No. I think the only boat Kentucky Power has ever gotten close to is we borrow the one from the state when we need to get to Buckhorn Lake to restore power sometimes.
Is it a yacht?
Yeah, it's a pontoon boat, actually.
There's been a number of inaccurate things reported about me as well.
Yeah.
On social media recently.
Yes.
back to the bills. You don't have AMI yet?
We don't.
Okay.
Approval for it, infrastructure's going in, we'll start installing in the Ashland region later this year.
It'll take as much as 5 years to get it across your territory?
I think 4 years is what we said would be Ashland, then the Pikeville, then Hazard comes last as we continue to build out that communications infrastructure.
Is the current state of broadband good enough that it will work?
Yes, and that's
It
what,
helps.
yes, that's what I was saying earlier, and there are other, and Witness Ross can certainly expand on this, but there, you know, as we're one of the operating companies to go last on AMI installation, technology has improved, cell service has improved. I mean, our folks can get pretty good reception in all their areas now using a variety of providers. We use, you know, all the providers. And so, I won't give a commercial for any of them, but then also there, and as I said to Commissioner Reagan, I'm getting really out of my lane, but Witness Ross can talk more about it, but there are repeaters that you can put, and there's some satellite technology, and so there are things that we can use, that we will be using to help with that connectivity of AMI meters.
What percentage of your bills or your customers are getting estimates?
So that's another, you know, you hear that all the time, that we estimate bills and we never read bills, but we maintain about a 98% read rate. So only time we estimate a meter is in some extraordinary situations, such as maybe a bad weather, or if we're in storm, we might estimate, because we redeploy those resources for storm recovery. Or accessibility issues. Sometimes there's a gate that keeps us from getting close. You know, we do it by radio frequency, our meters, so they don't get out of their trucks anymore and go up to the meter. It's done through a computer in the truck that's radio frequency, and so they do drive-bys. And I've been on ride-alongs, and so they'll just ping the meters, and they go back and forth and make sure they pick all them up. So we maintain a really high read rate. So we're not on any kind of regular basis estimating bills.
If a bill is estimated, does it say so?
Yes, it does. It'll say your bill is estimated, and then it corrects later in the next month, I think. Yeah, there's a lot of information about usage on your bill too, but it will say, you know, estimated, or your meter was read on such and such date.
So your territory, as we've established, is tough, shrinking population, and some of the poorest counties in the country,
Yes.
not just the state. 9 of the top 20, 30 poorest counties in the country are in your territory.
Yes.
Last time I looked, and that changes constantly, and it depends on what
Yeah.
metrics you use. 5th congressional district is either the first, second, or third poorest congressional district in the country, depending on which information you're looking and when. But you only have one large industrial customer, is that right?
Well, Marathon by far is our largest industrial customer, but we do have others, like Calgon is in our territory. There's a Kellogg's plant. We have some coal mining loads still, so still West Virginia is an industrial customer. So there are others that I would consider medium to large. It's just that Marathon is much bigger.
But a very large customer or two would certainly help.
Yes, absolutely. And that's where, you know, a data center has the ability to change the game for people.
And for people only reading headlines,
Yes.
they will fight tooth and nail against a data center as well.
I mean, yeah, we're seeing that bubble up all over the country.
Take this opportunity, please, to describe your extreme high load factor tariff.
Our
Data center.
Our data center tariff. So, yes, and of course, Witness Wolfram could also talk about it, but that was, I think we're one of the first utilities in Kentucky to put that in place. AEP started that right off the bat, knowing that we would, you know, we have to have customer protections. There's too much risk involved when you're talking about someone that shows up and says they need a gigawatt of power, And we need assurances that they're gonna stick around for a really long time and pay those costs, especially to, all the build-out costs that are associated with it. So the tariff that's in place, that the revision that we made, the modification to the tariff, speaks to some of those concerns and provides a variety of customer protections, other customers, not the data load customer, but protecting other customers from any fallout from a data center. And we have a very meticulous process to get there internally as well, too. And it's involves a lot of people, and there are a lot of people out there trying to attract a data center. A lot of investors, there's the hyperscalers, of course, but then there are a lot of people also. So we're vetting those and, making sure they're credible and they're real, and, that's an economic development rule of thumb, is like 1 out of 7 or 8 prospects really materialize, so.
Yeah.
We're being very careful.
So I'm not asking for details or anything confidential
Sure.
by any means, but is there hope?
There is, yes. I mean, I don't, probably if we went into confidential session, it's not for me to decide, but we could talk a little bit more about it. We do not have an LOA signed, but we have a handful of prospects that we're speaking with, and we're close.
Data center wanted to come to Oldham County, which is our wealthiest county.
Yeah.
They weren't interested. Absolutely, the public comment was so anti-data center that they are going elsewhere. But it's different in Kentucky Power territory.
I believe it is, yes. I think, that's a region that's pretty open-minded about any kind of economic development. They have, they see the need, and I think, I'm not a data center expert, but the fact that our rural area, I think, makes us more attractive in some ways. We do have a number of business parks, industrial parks, and that you're not building a data center right on top of someone's neighborhood or their home. So we have enough rural property that a data center could be, a little bit on the outskirts of town or whatever.
Assuming legislation passes, there's large incentives for anyone in Kentucky, not anyone, utilities in Kentucky, who are interested in exploring getting an early site permit for nuclear.
Yes, I saw that the other day.
Is that something Kentucky Power is looking at closely?
So, I participate on the governor appointed me, and I know you're aware of this, on the Nuclear Development Authority. And certainly we have had conversations about the possibilities, because AEP has stood up a nuclear organization, history there. We have the Cook plant, and obviously it's a very viable technology for the future, from a SMR perspective. Would it ever be something for Kentucky Power? We would have to have an end user for that. Like, certainly we're not, that's a very expensive, cost prohibitive at this moment, and would require a really heavy load user. But AEP and Kentucky Power were certainly open to nuclear power. And the way I would view it, if we had a project, an SMR project in our footprint, I view that as an economic development opportunity too, because it brings a lot of jobs, a lot of construction jobs at first, and then a lot of other jobs. So.
The deferred tax liability, totally switching gears. 90-degree angle. The deferred tax liability portion that's being proposed in the settlement almost phases in the increase the way it's, although we don't phase in electric increases, because it's significantly lower the first year, $25 million, if we defer tax liability, and then $15 million less in the second year. It will eventually be paid by the customers, just deferring it from those first 2 years.
Yeah, it cuts the rate impact almost in half, or more than half, the first year for customers. And as I said earlier, this is a, it is a short-term solution for to use the DTL over the next couple years. But those are the kinds of things that we're going to have to continue to dig and try to find and be creative, because until economic development is realized. And certainly, I mean, we're continuing to do that, but that is going to be really important for us going forward. I mean, we have a different territory than anybody else in Kentucky, except for maybe the few co-ops that we intertwine with. They're in the same position, but their customer base is, 15,000 people. So we have a different territory, and we're going to have to do things differently.
So if you don't collect that deferred tax liability to the full extent that you can in the next couple of years, does that affect your ability to meet your ROE?
If the settlement was rejected, is that what you're asking? And the DTLs weren't used, if that was just taken out of the case. I mean, any modification of the settlement would be harmful to us and to what we would be able to do to serve customers.
Okay. What happens in the third year? Full amount collected?
I think it was around 11% the third year would be collected. And so there are, for the mechanics of that, like I would refer you to Witness Wolfram or Witness Hodgson's to explain that a little better.
Okay. So I'll ask another witness the details about what happens in the third year.
Yeah.
They'll be paying more than they would be in the
Yeah,
first
they would
2
be
years.
paying more. It goes up after the third year.
There's no stay-out provision in the settlement.
There is not. As I said earlier, I mean, we will do everything we can. I mean, nobody likes a rate case. We will do everything we can to stay out as long as we can, as long as it doesn't become more detrimental to customers. I mean, sometimes staying out for long periods of time, it adds up, so.
There's already been a CPC in for the cooling tower in West Virginia filed this
Yes.
month. And I assume there'll be a CPC in for some new generation, so you don't have to answer. I'll just
Yeah.
state that I assume. And I imagine that has to be a rate case.
I think, that I don't know. I would ask Witness Wolfram. It says we would file for new generation would be a CPCN. And then I think there's a gen rider in our case currently that we've proposed. So I'm not sure exactly. That Witness Wolfram would be better to ask.
So 3 years from now, when these deferred tax liability decreases in what's being collected from your customers wear off or, get substantially less beneficial to the customers, that might also be the same year, or we might even see it sooner, another rate case. So like I've been, the last couple of lines of questioning, looking for some hope, looking for something to tell your customer base that things are going to get better. And that's scary. 3 years from now, what's going to happen, that's scary.
Yeah, no, I understand that. It is hard, and it's, concerning for us too. As long as we're earning, as long as we are doing well financially or even just okay financially, and as we are able to realize other economic development successes or find additional creative mechanisms like the DTL and some of the other things that we've done, like the rate design for high usage customers. I mean, those are the glimmers of hope, and the fact that, we're not just doing this to do it. There's a reason we have to come in for rate cases, but we will, my pledge is that we will continue to try to do everything we can to mitigate that in the future.
So in the 2 years, the 2 years in between now and when these DTLs would wear off, major economic development or a really large load customer
Yeah, I mean, I do think that it's
could
for,
be something that could happen, but if it doesn't,
right.
what's gonna happen?
It becomes more challenging. I mean, we're gonna have to continue again to find ways, like securitization legislation that we're trying for this session. There's some confusion around that even, because, nobody likes to see the securitization rider on their bill, but, it's actually an overall savings for customers, and so would the future legislation. So there are things like, I mean, there aren't other utilities in the state using securitization legislation either, because it's giving up part of our profits, really. And so we have, you know, we just, I'm sorry, I've lost the track of your question, but we are continuing to try to find ways to mitigate the impact.
And seeking further securitization legislation as well, this legislative session.
We are pursuing it, yes. Mhm. It would be very defined, again, like before, but yes, we are, and we, you know, while I'm here, I'll just make the plea that we need support for that as well.
Any questions?
Would you please explain this here securitization bill a little bit further? I've heard some talk about it, but I can't say that I could explain it to anybody.
Yeah.
What is it exactly that the company seeks in terms of that
So-
legislation?
So, very simply put, it's like refinancing your debt. So if you're gonna refinance the house you bought and you get a lower interest rate and spread that payment out over, you know, another period of time. And so that's essentially what utilities are doing with securitization legislation. And we did that with the Big Sandy plant, and then we would be proposing in this legislation that we would use part of the net book value of the Mitchell plant to securitize that, and it ends up in annual savings for customers, I think of $40 million annual savings for customers if that's done. And so this commission, before you came along, undertook that a few years ago. It does require a statute change, and so it passed unanimously a few years ago, and then this commission, it was the first securitization program for this commission as well. It took us a while to get it passed. I think the next time it would go much faster, that we've all learned a lot from it. It's been used in our other operating companies successfully, and it's same here. But, you know, historically, I've been told that it was used for prematurely closing coal plants. And so there is a little bit of reluctance from our legislators that would lead up to that. But really what it does in my mind is it makes that plant more, you know, cheaper to run, quite frankly. It's basically a financing mechanism, and Witness Messner worked closely with us and the commission on the last piece of securitization, and when he could tell you much more about it than I can.
Is Kentucky Power prohibited from refinancing debt at their desire, or with an agreement with creditors or lenders, or?
I don't think so, but again, Witness Messner could talk to you about that. I mean, we certainly have done some financing mechanisms over the years.
I noticed part of all of what's going on is partly rate design, and I think you mentioned that earlier, that you thought that a rate design that was being talked about would be beneficial to customers. Did you ask for input from customers before proposing this, or how do you think that this rate design would be better than the way you're currently billing?
Well, it's a rate design that targets high usage customers, really, and that's what we are seeing and hearing from a lot of our customers about, you know, when they have $600 bills in small houses and something's wrong, so they're just using more, something's wrong with their heating and cooling system, or insulation, or I don't know what, but, so we've heard that. We did not socialize it with our customer base. We did use it as a topic when we were previewing the rate case with the community advisory panels. And those groups, as you know, represent a lot of a lot of the customer base, like Habitat for Humanity. Those are the ones who, and Community Action Agency, they're the ones who are working with our customers on payment assistance and that sort of thing. So we did talk to them about it. I didn't want to socialize, I never try to socialize anything with our customers prior to it being approved by the commission, because there's just too much opportunity for confusion. So I don't want to promise something or tout something that has not been approved, and then if it wouldn't be approved, or if it would be modified in some way, then that just is another tangled story we'd have to try to tell.
Yeah, it is, tangled is a good word when you start thinking about that rate design, because there's no typical customer, it doesn't seem like, everybody is not 100%, all electric home. There's some people that are gonna burn wood, and some people that are gonna have propane, and some people have geothermal, and some people don't, and I just wonder what your customers would add, or I wonder what comments they would have, just in general about the rate design, and what would induce them to save more, but at the same time, you also mentioned about possibly going door to door, and I know the team is not going to do that, but I think
You never know.
if you were able to cut everybody's power bill by 20%, then that wouldn't be good for the customer, for the company. It doesn't seem like, that would make you have to come back for another rate case. It seems like what the company needs, and this isn't going to be very popular, but is for people to buy more electricity rather than less, at least in the short term.
Yeah, but I've always said that, I'd rather attract my load through industrial customers, and then the residential customers being very efficient with their usage. I also would rather have a customer who has a $100 bill and remains my customer for 25 years, rather than that customer who has a $600 or $700 bill or whatever, and they can't pay it, and they end up moving or leaving behind, owed debt or whatever. So I am, the majority of our load would come from the business side of the customer base, and so that's why, we encourage the energy efficiency programs, we support weatherization, to try to help people use their electricity better.
Thank you.
Anything further, Commissioner Reagan?
No.
Okay. Redirect.
I have one very quick set of redirect questions. Earlier, the chair asked you about the allocation, the CEO's compensation, and I think you answered with regard to how the actual compensation is set with regard to the board. The board sets the compensation, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then and this is a question that Mr. Bellamy asked as well earlier about the allocation of costs within the AP Service Company to Kentucky Power. You remember those questions?
Yes.
And is there, in fact, a cost allocation manual that is used to allocate the
There is,
the cost?
yes.
And is that cost allocation manual has been filed in this case as Exhibit A to Section 2 of the company's application?
It has.
And then is that cost allocation manual updated annually?
It is,
With
yes.
submission?
Yes.
No further questions.
Recross for Attorney General's office, or anyone else? Staff?
I have just one question. That was what I was asking about the cost allocation manual earlier. That's updated annually. I was trying to ask about the process for updating that and what your role in the process for updating the cost allocation manual is.
I think that's what I was asking too, do you have input in how much Kentucky's share is gonna be?
I don't have direct input in, the cost allocation is, there are lots of items that go in, I'm sure it's a formula. And I don't know, I don't have direct, I can't go and say, well, Kentucky Power doesn't want to pay for this, or, that's not, it has to be fairly attributed, but,
And I understand that, normally, the cost allocation, it'll have different methodologies for different types of costs.
right,
This is an example, I don't even know if there's one in there like this, but, customer count, I don't think there's one that's quite that simple, but
Right.
we're going to allocate this cost based on customer count. We're going to allocate this cost based on annual revenue of the operating companies. Obviously, the decision on what methodology you choose has an effect on how that cost is then allocated out to the operating companies. And so, do you, as the president and chief operating officer of Kentucky Power, have any role in determining and updating that, determining what mechanisms we use within that cost allocation manual to allocate the cost from the services company?
I mean, I don't really, it's a set mechanism, so I believe that, that the one that we've used, certainly we have influence over what we think is adding value to our operating companies. Participated in a day-long discussion of that just recently. All the operating company presidents were together and we talked about that, about service corps roles, and as I've said, a lot has changed in the past year about service corps responsibilities and those allocations. And I mentioned that generation and safety and workplace services and some others have come back into the operating company, and though that funding would have been allocated to Kentucky Power's books. So to that extent, I do, but that, I do not get into the specific methodology.
Does anybody at Kentucky Power have a role in participating in updating that cost allocation manual that's then filed with the commission?
I would, again, reference the former VP position that's vacant right now, but certainly I have finance people at Kentucky Power who would be involved in the service corps costs and in any of the budgeting items. Also, the regulatory team, Witness Wolfram may be able to expand on that a little bit too. But they're usually the ones involved the most.
Do you know, it sounds like you don't know one way or the other if someone's involved. Is that accurate?
I can't say for sure, but we're pretty involved in just about everything.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything further?
Your Honor, before this witness steps down, just one thing. The exhibit that I put up earlier, I forgot to mark, and it would be my motion to admit that as Joint Intervenor Exhibit 1, the press release from AEP.
Any objection to your own press
No.
release? All right.
Thank you.
And it's just electronic, or did you have a?
Yes, and I emailed that
paper
out
copy?
to staff and all of the counsel
Okay.
for other parties.
Without
as
Candace,
well as
we
Ms.
have
Sacre.
anybody who has a paper exhibit, since we don't have Candace, can just hand it to staff.
Thank you.
Staff can designate whomever you want to be the,
That would be me.
I think I just sent it to Jason. I didn't share it with Ben, sorry.
okay.
I will
Has to go to him.
forward it to the appropriate folks.
All right. And this is your lead witness, so we wouldn't excuse
Understood.
Ms.
I'll be
Wiseman.
here.
All right. But you can step down from the stand.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And you may call your next witness, unless anybody's asking for a break.
Yeah,
Oh,
Your Honor, public
yeah,
comment?
I'm being reminded by both of you at the same time. That's right. You've been very patient, ma'am. If you would like to come forward, I know you've given public comment before, so you know how it works. Tell us your name and your, where you live, and then we'll have 7 minutes. It doesn't have to be specific, but if you'd like to give your specific address, that's fine as well. Thank you for your patience, and 7 minutes. Oh, might not be on. Is there a button on top of it?
The other one?
If not, I'll get IT out. Yep, there you go. Okay, there you go, ma'am.
My name is Brenda Martin. I'm from Greenup County. I live in Russell, Kentucky. And I thank you so much for allowing me to share some words. I'm blessed to be able to afford my heating. But I recognize that so many people have those challenges. And so many of those people can't always make it to venues such as this where they can express that. And unfortunately, what comes along with sometimes asking for yourself, some people do it with great pride as well as they should. But some people are too embarrassed and they're too ashamed to have to come and say, I need that help, or I can't afford to provide this for my family. It makes them feel, I'm assuming, and then from what I've heard from some people, that they're coming up short. And so people don't think they deserve any extra allotments, okay? So what I'm hoping we can do is take away some of that stigma and recognize that some of they should not feel any shame if they're having difficulty for whatever reasons with all of the challenges with lower income or higher taxes, higher expenses, whatever those circumstances are. They should not be ashamed that they're met with that challenge at that time. But what I do think there should be some shame felt is in the person who's receiving $13 million in salary, as the CEO has reported, plus other bonuses, for a business that they say they need more money. So my concern is if that CEO, which she said that he was willing to come wherever and ask questions, I wish that he could come here. But if he can justify every million that he needs to be able to thrive and survive, then surely some of these people in our communities who are living in poverty, 1 in 5 children are living in poverty. We had so many storms. We know a lot of people are still trying to recoup from a lot of the environmental challenges that they've had. So surely, if that CEO can justify every million that he still needs, those people here in our state and Commonwealth of Kentucky can surely justify not being able to pay another 14.9% or 15% increase. It's almost as though for every percent that they're asking for, some of the CEOs are getting $1 million. Is that just doesn't seem right to me. It's like in some industries that's called a tip, right? It's like they're already getting so much from us. Now they're asking for an additional gratuity in places where people are already struggling. Trying to get medications, getting their food, getting their kids off to school. So many kids are living off free and reduced lunch. And it seems like to me some of those families should be receiving more discounts for their utilities once they qualify for that. It's like we're constantly squeezing. And I tell you, one of the things that really hurt me, in addition to some of these people being put at risk, because so many are, whether the heaters are actually more efficient or not, it's all relative because it depends on how much heat actually is staying in your home. The fact is, a lot of people are using them. And the fact is, a third of the home fires are attributed to those space heaters. And they lead to about 70 to 80% situations of death when it comes to home fires. So people are literally dying while we have some millionaires still saying that this isn't enough. But they should be getting enough. Those people that's just living at minimum wage, Kentucky is one of the highest states of minimum wage states. I think it's about, 4.4%. People relying on just a small amount. And quite frankly, deserving applause for how well they make it stretch, right? I mean, if that millionaire can't make it stretch, if you can't stretch 13, 14 million, then our people who are stretching and surviving and thriving and some dying, they should not be ashamed. And so we need to give them that respect and not make them beg every 2 years while they come with their big basket asking for another rate increase. And what I would like to see is some stats, some calculations of how much it costs them to actually do that. What is the ask price for them? How many man hours and woman hours are they paying people to do the research, to come out, to go to all the testimonies, everything they have to do, print the marketing brochures, all of that? How much does that cost? Because it's costing us and so many families more than they have. But I think if they didn't have to ask all the time, how much is that saving? If they didn't have to cut off the electricity, how much would that save? If they didn't have to pay someone to go back and then restart it, how much would that save? I would love to see the numbers. And I would love to see the cutoff rate for each county. And how long those units are staying off. And how much is it costing them? And if they say that, because the rates are not high, I challenged them before when I testified in Ashland. What if they even reduce the rates? Could that actually save money? Because surely if the rates go up, more people are not going to be able to afford it. What is that estimate? How many more people do they estimate are going to have to get their utilities cut off? And all of those extra expenses. And how can we save some of that? Instead of passing that on to the people who have the least. So I challenge you. I'm so grateful for you. I tell you, I came close to not coming because I had so much to do. I'm about 2.5 hours away. But I learned so much by coming here and watching you all deliberate and show that you study to ask these kinds of questions you're asking, make me realize that we're in good hands. And you're taking this task seriously of oversight. And we need that. And our people in this Commonwealth are counting on you. And they count on other advocates such as ourselves to come and help speak up for them. And so the lady said, businesses need their money and they're hoping things get better. Well, I say the families do too. Households need their money and many of them are hoping things get better. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Do we have a request for a break or okay. Call your next witness.
Sure, we'll take a break.
Take a break. Okay.
Whatever British says.
All right. Let's be back at 3. 2024-00257, and now you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The company calls Tanner Wolfram.
Good afternoon, Mr. Wolfram. Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. Tell us your full name and business address, please.
My name is Tanner Scott Wolfram. My business address is 1645 Winchester Avenue, Ashland, Kentucky, 41101.
Okay, counsel?
Thank you. Can you please state your employer and your position?
I'm employed by Kentucky Power Company as the Director of Regulatory Services.
And did you cause to be filed into the record of this case direct testimony, rebuttal testimony, settlement testimony, and responses to data requests?
That sounds like everything, yes.
And did you also adopt certain portions of the testimony of Jeffrey Newcomb and certain of his data request responses?
I did.
And the portions that you've adopted are indicated in the January 2nd, 2026 adoption notice that was filed in the record?
They are.
Do you have any corrections or modifications to any of that information?
I do not.
And if I were to ask you those same questions today, would your responses be the same?
They would.
The witness is available.
Okay. Attorney General's office.
Yes, I do have some questions, thank you. How are you doing, Mr. Wolfram?
Doing well, how are you?
I want to start out with what I hope is just a little bit of cleanup. Do you have your rebuttal testimony available to you?
I do.
Okay. Can you go to page 8?
You said 8?
8, yes, just tell me when you're there.
I'm there.
Okay, just take a second and acquaint yourself with that language.
Okay.
Okay. Does this say that you agreed with Mr. Collin that you should reflect an AFUDC offset for quick projects that are eligible? And I believe this is in the generation rider.
Yes, that's correct. So just a level set, we designed the generation rider to track as closely as we could is how we recover the non-environmental Mitchell plant balances and base rates. Currently, those amounts in base receive an AFUDC offset to those quit balances. So we agree that to the extent that there is CWIP included within the generation rider in the future, that AFUD offset would be appropriate.
Okay. That answers my next question. That's how you handle it in base rates. Does the settlement agreement speak to this adjustment in any way?
It doesn't appear to, but that is the intent.
So if that's an oversight, that's something that could be addressed by the commission in their order in this case?
Well, I think we already addressed it as part of my rebuttal testimony, that we were already agreeing to it. So the intent of the settlement agreement was not to modify that position of my rebuttal testimony.
Correct. So
if there's clarification needed on that, that is a fair clarification.
okay, we'll leave it there. Moving on, just a couple questions about PJM. Are you familiar with the result of the most recent PJM BRA auction?
Generally, yes.
Okay. Have capacity prices been increasing in PJM?
Significantly in the last few years, yes.
Okay. Can you just talk generally about how Kentucky Power's ownership position in Mitchell benefits or does not benefit its ratepayers relative to the PJM market?
Sure, absolutely. So taking it from a capacity-only perspective, as you indicated, without the Mitchell plant, the company would have had to have made some decisions around replacement generation functionally, either short-term market purchases in PJM or bilateral PPAs. As part of our case in 2025-00175, we evaluated those alternatives, and what those alternatives showed was that if our customers were subject to market conditions, specifically related to capacity, our prices would increase exponentially. The same goes true that the Mitchell, maintaining our interest in Mitchell was significantly cheaper option than any of the PPA options that we received as part of our RFP process. We evaluated those bids and scaled them to a size that would have been necessary to replace the Mitchell plant, and each of those options would have been more expensive than continuing our ownership interest in Mitchell.
So just a, layperson's perspective, the higher prices go in PJM, the better off that Mitchell option looks for Kentucky ratepayers.
That's correct.
Okay.
And I will tell you the market dynamics within PJM, it also impacts, how often the unit operates. Mitchell being a baseload coal facility, to the extent that the energy pricing LMPs are high within PJM, that means Mitchell is going to operate more, and we are seeing LMP pricing, has been more variable over the last couple of years, and increasing.
Okay, so ratepayers are going to benefit on the capacity side and the energy side, based on that.
That's my expectation, yes.
Moving on again, can you go to page 22 of your rebuttal?
Yes, sir. I'm there.
Okay, so I recall this is where, in your rebuttal, you took the opportunity to respond to some of the comments that you heard at the, well, first of all, were you present at the 3 public comment meetings in Pikeville, Hazard, and Ashland for this case?
I was at all 3 public meetings, yes.
Okay. So I believe, I don't know when this rebuttal was filed, but I do think you had the opportunity to hear some of those comments at that point, and you took the opportunity to respond to some of those. Is that correct?
I did. My rebuttal was filed after the Hazard local public hearing, so I had been to the Pikeville and Hazard local public hearings at that point.
Okay. So on page 22, line, say, well, let's just start at line 12. Read that sentence for me.
Sure.
Or actually, you can read the question for a more
Yeah, I was going to ask if I could read the question. So the question is, you heard it several times at the local public hearing that Kentucky Power has, quote, the highest rates in the country. How do you respond? Line 12 is the beginning of the answer, and that reads, this is simply not true, not on a national level or even within the Commonwealth of Kentucky. Starting with the Commonwealth, looking at the most recent publicly available information on the Commission's website, on a total average rate basis, the company's rates are generally in line with the 3 surrounding electric cooperatives that serve similar areas to the company. Specifically, the company's total average rate for 2024 was 12.04 per kWh, that's in cents, whereas the 3 electric cooperatives' total average rates were about 13.15 cents per kWh.
That's fine, you can stop forever. I guess the question I wanted to ask to start, and we'll have more opportunity to talk about these numbers, but how did you select the 3 cooperatives that you chose to compare your service territory to?
So the 3 cooperatives that we selected were just the 3 that directly abutted our service territory.
Okay. Can I approach the witness and something out?
Yes.
This will be 2.2.
Thanks.
Is it just that?
Yep.
This is the map on the Commission website.
Are you familiar with this map?
I have seen at least a similar map.
Okay, I'm going to represent to you that this is just the service territory map, most recent service territory map pulled from the commission's website. Is that what it looks like?
It looks like to me.
Okay, so I believe you just said that you compared. your
Mr. West, I'm sorry, we have just looked at the commission's website. It does not appear to be the most recent. The most recent is from May 21, 2024.
Okay,
I'll just
Is
posit that.
okay. Are you, this was accessible on the commission's website a few days ago, and I cannot give you the precise address where I was at that time, but,
That's fine. If we can just stipulate that it's not the most recent.
Okay.
But,
yeah.
yeah.
If the, what website will speak for itself. So, looking at this map, Kentucky Power, their service territory is shaded in green, encompassing Pike, Letcher, a number of counties out there. It appears to me that it borders not 3, but 7 other utilities. Would you agree with that?
Right, so again, I think maybe I needed to clarify my statement. We really focused on the 3 electric cooperatives that kind of intertwine with our territory the most. So those are the 3 that I focused on.
Which 3 were those?
That would have been Grayson Rural Electric, Big Sandy, and Licking Valley.
Okay. I'm going to hand out another document, if I may. Thank you.
Thank you.
So are you familiar with this document?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe what it is?
This is the commission's annual statistics on the various different electric investor-owned utilities, their customers, the revenues, KWH, cost per KWH, monthly bill, monthly usage, as well as some of the most of the electric co-ops.
Okay.
I believe Grayson's information may be a little.
Well, and just for your reference, this is only related to the investor owns for right now. We'll get to the co-ops in a second. But this is the chart that is accessible at the citation you provided in your rebuttal testimony, correct?
This is a subset of that data, yes.
Correct, okay. What does, and this is for 2024 and 2023, but just focusing on the most recent data, what does it show as the cost per kWh and average monthly bill for the Kentucky Power Company for residential customers?
Cost per KWH is 15.07 cents, and the monthly bill is $178.32,
Okay,
based on a monthly usage of 1,183 kWh.
thank you. And this was something that honestly was confusing to me, but I do think that Ms. Wiseman clarified it, and I just want to verify that I'm understanding this correctly. But is it your understanding that these numbers represent all rider revenue, or do they not? So for example, for Kentucky Power Company, monthly bill, that $178.32 in 2024, is that rate only, or is that rate plus rider?
Just double checking one thing real quick.
Okay.
Based on my, that has to be total all in.
Total all in, is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay, so it would include FAC, DSM, REA, KEDS, decommissioning rider, environmental surcharge, power purchase agreement, securitized surcharge rider. I'm not sure when that went into effect, so was that in 2024 when that went into effect?
No, that would have gone into effect sometime second quarter, or second half of 2025.
Okay, so this 2024 number wouldn't include that,
No.
and it would include school taxes, and it would not include the temporary charge from case number 2023-159. Am I correct on all that?
Related to the company's appeal,
Yes.
that would have, I believe that was instituted in 2025 as well.
Right. And obviously, it wouldn't include the generation rider that's proposed here in this case, which doesn't exist yet.
So I guess I'll clarify that a little bit. Again, the generation rider that we're proposing is just, it's movement of existing dollars. So we're
Fair
just
enough.
taking amounts that are currently in base rates and moving them to a rider for the purposes of future securitization. So those costs, in my estimation, would be built into those rates.
Okay. So, obviously, I want to do a little bit of a comparison with some of your neighboring utilities. So, do you have the map in front of you? Does Kentucky Power share a border at all in service territories with Kentucky Utilities?
Not unless we barely get together around Harlan County, Letcher County, but there does seem to be it's hard to tell, but there is a electric cooperative that's Cumberland Valley that kind of splits us there.
I have that you do. If you don't, I stand subject to, being corrected. But
It's certainly possible right there in Leslie County area. It looks like we may.
that's what I had in my notes, Leslie County. If it's not, at least it's very close, right?
If not, it's very close, but the large majority of KU LG&E's service territory is obviously in the Louisville, Lexington, Central Kentucky area.
Okay. Well, LG&E and KU are separate entities, and we're just talking about KU here, right? So,
Sure.
what is KU's cost per kilowatt hour in monthly bill, monthly usage, as reflected on the document I've already provided?
Sure. Based on their 2024 data, they're at $11.97 per cost per kWh. A monthly bill $131.93 based on average usage 1,102 kWh.
Okay. I can hand out another document. I guess I could ask that these be pre-marked as the map being AG1, the second document related to the investor owns AG2, and this AG3.
Thank you.
Could you tell me what this document is?
It looks to be the same document with another subset of data that focuses on the electric cooperatives.
Okay. So I'm just going to walk through this, and look at that same data for the RECCs that, to me, it appears as though you share, Kentucky Power shares a service territory border with, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you share a border with Cumberland Valley?
To the south, yes.
Okay. And what is the most recent data for Cumberland Valley as to cost per kWh, monthly bill, and monthly usage?
$12.87, $139.41, and monthly usage, $1,083.
Okay. Jackson Energy. And I'm going to represent to you that, I provided 2024 and 2023 data, and I believe Jackson Energy is one of two that did not have 2024 data. And you can correct me if I'm wrong.
Yep, I see him.
Okay. What is the 2023 cost per kWh monthly bill and monthly usage?
$13.81, $142.50, and monthly usage, $1,032.
And you would agree that you share a border with Jackson Energy? I don't guess I asked that.
Yes.
Okay. Licking Valley, I believe that's one that you said you used for comparison purposes. What's the 2024 data for Licking Valley?
Yep, I see him.
Okay. What's the data there?
1383, 128.20, and 927.
Okay. I believe Big Sandy is also geographically tied to Kentucky Power.
Yes.
So that would be a 2024 data. What are those figures?
1369, 150 or 149.34, and 1,091.
Grayson, I didn't have any 2024 data for Grayson, so going back to 2023.
Yes, so Grayson is 1627, $148.20, and their average usage 911 kWh.
Okay. And you would agree that Grayson is geographically shares a border with Kentucky Power?
I do.
Fleming Mason, I believe they had 2024 data. What are the three figures for them?
So Fleming Mason is $12.89, $30.13, monthly usage 1,009 kWh.
So my analysis of just comparing Kentucky Power's per kWh cost and monthly bills to all those, to me it looked like Grayson, using the 2023 value, had a higher per kWh cost than the 2024 value for Kentucky Power, but a lower bill. Is that correct?
Yes, and again, I acknowledge that in my rebuttal testimony. Again, when you're looking at the comparison from Kentucky Power to Grayson, our customers are on average using about 200 plus kWh more a month than customers in Grayson. So naturally, those bills are going to be higher, but Grayson's residential rates are higher. I also, I acknowledge that in my rebuttal testimony. I also look at, total rate as well. And so when you look at the total rates across, we were.
I'm just asking about residential rates.
Sure, but I think, again, what I'm saying is, I understand the point there, but I think you have to look at a broader implication there, right, as well. You have to look at total rates, because we have heard a lot in the local public hearings that our industrial rates are too high, and they're going to prohibit us from attracting economic development that ultimately hurts residential customers. And what I'm doing is I'm showing that our total rates, IGS rate, residential rate, commercial rate, all remain competitive. We're right in line with the surrounding co-ops. If you look at a total rate basis from 2024, we're right in line with Duke, Kentucky, and we are, we're not super far off from LG&E, in fact. And so, I don't think it's, the point of my rebuttal is to point out that, yes, we recognize that we have some of the highest residential rates in the Commonwealth. We're not satisfied with that. We've worked and tried to find ways to lower rates, but we have to design rates in a way that allows us to continue to attract economic development, specifically in the IGS class, because it's ultimately going to flow down to residential customers. So from a total rates perspective, we remain competitive. And if you expand that across the national average, which I've done in my rebuttal, we are pretty much smack dab in the middle of all investor-owned utilities that I could find EEI data on. And I think overall, we understand. Ms. Wiseman hinted at this. We do not sit around all day and decide, let's file a rate case, just because. We are looking and trying to plan and provide service that our customers expect and that they deserve, and our rates reflect that. And I think what my rebuttal does is just to make clear, again, I say it in my rebuttal, it doesn't mean the work's done just because we're in the middle of a pack in terms of our rates for residential customers or commercial customers or IGS customers. We want to be a utility that, provides great service to our customers at, low and affordable rates. We've had some challenges over the years, and our rates reflect that. I think part of what you're seeing in that is just a combination of a variety of things, but we continue to remain competitive overall with our rate structure.
Okay, back to my question. With the exception of Grayson, the 6 utilities that we discussed, are Kentucky Power's rates per kWh and bills higher, per this data,
Per this data, yes. On a residential basis only.
on a residential basis? In your rebuttal, you also made a comparison to a peer group, is that right?
I used the peer group that, I guess he's former company witness, Eugene Slatz, from our 2023 rate case. So one of the allegations from that case is that we had been underinvesting in distribution. And so the company hired Mr. Slatz to do a comparison of comparable utilities with similar territories to make a determination as to how the company's distribution investment practices compared. And so I used the information that I could find from the EEI data on the subgroup of that. Obviously, there were some electric co-ops that I couldn't find EEI data on, but the investor owns that were available on EEI, that's the comparison group, yes.
And that peer group, if I can list them off, Versant Power, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly, of Maine, the Public Service Company of New Hampshire,
Yes.
Green Mountain Power,
Yes.
Potomac Edison Company, West Virginia, Duke Energy, Kentucky, and Monongahela Power Company. Are those the peer group companies?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to focus on one just because it's one that, being in Kentucky, we're familiar with, that being Duke. Can you go back to the service area map that I provided?
Yes.
Duke's service territory is basically the Cincinnati suburbs in northern Kentucky, right?
That's my understanding, yeah.
Okay, so geographically, topography, I may mispronounce that word, but how is it similar in any way to Kentucky Power service territory?
Well, again, what I just laid out was, I wasn't trying to introduce new data or differentiate. I used the information provided by a consultant that did a comparison of our service territory from a distribution investment standpoint to other similarly situated investor-owned utilities and electric cooperatives. And so I did not want to manipulate his data. I pulled everybody that was in his peer group that I could find via the EEI data.
I guess I'm questioning whether Duke, Kentucky is truly a similarly situated utility.
From a topographical standpoint, I would say no. But again,
In what way are they the same?
I can't speak to that specifically. What I can say is that was the peer group that was included in Mr. Slatz's testimony, and that's the peer group that I used on. I would have pulled data from anybody that he determined was in that peer group that I could find EEI data on. These were just the group that I could find.
Would it surprise you if I told you that the incomes for residents in the Duke Energy Service Territory are some of the highest in the state, and those of residents in Kentucky Power's service territory are the lowest in the state?
No, but I'm not sure how that factors into the comparison.
Just that they're not similar service territories and don't serve similar customers.
Again, I'm not sure I understand the distinction there. Again, the comparison here is rates versus usage.
And I'm talking about the affordability of those rates.
Sure, but my analysis is much simpler than that. It's just straight comparison of rates versus,
You're focused on cost as opposed to affordability.
Mr. West, if you would allow Mr. Wolfram to finish his answer before you ask your next question.
Please finish your
I'd
answer.
appreciate it.
again, what I was trying to do was isolate and demonstrate that our rates remain, fairly consistent and in line with similarly situated utilities that were identified by a third-party consultant as a similarly situated group.
Just one more line of questions. Are you familiar with the concept in finance of a death spiral?
Not specifically, no.
I believe Commissioner Wood made reference to it earlier, but it's kind of the idea that if you have fewer ratepayers available to demand your product, fixed costs for that product have to be spread over fewer people, and that results in further cost increases, and it's a self-reinforcing process. As fewer people buy, fixed costs go up per capita, and so on. Does that make sense?
Are you asking if it makes sense conceptually? or
Conceptually,
within the-
yes.
Within the context of utility rate making?
Conceptually.
Conceptually, I understand that, yeah.
Okay. So were you present for the public comment meetings? I already asked you this. You were present with all three, Pikeville, Hazard, and Ashland.
I was.
Do you recall the comments of Mr. Daniel Tackett at the Pikeville meeting? He talked about moving back to Belcher when his parents passed away. He had lived in Arizona, talked about electric costs there and compared them to what he was paying here. Talked about going back to Arizona.
I generally remember that, yes.
Okay. And he talked about initially wanting his grandkids to come here and live with him, but he was on the verge of giving up, and this rate increase was going to push him over the edge. Do you recall that?
I don't remember that specifically, but I do remember his commentary along those similar lines. I don't remember if those were his specific words or not.
Sure. Wouldn't you agree that this is a prototypical example of the death spiral in action?
So I understand the concern, certainly. I think just a level set, right? The goal of utility rate making is, and what we are proposing is not to set rates to a point where customers are making decisions whether or not to leave our service territory. That does not benefit us in any way, and that's not the service that we intend to provide. What has happened is there's been a variety of factors that have, I understand the concept, but that is only true in, if you're focusing on fixed cost allocation. If there are, if you hold all else equal, all costs remain the same, and we lose customers, for example. Let's say we lost 10,000 customers, all costs remain the same, right? You do have to reallocate your fixed cost component, but on some of the variable components, you will see decreased costs as a result of not having those customers. Now, what we have seen is not only have we experienced that, but you're experiencing cost increases on the other side, which have created, that complication. When you're losing customers and costs are increasing, that's the point and what we're seeing, and that's why you're seeing, rates increase, and the proposals that we have brought here. But again, I don't think it's fair to say that, by increasing rates necessarily, you've created a death spiral, and that is certainly not our goal. We do not, even if you want to take it from just a pure, utility wants to make money perspective, there's no benefit for us if we are pushing customers out of our service territory. I think we can all agree on that, and that's not our goal. And I think Company Witness Wiseman has walked you through the significant amount of effort that we have put into this to make our ask and this settlement agreement to a place where we can provide the most benefits to our customers, to give them rate relief, so that we have time to really hit hard some of those things that we need to do, which is increase economic development. We need to land a big fish. We are committed to that, and we are committed to making a positive difference in Eastern Kentucky. I would not have come down here if I did not believe that I had the opportunity to make a difference here. So that's my answer. I understand the concern, and I get it. But I would not be here if I didn't believe that we couldn't fix it.
Thank you, Mr. Wolfram. I don't have any further questions for you. I would ask that these three documents be placed in the record.
With the stipulation that one of them wasn't the most recent?
Yeah.
Any objection?
We have no objection.
Okay. Anyone else object? Let them be admitted, and someone from staff has them, right?
I have them.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Collier. All right, and for Mr. Kurtz?
I do, Your Honor. Thank you. Afternoon, Mr. Wolfram.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kurtz.
Your settlement testimony, Exhibit TSW 1, page 21 of 32. If you could turn to that.
Yeah, 1 second, sorry. I'm going to give up on that for now.
Yeah, S1.
Do you need some, Judy?
No, I'm good. It just,
Page 21.
that end of the mic is not
32.
I tried to make it quieter. I'm
Katie,
sorry.
do we have this electronic, or Mike?
Sorry?
Put on the screen, this exhibit?
I am not hooked up to do that.
Okay.
I can do that, I think.
Sorry, Mr. Kurtz, you wanted me on TSW 1?
Yes, S settlement.
S1.
Yeah, page
It's
21 of
settlement,
32.
Yes, sir.
TSWR1.
S1, it's the first exhibit to the settlement agreement itself.
Oh, no, sorry, I'm looking at the, maybe I can't. Go ahead.
Okay.
Sorry.
Do you have that, Mr. Wolfram?
I do.
Okay, this
Thank you guys for being helpful to one another. I appreciate it.
Doing my best.
That's it,
Okay. What page?
21 of 32.
This is the settlement agreement.
Wow, I'm impressed. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Byron. Okay, so what you're doing here in this exhibit is comparing the AG-KIUC litigation position to the settlement on an issue-by-issue basis. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So on line 2 is rate base. So let's, on the fuel inventory adjustment recommended by AG-KIUC, you guys agreed to it in settlement?
We did.
Materials and supplies, you guys agreed to it?
Yes.
Deferred tax asset, federal NOL ADIT, and the $4.1 million adjustment, you agreed to it?
Agreed to the adjustment. I think we maintain the ability to make arguments about the calculation later.
Okay. Deficient federal NOL ADIT, $885,000, you agreed to it?
Yes.
Capital increase to TOR, $1.646 million, you agreed to it?
Yes.
Okay. Now moving to operating income, comparing the litigation position of KIUC AG to settlement. Incentive compensation, $1.842 million, you agreed?
We agreed.
SERP expense, $144,000, you agreed?
Yes.
401K matching, $1.943 million, you agreed?
Yes.
Correct property tax expense, $320,000, you agreed?
Yes.
Defer pension settlement accounting, $985,000, you agreed?
Yes.
Okay. Remove depreciation expense for TOR veg management, $588,000, you agreed?
Yes. Consistent with the removal of the capital increase to TOR. Yes.
Reduce depreciation expense to remove terminal net salvage Big Sandy, $588,000, you agreed?
Yes.
reduced depreciation expense,
Mike, I'm sorry, Mr. Karsick, I don't want to interrupt your flow, but I think that was 1.011 million.
okay, thank you.
Sorry.
But,
Yeah, I was misreading the line as well. My apologies.
okay, so you agreed to that.
1.001, or
Okay.
011.
Now, the reduced depreciation expense to remove interim retirements and interim net salvage, Big Sandy, you did 779,000. You did not agree.
No, we did not. Again, we viewed that as an appropriate cost to be reflected in our depreciation rates. However, I'm sure you're about to ask me about it, so I don't mean to jump ahead, but given that the company is committed to seeking securitization associated with the Mitchell plant, we did agree to remove the interim retirements for that plant while we work through securitization legislation.
Because the intent of the settlement, among other things, is to maximize the amount that could be securitized to save ratepayers even more money.
That's the idea, yes.
Line 17, reduce depreciation expense to remove interim retirements and interim net salvage Mitchell, 2.793 million. You agreed?
We did.
Okay. Reduce depreciation expense, Mitchell Generation Rider, 1.19 million. You agreed?
Yes, that was an increase as a result of the downward adjustment in the generation rider.
Okay, that was an increase in the revenue requirement.
Yes, it's
Okay.
locational.
Okay. EEI dues, chamber dues removal, 113,000. You agreed?
We did.
Okay. Now, on line 20, we increased major storm expense by 2 million. Why was that?
So the company has recently filed a variety of various storm deferral applications, including one that sought deferral authority for non-major storm events. Given the timing in 2024, we had a major event kind of right off the jump, or 2025, sorry. At the beginning of 2025, we had a major event kind of right off the jump from the beginning of the year that we had to come in and seek deferral authority for. Currently in base rates, we have 1.1 million of storm expense built into our rates. And so when we sought deferral authority of that major storm, the major storm deferral was granted to the incremental amount above the 1.1 million in base. So functionally, what that meant was the 1.1 million in base was fully accounted for by our first major event, our first storm of the year, because it was kind of right out of the gate. And so, throughout the year, we incurred a variety of different non-major events. And at the end, we sought deferral authority of those non-major events, which was denied. And so the company, as part of the settlement agreement, we understood the commission's concern around, in those orders, the commission had expressed concern about not having a sufficient level of storm cost in base rates. And so as part of settlement, given the overall reductions to the revenue requirement, we thought it would be appropriate to address some of those concerns around the amount of storm cost in base rates to increase and set some level so that we could defer defer any storm costs above that 2 million or set up a reg liability in any amount less than that 2 million so that we could ultimately reflect that on a dollar per dollar basis back to customers.
Let's move to line 21, cost of capital. Line 22, there was a small $75,000 error, which you agreed to fix.
Yes.
Okay. Line 23, return on equity, AGKIUC recommended 9.5. You asked for 10.0. The settlement being proposed to the commission is 9.8. So the revenue requirement went down by 2.15 million, not the 5.5 million requested by AGKIUC.
That's correct.
Okay. Generation rider, line 25. So 26, property tax expense, you agreed to reduce the rate case rate increase by 195,000, or the gen rider anyway?
Yes, that was to remove property tax from the generation rider.
Okay. Line 27, reduce depreciation expense to remove interim retirements and interim net salvage Mitchell, 1.185 million, recommended by AG KIUC, you guys agreed?
Yes.
The return on equity, line 28, again, we proposed 9.5, you proposed 10. The settlement was at 9.8, so that reduced the gen rider revenue requirement by $24,000.
The generation rider revenue requirement is a 9.7 ROE.
Oh, okay, 9.7, okay. So, on line 30, AG KIUC litigation position was a rate increase of 71.118 million, correct?
That's correct.
You were asking for, as filed, 95.558 million, correct?
Yes.
The settlement was for 77.4 million. Before the deferred tax liability issues,
Correct.
okay? So, year one, the DTL amortization of 20 million, that reduced the rate increase to 57.4 million.
Yes, so the 20 million there is levelized across all classes.
And then,
Today, 57.4.
and then the 5 million on line 33 was directly assigned to the residential customers, correct?
That's correct.
There was no cost of service justification for giving the residential customers, well, the only ones who agreed to it so far are KIUC and the solar people, but was there any cost of service justification? Weren't the residential customers currently being subsidized by like $36 million?
No, other than, we continue to be aware of the challenges specifically to our residential customers, and the parties that agreed made an effort, despite the fact that the residential advocate did not sign the settlement. We do believe that the settlement ultimately brings significant value to residential customers through the DTL amortization period.
So basically, it was just a policy adjustment to give the residential customers a bigger rate reduction, a bigger or a smaller rate increase.
That's correct.
Okay. So the first year rate increase, total system, 52.4 million compared to the ask of 95.5 and compared to the litigation position of AG KIUC of 71.1.
Yes.
So that first year revenue requirement is better than the KIUC AG litigation position.
Yes, I don't think there could have been a revenue requirement achieved outside, based on the litigation positions of the parties, that was less than what the settlement agreement ultimately provides for in year one.
Okay, will you turn to page 26 of this same exhibit?
Yes.
Byron, that would be great if you could.
Is that
If you could go to page 26.
20, the page numbers on, yeah, go down like 5 pages.
That's it. Okay.
Who
Thank-
says we're opposing parties?
Okay, so the as-filed rate case was a residential increase of 15% at the top left-hand corner.
Yes, depending on how you looked at it, it was either 14.9 or 15%.
Okay. In total system, 14.6% rate increase was the proposal.
Yes, sir.
And again, at least according to you or the company, this was a bare bones proposal to start with.
Yes, I think, again, there are always costs that I think are up for debate. I'll focus on incentive compensation for one. That's obviously, we think that expenses associated with our employees are properly included in rate making, and then there's ultimately judgments made by the various parties and the commission as to whether or not those are recoverable. So, from an as-filed position, those are costs that we think are prudently incurred and should be reflected in rates. But we also, when we make settlement agreements, we're looking at this holistically, and we recognize the risk of, based on prior commission precedent on certain issues, and we look at that and ultimately make risk associated decisions on whether or not we can take the revenue requirement down from what we initially filed. But we did significant legwork upfront. I mean, if you look at it from a pure numbers perspective, if we would have updated depreciation rates at Mitchell, it was going to be about $11 million increase above the 95.6 million. That is a significant cash issue for us, right? And that, holding all else equal, if you update depreciation rates at Mitchell and that $11 million is approved, that's $11 million in cash that the company would have for future operations. And so there are a variety of factors, and I think Company Witness Wiseman listed them out, but we mitigated this case down to a point where, this was the lowest we felt comfortable filing based on our actual costs. And I will reiterate here that we are unique among the investor-owned utilities, I believe, and in that we are the only investor-owned utility that files historical rate cases. I believe LG&E, KU, and Duke all file forecasted test years. And so what our rate case represents are actual costs that we have incurred. So, we are not forecasting out other than, the few very minor pro forma adjustments. And so these are actual costs that we incurred to provide service to our customers. And when you start mitigating beyond your actual cost, there are impacts. And so we took it as low as we could get it. And then ultimately, FP&L kind of laid the foundation for us. It was something that we had seen and evaluated. And we wanted to take advantage and bring a similar value to our customers if we could pull that forward.
This is a small point. In other words, by using a historic test year, there wasn't any debate about, you over forecasted your expenses, you're under forecasted your revenues. This reflects your actuals.
These are actuals.
There were some pro forma adjustments. For example, you made a weather normalization adjustment,
Sure.
which you always do in your historic test years.
Yes, that's just to account for, within the test year, right, you could have a good weather year, a bad weather year, you have to kind of levelize that across. But, outside of that and the couple minor pro formas for dollars that we knew we were going to spend, related to the reservation fee for the generation turbines and the TOR adjustment, it's actual costs.
Okay. So sticking with this agreement, the estimated bill increase under the settlement of 11.9% for the residentials, and is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so this is straight across the board, even Steven, 11.9% rate increase for everybody, for all rate classes.
Yeah, once you get to the total end of the, year 3 revenue requirement on a levelized basis, yeah.
So, okay, so that's 11.9%. But then when you go to the next column, year 1, the residential rate increase using the DTL of 20 million, even Steven across the board, 5 million directly to the residentials. That's how the residential rate increase is 7%, but everybody else is getting an 8.8% rate increase.
That's correct.
Okay, and again, no cost of service justification, just policy to give the residentials the best deal of the bunch.
Yes, the residential customer class is getting the most benefit of the DTLs out of this settlement agreement, yes.
Okay, year 2, when the DTL credit goes from 25 million to 15 million, that's effectively, as the chair said, that's a $10 million rate increase, effectively a phased-in rate increase, because the people's credit goes from 25 to 15, they're going to pay 10 million more.
Yes.
Okay. And then taking one step further in year 3, when the credit goes from 15 to 0, it's a $15 million rate increase. That's not shown on this chart, but that's what will happen.
Yes, the goal, or the way the settlement sets up is at the end of year 3, or after year 2, you will be at the full settlement position.
And all else equal, phasing out the DTL credit, it will hopefully keep you out of a rate case. This isn't a per se stay out, but it's structured to maybe, hopefully, have that effect.
That is part of the intent, yes.
Okay. So in year 2, the residential rate increase, well, first of all, the 7% is less than half of what you asked for, 15%, correct?
Yes.
Okay, in year 2, Residential rate increase is 9.1, and everybody else gets 9.9%, but it's still a lot less than what you asked for.
Yes.
So, on your settlement testimony itself, can we go to page 8?
I'm there.
Okay. At the bottom, when we talk about the DTL rate credits, it's 20 million year one across the board, and then 5 million direct assignment to the residentials. We've covered that. Let me ask you, on page, we turn to page 9.
I'm seeing operating expenses on page 9.
Are you talking about the agreement itself for the testimony?
I'm talking about the agreement itself.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
sorry.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Basically,
I'm there.
page 28 to 57.
Thank you.
Okay.
There we go.
So, the accounting treatment, at the top there, that's the 15 million DTL credit, 12.5 across the board, 2.5 million direct assignment to the residentials.
Yes.
Okay, again, so that's why they get the best deal.
Correct.
Okay. Now, let's talk about some of the mechanics. There's no free lunch. This money has to be repaid. Essentially, I look at the deferred tax liability like this. Tell me this is money you've collected from customers that will eventually be paid over to the federal government in taxes. It's a rate-based offset right now, so we'll get that money back, but we're going to get it back faster under the settlement agreement.
Yes, it's a reg liability that the company will ultimately flow back through customers at some point. We're just ultimately flowing it back more quickly to provide rate relief.
Okay. And when customers pay you back, you get paid interest at your after-tax weighted average cost of capital.
Yes, and that's because, and Mr. Hodgson can speak more to this, but functionally what we're doing is we're paying the DTLs at a WAC to customers. The credit is, a WAC is functionally applied to the DTLs that we're passing back, and so then when you flip to the reg asset, the WAC is also applied there.
Okay. So on page 27 of 32, your weighted average cost of capital is 7.48%. Just confirm it. So customers will pay you back at 7.48%.
Yeah, that is our weighted average cost of capital, yes.
And customers will pay you back over 26 years approximately.
That's our estimation, yes.
Okay. So customers get $40 million accelerated, the lower rates today, and that first 2 years is an interest-free loan. We're not paying any interest on that, are we? I'm not 100% sure on this. Maybe you can correct me. I think it's interest-free.
I think I would defer to company witness Hodgson on that just to confirm.
Okay.
But he should know, yes.
But in any event, customers pay it back over 26 years at 7.48%. So any residential customer with a credit card balance of 22%, 23%, 24%, they're better off borrowing from the company at 7.48% rather than borrowing it from MasterCard at 24%.
If they could borrow from us, yes.
Well, effectively,
They are, yeah, effectively, yes.
And from Marathon's perspective, they're borrowing from you at that same rate. They have a higher hurdle rate for their investments than 7.48%.
Yep.
Okay. So, and then on the settlement agreement says if this 40 million could be securitized, it's even more savings.
Sure, the regulatory asset associated with this, again, that depends ultimately, I would just say that it ultimately depends on what the securitization legislation looks like, what it provides for. In the 2023 case, the securitization legislation that that was passed was, there was kind of a general provision related to regulatory assets, and that's what allowed us to securitize, approximately $80 million worth of storms. So if there's a provision in there in we can actually securitize that without getting into trouble with rating agencies, because there's a tipping point in securitization at some point where we become over debt levered in that scenario. So, from our perspective, our analysis, the Mitchell securitization absolutely on the table. But if we have the option for additional regulatory assets, we would have to look at that and make sure that we could actually place bonds. But that, we could absolutely do it if the legislation allows and we can place.
Commissioner Wood asked about securitization. I want to just describe that a little bit.
Sure.
You're essentially shrinking the earnings, you're shrinking the rate base of the utility when you securitize something, right?
Functionally, you're making the company smaller. Yes.
But the cost is still there. When you securitize, you're paying it off at 100% debt at a AAA credit rating.
Yes.
Rather than at your cost of debt plus your authorized return on equity.
Correct. So that's the savings. So customers get, from my perspective, there's two main savings mechanisms associated with securitization. One, you're paying off these balances over a longer period of time, so lower immediate rate impacts. And then two, to your point, because of the way the securitization is structured, the securitization creates AAA rated bonds. So they typically get fairly favorable interest rates on the debt. And so customers will pay that lower debt rate on those investments instead of having to pay the recovery of those costs at our weighted average cost of capital, which is, to your point, as proposed, 7.48%, where the debt rate is going to be lower than that over the life of those bonds.
It's going to be 5%. Today's interest.
Yeah, I can't remember what our current, what the current securitization bonds were, but I do think it was a little south of 5%, or right up around it.
So securitization lowers rates for customers, but it takes away earnings capability for the utilities, even though you do get a big slug of cash.
Oh, absolutely. It's, from our perspective, it's, we are walking away from earnings in those securitization proceedings. And the commission correctly recognized that when we placed our last securitization bond, we functionally walked away from $90+ million worth of earnings by placing those assets within a securitization bond so that customers could get the rate relief associated with it. So yes, we are, functionally giving up earnings opportunities on those items.
The way this deferred tax liability works and the creation of the regulatory asset and the amortization, there's no adverse effect on your earnings, is there? In other words, this is not going to cause you to file a rate case sooner because there's no effect on earnings.
No. That's correct. So functionally, if you're looking at our rate case, the revenue requirement that is ultimately approved. So let's, for our example, use the settlement allocation, which is the, so I'm going to get the number wrong, so I'm just going to look at it again real quick.
Your Honor, we may have lost our
I
video.
just pulled that one out since
Okay.
he wasn't referring to it anymore.
Okay, got it.
So from the settlement position, we talked about the total rate increase associated with this settlement agreement, $77.4 million. So the earnings component associated with that $77.4 million worth of revenue increase is not impacted by amortizing the DTLs to reduce the revenue requirement. What customers are seeing is rate relief and a cash impact from the company. So we are taking less cash, but we still get to recognize the earnings associated with the $77.4 million. So functionally, we are finding another creative way to maintain and improve the financial health of the company while keeping rate impacts as low as we can.
What does the $77.4 million represent?
That's the agreed upon settlement position, total revenue increase.
Sorry.
Chair, that's on page 21 of 32. Okay. So customers get lower rates from the DTL amortization. No effect on earnings, but it does have a negative effect on your cash flow.
Yes.
So it does affect the FFO to debt credit ratings and those type of things, but you guys feel you can handle it.
Yes, based on, anytime we agree to settlement, we're looking at what those impacts are, and we still believe even with the DTLs, we can improve our FFO to debt position. Right now, we're, I think for Moody's, we're out of bounds low on our FFO to debt, because I think at the end of the test year, we're about 8-ish% FFO to debt. So we do need to make improvements there to avoid, potential downgrade. But based on the terms of the agreement, we think the settlement provides for that while still allowing us to provide rate relief.
Okay, the 40 million of the DTL that we're using to lower rates the first 2 years, that's related to repair allowance, correct? What does that mean? What is the repair allowance? Why is this a special category of costs?
Sure, so there's timing differences associated with certain repair allowances. So the one that comes to mind to me is like restoration from storms. When we have to go out and we have to make repairs from weather events, we have to make capital investments associated with that. And then there ultimately gets created a timing difference on taxes. And Mr. Hodge can explain this a little bit more fully than I can, but functionally what it does is, given the timing difference between like when we pay the IRS and what we're recognizing on our books, it creates a deferred liability that we ultimately have to pass back to customers. But given that these are unprotected, reg liabilities, it gives us some flexibility around how we use them. Similar to what the FP&L settlement provided for in Florida, we decided to look at that and ultimately pulled down on that to create these lower rate impacts.
And what is the total current balance of these, the repair allowance?
Based on the time of settlement, we had about 60 million of deferred tax liabilities, so we will still have about 20 million of deferred tax liabilities at the end of year 2 that we can evaluate the use for. And I will also note that my understanding is that balance will continue to grow just based on the nature of that repair expense. So there may be the opportunity to use additional details in the future.
Expand on that. What would the company be willing to do at the end of year 2?
So again, I think we have to look at it. I think we've all highlighted that the company has quite a bit of regulatory activity going on, not just from a rate case perspective, but with Mitchell and, the cooling tower upgrade and new generation. So we will evaluate whether or not there is a useful opportunity to use DTLs again to offset rate impacts in either those proceedings, future, I know nobody wants to hear this, future rate case proceedings, the like. We will continue to evaluate the availability and applicability of those DTLs in the future.
And to be clear, there's 20 million extra today that's not being used, and that's going to continue to grow?
That's my expectation, yes.
One last couple questions. There've been a lot of questions about load growth and, economic development, industrial load, data centers.
Yes, sir.
You're obviously, Kentucky Power is a member of PJM.
We are.
Okay, so if a data center said we want to locate, and that 765 kV line, that Hanging Rock Jefferson line that Ms. Wiseman talked about, that is very important. They do like being located near that's the biggest transmission in the country, highest voltage.
Highest voltage, yes.
Okay. Very few utilities have that.
We may be the only one. The AEP may be the only one.
Certainly in PJM.
As far as I'm aware, yes.
And that's a competitive advantage for locating a data center. There's disadvantages in your territory, but that's an advantage, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think what I heard earlier was discussion around economic development as it relates to affordability, like the challenges associated with finding economic development because, whether or not your rates are affordable or not. That is certainly a factor, but I will tell you the other factor, especially when it comes to these large data center customers, is how quickly can you serve me, and like when can I get online? And so by being a part of PJM and within the AEP East zone and having access to the capacity on our transmission network. We have, capabilities to serve that load quicker than we would otherwise if we were, isolated or didn't have access to that 765 line.
Now, Kentucky Power doesn't have native load generation enough to serve a major data center, does it?
Not currently, no.
But you could do a market pass-through deal where you buy energy and capacity from PJM, pass it directly through to the data center, connect it to your 765 kV system, charge them an adder or a markup, and serve the load that way, couldn't you?
It sounds like a special contract type of arrangement,
Yes.
but there are options. Again, I think Ms. Wiseman hinted at it. Obviously, beggars can't be choosers in terms of economic development, so if we have a data center, we will absolutely serve them and kind of figure out how, again, I think this is an issue that all the utilities are facing, right? Specifically for us, we're about a 950 megawatt system, and you've got a customer that, wants to come on at a gigawatt. There are investments that will have to be made, and so we will have to figure that out.
You certainly would need infrastructure to hook them up to the system, which they would pay for.
Yes.
You could do a market pass-through deal, put on an adder, and that's money to lower rates for everybody else, the adder, wouldn't it?
Yes, theoretically, but I think we'd have to evaluate, each of those on an individual basis to determine whether or not that's appropriate. But, again, I think we are positioned, given, the transmission investment that is available that has been made within the PJM footprint and specifically the AEP East zone to be able to serve a large-scale customer fairly quickly.
Let me just close this out. Not that many jobs, a lot of construction jobs, not that many permanent jobs typically, correct?
I think it depends on the operation. I've heard generally it could be up to, a gigawatt could be 50 to 100 jobs.
Okay.
I don't know, but that's kind of what we've heard.
But the real money is in the property tax revenue for the local county. These are multi-billion-dollar investments.
Multi-billion-dollar investments, and I would say the value is there for the local municipalities, and me sitting where I am. This is the biggest opportunity we have to lower rates for customers. If we can have, obviously when we're talking about adding large load, we're talking. Large manufacturing is obviously one. Marathon is obviously a great customer, and we're very lucky to have them. But, if we're going to add additional load, large industrial, large manufacturing, but at some point, the data center may be the data center type customer would provide rate relief to all customers, because even though you're going to have to make investments to build out to them, that is a high usage factor customer that's going to use a lot of energy. They're going to get a lot of cost allocated to them based on our large load tariff, as well as some of the protections around that, and that will ultimately, spread the revenue requirement out.
Couple last things people forget. Data centers use a lot of electricity, and there's up to a 3% school tax for the local school district, which could be huge.
I think that's correct, yes.
And for businesses, residential customers don't pay the school tax, but there's a 6% state sales tax, which provides tremendous revenue to the state.
Yes. And I will say, right, like what the settlement agreement also does is it gives us time here to really focus on economic development. And I know Company Witness Wiseman pushes me every day to work and try to land somebody that can ultimately make a difference in Eastern Kentucky, and that's what we're going to work on here in the near term.
Thank you, Ms. Wolfram. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kurtz.
Mr. Gary.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mr. Wolfram.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm all right. Been a long few days preparing for this. I do have some questions for you. Just to start, we talked with Ms. Wiseman a bit about the reorganization that's been occurring at AEP and Kentucky Power specifically.
Sure.
And you've been here all day for all the testimony. I think I've seen you out there in the gallery listening, right?
I have been.
Okay. You accepted your current position with Kentucky Power in July of 2024, right?
That's correct,
Okay, so that would have been right about the time this reorganization began?
roughly.
Okay. And prior to that, you worked for the Service Corps, right?
Yes, I was a Service Corps employee prior to that.
Okay. You started there in, I think, the legal department and then moved over to regulatory filings with the AEP SC as well?
Yes, I started as a counsel for, well, I actually started as an extern right out of law school for a year, and then I was hired on as counsel for the East operating companies. I was there for 2-ish years and then made the transition to our regulatory department, the Central Regulatory Department, before coming to Kentucky, yes.
And you answered my next question as well, right out of law school.
Yes.
So your background is legal, not finance or accounting. Some of those finance questions might be better for, say, Mr. Hodgson.
I think it would depend on the context.
Okay.
I did go to law school because I was told there would be no math, but unfortunately, in my current line, I deal with math quite regularly.
Okay, but your background is in finance or accounting?
No, I was a poli-sci undergrad, and then straight to law school.
Same here. And your background's not in engineering either?
I am not an engineer.
Okay. I wanted to start just with the revenue requirements a little bit.
Sure.
And I think you were here in between Ms. Weissman's testimony and your own. I don't think she stuck around, but Ms. Martin had a question. I don't know if you'll be able to answer this off the top of your head or not. She asked about the cost to file rate cases every so often. Do you happen to know what the rate case expense in this case is?
I
Or
don't.
easily reference where it would be?
Yeah, so we file updates to our rate case expense within the docket. I don't know where we're at
Okay.
right now, but it's in the docket currently.
I'm sure I could find it, I just couldn't find it for her right after her question
Yes,
either, so I thought maybe.
It's
you could
included
direct us.
with, we file supplemental data responses to certain ongoing requirements, and that is included in that.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Regarding the generation rider,
Yes.
specifically that's for the Mitchell plant. And the purpose of that is to facilitate securitization, ideally, of that expense, that remaining net book value.
That's not the only purpose, but that is the main purpose, is to be able to effectuate securitization outside of the context of our.
Okay. And maybe I should have asked Ms. Weissman this, but you've been working on legislation with the Kentucky legislature. Can you say whether you've made progress, what the likelihood of that occurring this session is?
So I have been involved, tangentially to advise on regulatory input. My understanding is there has been progress. I know that, I think there's been drafts of bills. I don't know where we stand in terms of whether or not we have a bill sponsor at this point or not. Company witness Wiseman would have had that, a little more detail on that.
It's okay. Perhaps we can ask in a post-hearing data request. And you spoke to Mr. Kurtz at length about the basic idea being to spread it out longer than it currently is being paid back, right?
With
securitization.
With securitization? Absolutely. That's part of the benefit associated with securitization. You're paying these longer lead time assets over a longer period of time. So right now, Mitchell is, being depreciated to 2040. Securitization would allow us, our last securitization bond placement was 20 years, so you would get additional time to recover those costs. But not only do you get the longer time, but you also, customers pay at a lower rate because it's at a debt rate instead of our weighted average cost of capital.
Okay. And Mitchell's being is being depreciated at its 2040 right now because that's the projected end of life of Mitchell.
Currently, yes.
Not the end of your investment necessarily in Mitchell, that sort of depends on some other factors, right?
Certainly, there may be other investments that, extend the life of the plant, but right now, that's the current expectation based on the equipment that's installed at the units.
My understanding from the recent CPCN cases that you're now authorized through 2031 at least, right? Did I understand that order correctly?
I would say at least, yes.
Okay. You may have to seek additional authority to go past 2031, depending on some outside factors.
I think that's fair based on, I guess I will contextualize it in that to the extent that the existing environmental regulations associated with coal facilities are still in place, the company will ultimately have to make some decision on the compliance path for Mitchell, either to install additional environmental controls to comply with the EPA regulations, or potentially make a different decision in terms of how that unit operates. But at this point, it's business as usual, and to the extent that, those environmental regulations are delayed or repealed, we will revisit that at that time.
Okay. So I think with regard to keeping it open past 2031, you may have to seek additional authorizations. Is that what you said?
That would be my expectation. If the environmental regulations were to be repealed or delayed, then there's not a decision, there may not be a decision point that we have to make in terms of, making additional upgrades at Mitchell to comply with the EPA regulations if they are repealed.
Okay. Well, and there's at least one, and I'm not going to get into the details of it right now. I know you haven't filed it, but there's one that you guys have filed a notification for the cooling tower at least, right?
Yes, but that's not an environmental upgrade.
Yes, no, just generally, there may be more investments and authorizations sought from the commission to keep that open as late as 2040, right?
Sure, that's, natural cycle associated with any power plant. You're going to have to make additional investments to allow it to continue to operate safely.
Thank you. And you said securitization, likely payback period of 20 years?
That was the bond placement, I believe, in our 2023 placement.
Okay.
That was authorized in our 23 rate case.
And assuming legislation is adopted this year, when would be the earliest you'd expect to be able to actually securitize those expenses?
It's a good question. Based on, I agree with company witness Wiseman earlier, who said, since we've all been through it once, I would hope that we could do it a little more quickly than the last go-around, but it will ultimately depend, right, in terms of what the legislation provides. I believe in the last instance, I believe the bill was passed sometime in the first quarter of 2022-ish, or 23, I can't remember exactly, but basically it was effective, the law was effective like July 1, and so we made an application as soon as we could to hit that July 1 date so that we could start the clock on getting an order and getting it placed. So I think I wish I could give you a better answer, but it kind of depends on what the legislation ultimately provides for in terms of when we can file, the effective date of the application, and then how quickly we can get those bonds placed.
Okay. Well, just as a baseline, maybe, that previous application, that would have been in 2023-159, right?
Yes.
So it would have been filed in 2023. When were those assets pulled out of rates for that purpose?
I may get the exact date wrong, but it was second quarter, or second half of 2025.
Okay, so it took roughly 1.5 to 2 years that time.
It was approximately 18.
Hopefully somewhat shorter than that this time, but still could take a year or so.
Yes, Mr. Messner could probably give you a better idea. So AEP has, across the system, worked on various securitizations in other states as well. He could probably give you a general timeline on kind of what the expectation on securitization would be.
Okay.
In those instances. I think, again, we had to factor in, this was kind of a unique, first of its kind within the Commonwealth opportunity for us to take advantage of, and I think that caused some of the delay in ultimately placing those bonds.
Okay. Fair to say, though, even if it were securitized tomorrow with a 20-year payback period, that would extend past that 2031 or 2040 or whatever the current end of your investment in Mitchell is, right?
Correct.
So Kentucky Power ratepayers will be paying for that past Mitchell's useful life at this point.
Yes, that's a potential, but again, what I would say to that is you also get the savings associated with, extending that recovery and also getting that finance at a lower rate, right? It's functionally, it's very similar to what we did with the retired coal assets at Big Sandy. You know, the company was continuing to recover those investments at its weighted average cost of capital until securitization was passed, and because of the securitization legislation, we saved customers $90+ million.
But Big Sandy was already, those assets were already not operational at the time of securitization, right?
That's correct.
So folks seeing the benefit of securitization in a year or two will get the benefit of power from Mitchell, correct?
I think that's one of the unique opportunities that we have here is that we can reduce the overall cost of operations of a plant so that customers continue, not only do they get the reduced cost of Mitchell, but Mitchell's going to continue to operate as is until, you know, something has to change. So the customers are going to get that asset at a lower cost. It's, you know, especially we just talked about within the commodity market and the, you know, the restriction around, or the tightening of the supply and demand curve around, you know, generation capacity and energy. They're going to have a resource that's sitting there. It is a low-cost resource that is providing baseload power at a lower cost to them.
So folks seeing the benefit tomorrow will get power from Mitchell, but the folks paying it back, say in 2041, won't still be getting that power.
I can't say that Mitchell will not be there in 2041.
Okay, well,
That's its current depreciation.
current depreciation, and current depreciation, let's see, puts it out to 2040, at which time it'll be 69 years old, correct?
I think from the initial install date, I think that's right.
Okay. And typically as assets, especially generating assets age, more investment is often needed. I think you already agreed to keep that running, correct?
I would defer you to company witness Jesse there in terms of like normal capital cycle on those units, but it doesn't, ultimately it doesn't matter the age of the unit. You are always going to have natural like maintenance, capital maintenance associated, or normal maintenance schedules and capital upgrades that you have to make even to a brand new unit, right? It's just part of the process, and I think Mr. Jesse could talk about, you know, some of the upgrades that we've made at the Mitchell plant. You know, the plant itself is 50+ years old, but there are components that are younger than that. So, you know, I don't think it's not necessarily fair or not. I can't give you an exact whether or not it's, you know, at a plant that age, whether or not it's going to be more expensive or less expensive on a normal maintenance cycle.
General principle, as something gets older, you're probably going to have to make more investments. My 2011 Odyssey has a new alternator in it, but I'm probably still going to have to spend more money than on a 2024 brand new vehicle, right?
Sure.
Asked and answered, Mr. Gary.
I didn't get a yes or no. I was just trying to get a yes or no to that question.
It's not a yes or no question. Mr. Wolfram provided additional context for his answer. His answer hasn't changed.
I'll allow it.
As something gets older, typically maintenance costs go up, correct?
Sure, that's certainly a possibility, but again, I can't tell you if we're talking about Mitchell beyond 2040. I don't know what that looks like. So,
And I can follow up with Mr. Jesse. Are you familiar with the company's history with Mitchell, specifically Kentucky Power's history of investment with Mitchell generally?
I am.
Okay. And I don't think you were with the Service Corps yet, but Kentucky Power took its 50% undivided interest in 2013 or 2014, right?
I believe it was 2015, subject to confirmation, but I think it was 2014, 2015 timeline.
Okay. Have you reviewed the PSC filings from that time?
I looked at not only that application, but the company's application in 2011 to install the scrubbers at Big Sandy.
Okay. And that application specifically was 2012-578. Are you aware of what the net book value was at the time? The net book value of Kentucky Power's interest at the time it took that 50% interest?
For Mitchell?
Yes.
I believe we provided in a discovery. Sorry, apparently my name was on a lot of these discovery requests.
Yes, it was.
Mr. Gary, I might be able to speed this up if I can help Mr. Wolf
Yes, yes.
identify the answer to that question.
I think I found it.
If you can look at your rebuttal testimony, we did include that number in there, the comparison of Mitchell options at the time.
Oh, I understand. I was looking at I believe we provided this in response to Joint Intervenors Request 2-1 as well. So I'm seeing approximately, it's about 186 million. In 2-1.
Can you repeat your question exactly what he
Yes.
is looking for?
What was Kentucky Power's net book value interest in Mitchell when that interest was acquired? Maybe, subject to check, according to that order from 2013, the net book value was going to be approximately 536 million. Does that sound about right?
That was the purchase price, yes. I think,
Okay.
I may be getting hung up on the delineation between net book value and purchase price, but that was roughly the purchase price.
Okay. And the net book value as of the filing of this case is about 537 million?
Roughly, yes.
Okay. So it's actually not depreciated, or any depreciation has been offset by additional costs at Mitchell?
Yes, obviously that's impacted by some of the environmental retrofits that we've had to install at Mitchell. The FGD upgrades specifically, non-FGD upgrades, environmental upgrades like that. Those will, to the extent that you are investing more capital above the rate of depreciation, then your rate base and net book value will ultimately grow.
Okay. And that capital wasn't just environmental, a large part of it maybe, but there were other expenses, I presume, over the past 10 years that would have gone into that.
I'm certain there were other non-environmental upgrades in Mitchell, yes.
So at this rate, not only have we not paid back the expense, anything towards the expense effectively in Mitchell that was invested back in 2013, but we're going to extend it another 20 years if it's securitized?
Well, yes, and I think that's reasonable. We're trying to, as what was at issue in the 2025-00175 case, the options were to make the additional upgrades at Mitchell to allow it to continue to provide service to customers for a longer period of time, or find some replacement option. And we looked at replacement options. Those replacement options, especially right now, are very expensive. If you're going to talk about replacing, 600 megawatts of accredited capacity, really the only way to do that right now is, if you're talking about owned generation, is a natural gas plant that is of scalable size. And a new natural gas plant that would be able to replace that size of Mitchell is fairly expensive. And so I think it is reasonable for the company to continue to make upgrades that are significantly less expensive than a replacement option for that capacity that we are serving with Mitchell. Again, we have recognized that we will have to make additional investments to serve our customers' load, specifically our winter load requirements. And so I don't think it's appropriate. I think it's prudent utility practice for us to continue to make investments to keep Mitchell available so that we can make other generation decisions to serve our customers with that as part of the fleet.
Okay. And those securitized funds, the part of the intent is to use those towards that new generation that you will need, correct?
Part of to the extent that securitization is approved and bonds are placed, the intent would be to use those funds to invest in new generation in Kentucky.
Okay. And that would presumably have to be depreciated over the life of whatever that asset is?
Yes.
Okay. Right now, that's planned to be a new CT, correct?
That's our current plan.
Okay. And that's, I think, projected to be around 450 million? Am I remembering that right?
I don't believe we provided a cost estimate
Okay.
yet.
I might be getting some numbers confused, sorry. That's what I get for going off the top of my head at the end of the day. The company has known since at least 2021 that it was going to need to make some decision to provide additional capacity and energy, correct?
Absolutely, which is exactly what we went through the process to make a determination as to what resources we could find. So starting in 2020, early 21 and then into 22 and ultimately in 23, we began our IRP process. It was designed to identify potential options. That IRP contemplated replacement options for Mitchell. Mitchell was not included in our IRP. And so we ran the IRP. The IRP gave us information as to what options would be available to meet our requirements and what we would need to replace Mitchell. And so we ultimately went out into the market, issued RFPs to find those replacement resources. And once we got those RFPs, we looked back and we entered negotiations with a counterparty. Those negotiations were ultimately terminated. And then we had to make an evaluation of those remaining PPA options for Mitchell. And when we ran the analysis, Mitchell continues to be the least cost option for us to serve our customers.
Okay. I don't have any more questions about that. Switching topics, you propose including a base amount for losses on the incidental sale of gas of 1.9 million in base rates, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And just making sure I understand what's going on there a little bit, and feel free, I think, witness Stutler, sorry, might be the better person for some of these, so just let me know if I'm getting outside of your wheelhouse.
Sure.
But I think this is high level enough. If I understand it, hopefully you can explain it for us. The company purchases some amount of gas some period in advance. It makes forward purchases, right?
Yes, for the Big Sandy plant, the company will, make forward-looking purchases of gas up to a certain amount.
Okay.
For use at Big Sandy.
And then incidental sales mean resale of some of that gas that was purchased in advance, right?
Yes, there are instances where we have hedged our expected usage or consumption of natural gas at the Big Sandy plant. So if for whatever reason Big Sandy's not either picked up economically by PJM in an instance, or if Big Sandy has a forced outage and we have secured natural gas for that time period, there will be instances where the natural gas pipeline requires us to balance our position, which would mean to liquidate some of the hedge position that we have, and then based on what the market price for that gas is at the time, you are either selling that gas at a gain or a loss.
Okay. So I think you got a little bit ahead of me on the purpose or the reasons for those resales. Generally, there are two reasons. Either Big Sandy's in a forced outage that wasn't planned for, or you said it's not picked up economically by PJM, right?
those are the two instances that come to mind, but there may be more. I mean, company
Okay.
witness Stutler may have some additional information there.
I think you specifically said PJM dispatch decisions in your testimony. Is that what you mean by economically not picked up?
Yes.
In other words, it was cheaper to buy that energy on the market from PJM than to dispatch Big Sandy?
Generally speaking, right. So the way, again, generally we operate and the way we bid our units into PJM, we have different bidding intervals. We will set a bid price, and based on where the market clears, if the market clears above that offer price, then that unit will get picked up. If it doesn't, then that unit may enter, may shut down or decrease load.
Okay. So I think you're saying it's more expensive in some instances to run Big Sandy than what PJM is paying for what it would produce.
It could be, and then in that instance, the customers are getting the lower cost of market.
Okay. Do you know how often that happens?
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head
Okay.
how often Big Sandy is bid in at a price that is higher than LMP.
And you said customers see the benefit of that lower cost PJM price. Do you know roughly what the benefit is typically?
Oh, not off the top of my head.
Is that information that could be provided?
I don't know.
You don't know? If we submitted a post-hearing data request, is that something you could look into at least?
We could look into it. I don't know if we could provide it or calculate like a benefit directly associated with that.
Do you know how frequent those resales of gas are?
I don't, but company witness Stutler could probably give you a better idea.
Okay. And you don't know then how often it's a gain versus a loss?
Not in specific instances, but company witness Stutler may be able to give you a better idea there.
Safe to say, at least on average, it's a loss since you're adding 1.9 million in losses to base rates.
That's what we experienced during the test year.
Okay. Do you know if that's typical?
I will throw out there that the hedging of natural gas sales is a relatively new program for us. So we started hedging natural gas in 2023 timeframe, kind of coming out of the Winter Storm Elliott timeline. So we decided we needed to start making natural gas hedges against market so that, to the extent there were significant fluctuations in the MMBTU price for gas, our customers were protected, right? So if you have right now, right, we go ahead and look out, we secure gas at a set price so that if the market, goes crazy, our customers get that lower price gas. And so, sorry, I was going somewhere, but I lost the train of the question.
Do you know if that 1.9 million is typical of what you
right,
see?
sorry. So I don't know if I could say it's typical yet, just because the hedging program is relatively new.
Okay.
But again, that's why the proposal is to set an amount in base and then over/under account for it through the PPA. So, to the extent that the company only incurs, $1 million worth of losses in incidental sales of gas in the next year, then customers will see a credit in the PPA for that $900,000 difference. Or if we end a year with a gain, customers will see another credit through that PPA mechanism. Customers, in this instance, are only paying for what the company's actual cost of providing that benefit of that gas hedge through its hedging program.
So two questions. First, they'll see that benefit the subsequent year, correct?
On our normal PPA timeline.
Okay, so they'll pay 1.9 million regardless over the next year after this is approved. And then if there is somewhat less of a loss next year or over the next year, they get that benefit back subsequently?
Yes.
Okay. The second question, if the purpose of this is to hedge, well, natural gas has been particularly volatile, I think you said, right? In your
That is company witness Stutler's testimony. I will defer to him on the specifics.
Okay. Would you say that hedging program has been successful if you're seeing a $1.9 million loss?
Absolutely. and Company Witness Stutler can provide you, and his testimony provides additional detail, but the savings that you see when the hedge is, again, when we're talking about incidental sales of gas, you're talking in instances where the plant is not operating for whatever reason. But what that loss is not, what you're seeing is the loss in those instances. But what you're not seeing is the benefit that you get from when the market is high. And we've already secured gas at a very reasonable or cheaper rate. Customers get the benefit of paying that fixed cost of gas underlying that very volatile market, right? So if the market goes high and gas prices go up, customers are saving money because we've already got that gas locked in at that lower rate. And that's what his testimony walks through, a couple instances of, where customers save, significant amount of money based on our hedging program.
But at least on those resales, the company has overestimated how much gas it needed and taken a $1.9 million loss on having to resell that.
Mr. Stutler filed 30 pages of testimony on this gas hedging program and the history of the natural gas market. Mr. Wolfram has said several times that Mr. Stutler can answer these more detailed questions, and I would request that Mr. Gary reserve these questions for Mr. Stutler.
That's my final question. If the witness can answer it, that's great.
If you can answer.
Could you re-ask? Sorry.
The company has seen a 1.9 million, the company has overestimated at least some of the times when it would, how much gas it would need, and has taken a $1.9 million loss on reselling in those instances when it overestimated how much gas would be useful.
I don't think I would agree with the characterization that we've overestimated. We're making hedge positions based on what we would expect. And again, this is part of the reason that you do this is you don't know what the market's going to do. And so, and we don't forecast, forced outages at our units, right? Those happen, kind of one-off instances where we don't plan for forced outages, right? You plan for maintenance outages at your units, you don't plan for forced outages. So when those things happen, we can't plan for that. We don't know. And so I don't think I would agree with your characterization that we're overestimating. We are securing gas at a level that we would expect to burn at the plant, but then there are situations outside of our control that ultimately result in those gains or losses. But again, like I've said, Company Witness Stutler can provide more detail on that.
I'll move on from there. I wanted to talk a little bit about the special charges. You proposed some significant increases to various special charges. Those are summarized in table TSW2 in your direct testimony.
They are.
Okay. And you state these charges are proposed to reflect the actual costs of those services, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the reasons you state include deployments of AMI that is forthcoming, right?
Among the reasons, yes.
Among the reasons. You state, as such, all trips to customer premises becoming incremental to work that distribution employees would otherwise be performing. In other words, with AMI being rolled out, you're not going to have meter readers out in the field anyway who could do some of these special trips, right?
Right. If with AMI, it's remote reconnect, disconnect functionality, you will not need to send a servicer out to physically reconnect or disconnect the meter.
So any trip to reconnect or disconnect becomes incremental. In other words, they wouldn't have to be out there anyway.
In that instance, yes.
Okay. But AMI hasn't rolled out yet, we heard earlier, right?
It is not.
Okay. It could take, well, it's going to start later this year and it could take 4 years. So it could be another 5 years from now, roughly, before it's finished, right?
I think the current deployment schedule runs out through 2029.
Okay. Ms. Wiseman stated earlier that all the trips out right now are by RF, or radio frequency, right? For meter reading.
For meter reading, to physically read the meter, yes. But for remote reconnect, disconnect, we roll trucks with an employee that has to physically reconnect or disconnect the meter.
That was my next question. And for these special charges, the changes, generally the folks who get AMI won't be charged that increased fee, especially reconnect, disconnect.
AMI customers, reconnect, disconnect fee is $0.
Okay. But nobody is an AMI customer right now, right?
They will be shortly, hopefully.
Hopefully. But everybody's getting charged those increased special charges if this is approved, right?
To the extent those charges are required or requested. Again, this is the whole crux of why we are making changes to the special charge rate is the company's special charges have not reflected the actual cost to perform those services. And so functionally what happens when you're designing our cost of service is that customers that don't request these services or don't need these services are being socialized the costs of performing those services for the customers that actually need them or are requesting them. So, you know, if we have a customer within the service territory that, you know, no reconnect, no disconnect, no meter tests, no bad check fees, you know, payment on time, all that good stuff, they are causing us to incur $0 associated with any of the work in the special charges. But right now, because our charges don't reflect the actual cost to perform those services, that customer is paying for us performing those services for the other customers that are making us go out and, you know, reconnect, disconnect, test their meter, those type of things. So the proposed rate is designed to align our special charges with the cost causer. So if a customer ultimately requires us to, you know, come out and test their meter, or we have to return a check, they are going to pay the actual cost that we incur to perform those services, rather than socializing that cost across the remaining customer base. And later in my testimony, you'll see, because of the way we've calculated it, it ultimately results in a credit to our revenue requirement. So if we are ultimately going to change or reduce the proposed rate of the special charges, that will increase our revenue requirement, which we didn't think was appropriate.
So part of the reason that it doesn't reflect actual cost right now is because the commission previously ordered that those special charges reflect just the marginal cost of those services, correct?
Yes, specifically for reconnect during normal hours, termination or field trip during normal hours. I believe return check fee was in there, but I don't think that was the same logic. But those were the two that were reduced based on a marginal cost analysis.
And specifically disconnection and reconnection, the reason those typically happen would be non-payment, right?
Generally, that's the most common.
Most common, most frequent. And so that presumably would hit folks who are unable to pay their bills, so typically folks who are struggling already, right?
I don't know that I could say that's in all instances, but again, this goes back to the fact that we legally cannot discriminate within rates. So we have to design rates that are ultimately treat everyone, similarly situated customers, equally. And so my determination was that our special charges should reflect the actual cost to perform this work, because we are incurring costs specific to these customers. And so to the extent that we are, it didn't seem fair to me that customers that don't require these services were ultimately paying for a portion of those services across. And so I made the determination that we should reflect our actual cost of doing business within the special charges. And then once you do that, we can't create, different levels of rates based on, income status. I think we've had this discussion a little bit through discovery, right? We design rates and special charges and programs that are designed to treat all customers equally, because we cannot and will not discriminate against customers within our rate design or our proposals.
And in this case, you made the determination, you stated, to reflect those actual costs, but the commission had previously ordered that reflect just the marginal cost.
It was my determination to make the filing as proposed. Understanding the commission had made that determination, I wanted to present evidence on why we felt that it was more appropriate to reflect the actual cost of those services.
Okay. Thank you. Just one really quick other note about the application. The Commission previously required Kentucky Power to address the issue of low-income and residential customers' energy usage during winter months and find cost-effective measures to reduce demand. That's from your direct at the bottom of page 10.
Yes,
That sound familiar?
it does.
Okay. How does this filing accomplish that?
Well, I think you have to take this filing in conjunction, sorry, it's been a long day. You have to look at this filing in connection with our DSM filing as well, right? We propose new DSM programs that are designed to help, customers reduce usage, specifically our residential customers and our commercial customers, reduce their usage. And again, so that's one component. And then we looked at alternatives in our rate design to figure out if there are ways to allow us to protect those customers that cannot, have lesser ability to control usage. And that's what our residential rate design does, especially when you look at the settlement, as modified by the settlement. So if you look at TSW, sorry, it's weird to me to refer to my own initials. If you look at TSW 1, starting on page 22.
Sorry, is this of your direct testimony?
S1, sorry, settlement testimony.
Gotcha.
So if you look at that, that's our normal bill impacts associated with the settlement proposal. So what you can see is like, again, the customers that are at that higher end of usage, those customers that, cannot make, there are challenges there clearly if they are using 4,000 kW and above to reducing usage. They are actually going to see a rate decrease associated with this filing. So that is directly a result of our new residential rate design proposal, which, allows us to recover a majority of our fixed cost component through the combination of the tiered customer charge rate and the higher KWH rate for the 600 kW and below. And so really when you get to that top end, you're really only seeing a variable rate component, which ultimately protects those high usage customers that, may not have the opportunity to engage in DSM. We want to send price signals, and that's why we created the two-tiered customer charge to tell customers, hey, if you're kind of sitting in within that 2,000 to 2,250 kWh usage range, there's an opportunity for you to save money by dropping your usage down to 2,000 kW. But at the top end, we have to protect those customers that can't functionally, like a customer that's using 4,000 kW in a month cannot bring their usage down under 2,000 kW. So we need to protect those customers at the high end too. And that's what we've done. So it's in connection with DSM and our residential rate design. We are trying to find creative ways through our rate design to make meaningful impacts to those high end use customers that, particularly in the winter. That's where we see a lot of that usage spike. And we get more customers in that, 3,500, 5,000 kW range that we're trying to make meaningful impacts for.
So looking specifically at TSW1, settlement agreement exhibit 2, the typical bill increases, I think that's what you were just referring to, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so starting at 1,000 kWh, just pick a middle of the road number here.
Mm-hmm.
The increase with the settlement for such a customer would be 15.2%, correct?
I believe that's for 800 kWh.
Under RS, I'm looking at metered energy, 1,000, current bill, 181, 18. Bill increase in the next column, 2750, percent change 15.2. Sorry, this is without the DTL. Maybe that's where the confusion
Without the
was.
DTL,
Without the DTL, it's 15.2%, correct?
yes.
Okay, and then with the DTL, so for year one, that increase is actually 11.2%, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And just looking, it looks like this jumps around a little bit. So you have 1,000, 1,100, and then instead of 1,200, you have 1,210. Is that because that's the average user? Okay.
Yes.
So the average user will see a 12.3% increase after the DTL, but with the DTL, an 8.2% increase, correct?
Before the DTL is 12.3%.
Yeah, I mixed up my wording there a little bit, but year one, an 8.2% increase, year three, and a 12.3% increase, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and just looking from there, going down in usage, that percent increase goes up. Correct?
Is there a specific usage?
Well, just starting at 1,210, 8.2% increase with the DTL. 1,100, 9.6, 1,000, 11.2, and that percent change just keeps climbing the less you use, correct?
I'm not sure I'm tracking your question. I'm seeing percent decreases up until the point where a customer flips from under 2,000 kWh to 2,001 kWh.
Going the other way, from 1,210, reducing your usage, your percent
Reducing usage.
change goes up, correct?
I apologize, yeah.
Sorry, it's confusing.
I'm with you. Yes.
That is correct though, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Again, as you decrease usage, there is a higher percentage, but a lower relative amount of dollars generally.
So effectively, from average usage, your increase goes up at a higher rate than, yeah, I'll ask and answer myself. And the reason for that is the settlement rate structure retains that declining block rate, right?
Correct.
Okay. And I think this is in Ms. Walsh's exhibit, so let me know if I need to defer to her, but my understanding is with the settlement, all of the residential rates stay the same except for that post 600 kWh rate, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so it's still $26 as a basic service charge under 2,000 kWh, $40 over, 15.75 cents, I think, for that first 600 kWh.
That sounds right.
Okay, and it's only that after 600 kWh that would decrease with the right.
That's correct.
I'm going to pause there real quick. Your Honor, just recognizing it's 5:07, I still have a decent number of questions left. I'm happy to keep going, but that would be a natural break. It's up to the commission, of course.
If we don't break for the day, I might request at least a brief break, just for a few minutes. We've been going for a little while.
Yeah. Let's break for the day.
Okay.
And tomorrow we'll evaluate and see if we're gonna do a long lunch, or regular lunch or short lunch, and we'll figure out how late we're gonna go. Sometime fairly early on in the day, we'll try to determine, because tomorrow's the day we thought would be our long day. As far as the timing of your witnesses, I hope that works out.
Yes.
But we'll do the best we can with trying to do that.
Sure.
Okay. All right, I'll see everyone back tomorrow. And I will say that I'm roughly the same age as the Mitchell plant.